As Su-ae Shim navigated the online realm of a teen discussion forum, her gaze scanned the digital landscape, absorbing the thoughts and opinions of others. Her eyes lingered on a particular post that piqued her interest, its words sparking a mix of surprise and skepticism within her. The notion that being loved was something destined at birth left her wondering, her mind whirling with possibilities and questions. As she delved deeper into the topic, Su-ae's thoughts became a tapestry of curiosity, emotional resonance, and introspection, her very essence infusing the digital space with the weight of her contemplations. As Su-ae Shim pored over the cryptic messages posted online, her confusion turned to frustration. The words seared themselves into her mind, leaving her feeling like she was trapped in a never-ending cycle of self-doubt. It started with her eyes. Those same eyes that were deemed not pretty by her own self-criticizing standards. As she scrolled through the comments, Su-ae's gaze began to falter, her confidence waning like the fading light of day. And then, like a cruel reminder, Ra-im-do, her stepsister, burst onto the scene, basking in the admiration of their classmates as they praised her beauty and charisma. The contrast was stark, like the harsh lines of a winter landscape. Su-ae's heart sank, weighed down by the crushing pressure to conform to societal standards. As she lost herself in the bleak expanse of uncertainty, it seemed as though the very fabric of her being was unraveling, thread by thread. As Su-ae Shim's introspective gaze drifted across the faces of those around her, a subtle unease crept over her. It was as if she couldn't shake off the nagging feeling that her own appearance didn't quite measure up to the natural beauty and unique features that seemed to come so effortlessly to others. Her thoughts tumbled forth in a jumble of emotions, as she struggled to reconcile the disparity between her physical self and the societal pressure to conform. The world, it seemed, was supposed to be an unfair place, where unrealistic expectations weighed heavily upon her shoulders. Su-ae's inner turmoil was palpable, as she wrestled with feelings of inadequacy that threatened to consume her. Gap, so glaring, she mused, her words a poignant reflection of the chasm between her perceived flaws and the beauty standards imposed by others. Yet, in this moment of quiet contemplation, Su-ae's thoughts turned to statistics and data, a desperate attempt to find solace in the cold, hard facts that seemed more predictable than the whims of human opinion. As the turmoil subsided, Su-ae's introspective gaze lingered, a testament to her growing determination to accept herself, flaws and all, rather than succumbing to the pressures that sought to define her. As Su-ae Shim stood frozen, her eyes locked onto a mesmerizing display of flashing numbers and cryptic symbols. The air seemed to vibrate with an otherworldly energy as she cautiously approached the screen. The meaning behind the numerical codes slowly began to reveal itself, a hidden message about the measure of love each person would receive in their lifetime. A montage of everyday moments unfolded before her, showcasing people's lives and relationships, each one accompanied by a corresponding number. 211,994x. For instance, Su-ae's brow furrowed in concern as she struggled to decipher the significance of this mystical screen and its enigmatic messages. Her curiosity piqued. She reached out a hand to touch the glassy surface, only to have a new message materialize. Something only I can. In that instant, the mystery deepened, hinting at secrets hidden from prying eyes. And Su-ae's world was forever altered. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm orange glow over the bustling streets, Su-ae Shim found herself lost in thought. Eunhyeok's gentle query to accompany him to the movies had sparked a sense of longing within her. A yearning for connection and normalcy in a life often shrouded by uncertainty. Yet, as she pondered the expense of tickets, a nagging awareness of societal pressures and financial constraints crept into her mind, tempering her enthusiasm. The evening air was filled with the whispers of reality's harsh truths. As Su-ae's thoughts turned to the imperfections of relationships and the capricious nature of love, it was then that Eunhyeok's words about people being born into wealth and others destined for affection struck a chord within her, casting a shadow of self-doubt over her already turbulent emotions. As the stars began their twinkling dance in the night sky, Su-ae found herself consumed by the weight of her own vulnerability, her heart heavy with the conflicting desires that had come to define her existence. As Su-ae Shim stood alone, her face a mask of neutrality. The air was thick with an aura of quiet contemplation. But this momentary pause in the chaos was short-lived. For soon, the narrative veered sharply into absurdity. Like a wisecracking guidebook to the absurdities of popularity, bold text overlays and simple illustrations began to emerge, outlining the rules of being well-liked with humorless precision. It was as if the very fabric of social expectations had been reduced to a series of ridiculous instructions. And yet, amidst this surreal landscape, Su-ae's character remained steadfast, her expression unchanged despite the chaos swirling around her. But then, in a stunning reversal, she found herself surrounded by admirers, their adoration a testament to the notion that popularity can be a skill honed over time. As if to underscore the arbitrary nature of social hierarchies, this unlikely scenario served as a poignant commentary on the superficiality and artificiality of our societal obsessions. As Su-ae Shim sat at the base of the ladder, the weight of her emotions seemed to press upon her like the rungs above. Her gaze drifted upward, lost in thought as she navigated the complexities of her relationships. Memories of her boyfriend Minwoo Kang's neglect crept into her mind, a painful reminder of his priorities lying elsewhere. The strain of her interactions with stepsister Ra-im-do also resurfaced, highlighting the superficial nature of their connection. Yet, amidst this turmoil, Su-ae's thoughts turned to friend Eunhyeok Go, whose words of encouragement and empathy had offered a beacon of hope. As she reflected on these moments, Su-ae's emotional storm slowly subsided, replaced by a sense of clarity and validation. In this moment of introspection, Su-ae took the first steps toward confronting her inner turmoil, paving the way for potential growth and self-discovery. As the soft glow of evening light danced across the room, Su-ae Shim sat alone, her thoughts consumed by the turmoil brewing within. Her stepsister Ra-im entered uninvited, her concern for Su-ae's well-being palpable in every step. With a gentle yet firm tone, Ra-im confronted Su-ae about her emotional state and the fragile threads of her relationship with Minwoo. As their words intertwined like delicate vines, Ra-im implored Su-ae to confront the truth. She couldn't continue ignoring her own needs to please others. The air was heavy with tension as Su-ae's defenses sprang into action, her emotions simmering just below the surface. The conversation spiraled out of control, each sister pouring forth their frustrations and uncertainties like a turbulent storm. In the aftermath, Su-ae stood at a crossroads, Ra-im's words lingering like a gentle breeze on a summer's day. Though uncertainty still clouded her thoughts, Su-ae began to grasp the weight of her stepsister's wisdom. It was time to confront her own needs and desires, no matter the cost. As Su-ae Shim gazed upon the tangled web of thoughts and memories on her phone, the tumultuous 2 weeks that had led to her current state of distress came flooding back. A kaleidoscope of moments played out in her mind's eye. The strained interactions with Minwoo Kang, whose neglect had taken a toll on their relationship, and Ra-im-do, her stepsister, whose presence only seemed to exacerbate Su-ae's emotional burden. The montage of memories coalesced into a jarring mosaic of negativity and pain, leaving Su-ae feeling lost and alone. Yet, even in the midst of turmoil, she reached out for comfort, her eyes locking onto a message from Ajin, a beacon of hope and understanding that would offer solace in the days to come. As the tense atmosphere hung in the air, Su-ae Shim's sudden outburst shattered the tranquility of the moment. Her eyes narrowed with suspicion as she confronted her boyfriend Minwoo and his friend Ra-im. Sensing that something was amiss, Minwoo's initial denials only fueled Su-ae's growing unease, as she demanded to know what secrets they were hiding from her. The air grew thick with anticipation as Ra-im's attempts to soothe the situation fell on deaf ears. Su-ae's persistence finally broke the dam of secrecy, and Ra-im's tears flowed freely as she confessed to having an affair with Minwoo behind Su-ae's back. The revelation sent shockwaves through the trio, forever changing the dynamics of their relationships and setting the stage for the tumultuous events that would unfold. As Su-ae Shim sat alone at the table, the remnants of a meal left out for her by her boyfriend Minwoo served as a poignant reminder of their troubled relationship. Her mind wandered to the countless times Minwoo seemed to prioritize his own needs over hers, leaving her feeling like an invisible presence in their lives together. The soft murmur of Eunhyeok Go's voice, reading a book just a few feet away, was the only sound that broke the silence. But even it couldn't distract Su-ae from the heavy thoughts weighing on her heart. As she pondered the truth behind Minu's emotional unavailability, doubts crept in. Was she simply not good enough for him? Or had he lost interest in her feelings altogether? The weight of these questions hung in the air like a palpable mist, leaving Su-ae feeling frustrated and unheard, unsure of how to bridge the emotional distance between herself and Minu. As the school bell rang, signaling the end of another day, Su-ae's frustration began to simmer. She turned to Minu, expecting a glimmer of consideration, but instead was met with indifference. Her question, laced with hope, hung in the air. Will you walk home with me? Minu's response was a dismissive shrug, leaving Su-ae feeling crushed, as she confronted him about his broken promise and lack of empathy. Her disappointment and hurt spilled out like tears on a parched earth. But Minu remained unmoved, his gaze drifting away from hers as he hastened to the internet cafe, abandoning Su-ae to her emotional distress. The scene ended with Su-ae standing alone, her anguish palpable in the silence that followed. This pivotal moment revealed the depth of Minu's neglect and Su-ae's growing awareness of his true nature, a stark reminder of the fragility of their relationship. As Su-ae Shim stood alone, her tears streamed down her face like a torrent, washing away the remnants of a devastating emotional storm that had been brewing within her. The weight of her guilt was crushing, its dark tendrils snaking around her heart, squeezing tight with each passing moment. Her mind replayed the argument she'd shared with Minu after his loss. The words he'd spoken piercing her soul like daggers. You're useless. The memory of their heated exchange still lingered, refusing to fade from her conscience. Yet, amidst this turmoil, Su-ae's emotions wrestled with a stubborn tenderness for Minu, a love that had never truly been requited, yet persisted nonetheless. As the reality of her situation crashed down upon her, Su-ae's resolve shattered like fragile glass, and she succumbed to the overwhelming despair, her sobs racking her body as the weight of her emotional pain threatened to consume her entirely. As the sun rose over the bustling streets, Ra-im slid behind the wheel, ready to ferry her friend Su-ae to school. The offer of a ride came at a cost. However, they would be skipping lunch for art club, a sacrifice Su-ae was more than willing to make in order to spend some quality time with her confidant. With Ra-im's warm encouragement, Su-ae poured out her frustrations about Minu Kang, the supposed best of them all, whose cruel behavior towards her still lingered like an open wound. Ra-im listened intently, her expression a perfect blend of empathy and outrage, as she recounted the small but significant incident that had sparked Su-ae's ire. As they navigated the congested roads, Ra-im revealed her own struggles with men, admitting that she couldn't fathom tolerating a relationship like Su-ae's with Minu, despite having feelings for someone herself. In this candid moment, Ra-im emerged as Su-ae's voice of reason, offering a sympathetic ear and words of wisdom to help her friend navigate the complexities of love and relationships. As Su-ae Shim observed Minu indulging in a certain liquid libation, her concerns turned to alarm. She hastened to confront him, her words laced with disapproval as she demanded the drink be returned and branded him a bastard. The air was charged with tension as Minu's defensiveness flared, his tone turning aggressive as he hurled biting insults at Su-ae, threatening her very presence. This pivotal moment marked a significant shift in Su-ae's relationship with Minu, revealing the depth of her frustration and dissatisfaction with their tumultuous dynamic. It was as if the dam had burst, releasing a torrent of emotions that had been building for some time. The confrontation also showcased Su-ae's growing assertiveness, her willingness to stand up for herself and reclaim her space in the midst of Minu's toxic behavior. As the dust settled, the stage was set for a new chapter in their tumultuous relationship, one that would likely be marked by significant changes and power struggles between these two complex characters. As Su-ae's eyes clouded with unhappiness and stress, Eunhyeok Go appeared at her doorstep, sensing the turmoil brewing within. The air was thick with unspoken words as she tried to pierce the veil of Su-ae's distress. But the young woman's initial reluctance only added fuel to Eunhyeok's concern. Undeterred, she employed a powerful metaphor, likening Minu's draining influence to quicksand, and Su-ae began to crack under the pressure. The dam finally broke as Su-ae confessed her suffocating feelings. Unable to gaze upon her own reflection without feeling guilty, Eunhyeok offered words of solace, reminding Su-ae that she deserved better and it was okay to prioritize her own well-being. As their conversation came full circle, a newfound determination sparked within Su-ae, illuminating her path towards independence and self-care. With each passing moment, the shackles of toxic relationships began to loosen, paving the way for a brighter, more empowered future. As the memories of Minu's mistreatment lingered in her mind, Su-ae Shim's thoughts drifted back to their early days together, when everything seemed so perfect. But now, the reality was far from idyllic. She recalled the countless times Minu had reduced her to tears, his words and actions leaving deep wounds that still ached. The weight of those unhappy moments bore down on her, making it impossible for her to shake off the feeling of despair that had become all too familiar. As she stood there, lost in thought, Su-ae's energy seemed to wane, as if trapped in a never-ending cycle of unhappiness, struggling to muster the strength or motivation to break free from the emotional toll Minu's mistreatment took on her very being. As the narrative unwinds, Su-ae's turbulent past comes into focus, a flashback to a bygone era, marked by the caption, "Back Then," reveals the complexity of her emotions as she grapples with the consequences of her infidelity. The echoes of her inner turmoil resound through the memories that surface, illuminating the emotional impact of her reckless decisions on those around her. As the sun set over the seemingly ordinary world, Su-ae Shim's reality began to unravel. Her friends and family, once bustling with life, vanished into thin air, leaving behind only the echoes of their daily routines. The once familiar landscape transformed into an eerie expanse, devoid of the warmth and laughter that had once filled it. Su-ae's mind reeled in shock as she beheld the empty spaces where her loved ones used to be, their absence like a cold wind that chilled her very soul. "What? Are they all gone already?" she exclaimed, her voice trembling with confusion and fear. The desolate locations, once teeming with life, now stood as haunting reminders of the inexplicable disappearances that had left Su-ae feeling utterly alone. As Su-ae Shim paused her studies, the air was filled with the promise of a fleeting moment of relaxation. It was then that she crossed paths with Ra-im, her stepsister, who emerged from the shadows to inquire about Su-ae's plans for the evening. The gentle rustle of conversation ensued, with Ra-im probing if they could share in this brief respite together. As their exchange unfolded, a subtle shift in tone hinted at a deeper connection being forged between these two sisters-in-law. The topic of work and responsibilities soon arose, with Ra-im seeking Su-ae's reassurance about her evening commitments. In the end, Su-ae seemed to bring their conversation to a close, marking the conclusion of this intimate moment that would likely have far-reaching implications for their relationship in the days to come. As Su-ae Shim's mind whirred with the implications of her Jellypop phone's latest revelation, she found herself ensnared in a tangled web of thoughts and emotions. The air was thick with the scent of uncertainty as she pored over cryptic notes and diagrams. Her brow furrowed in concentration. Her internal monologue spilled forth, a jumbled mix of frustration and embarrassment as she grappled with the consequences of her own intellectual curiosity. "Damn, this is embarrassing," echoed through her mind, punctuated by anxious mutterings about the theory's validity. As the moments ticked by, Su-ae's unease grew, her words tumbling forth in a staccato rhythm that betrayed her growing discomfort with the implications of her discoveries. In this fleeting instant, Su-ae's vulnerability shone like a beacon, casting a poignant light on the fragile boundaries between knowledge and humility. As Su-ae Shim's mind wandered back in time, the memories of her stepsister Ra-im came flooding forth. She recalled Ra-im as a stunning individual, exuding confidence and radiating beauty that left an indelible mark on those around her. Academic success was also a hallmark of Ra-im's persona, with impressive grades that further solidified her position as a standout in the eyes of others. But beneath this veneer of perfection, Su-ae sensed an air of intimidation, noticing that Ra-im's friends were not necessarily the kind she would have chosen for herself, a dynamic that left Su-ae feeling slightly uneasy. And yet, despite these subtle undercurrents, it was clear that Ra-im had achieved everything she set her heart on, leaving Su-ae to ponder their vastly different paths in life. As Su-ae Shim engaged with her stepsister Ra-im, their sibling-like bond shone through like a warm morning glow. With playful jests, Su-ae poked fun at the notion of mere familial ties. Instead emphasizing their shared age and connection, their conversation meandered into breakfast plans, with Su-ae inviting Ra-im to join her for a meal, sparking Ra-im's enthusiasm. As they chatted, Su-ae wistfully observed that despite not being twins, they shared a special bond, their identical ages forging an unbreakable link between them. With these words, the scene drew to a close, leaving behind a sense of familial warmth and unity, as Su-ae proclaimed they were, indeed, still a family, a testament to the depth of their sisterly connection. As Su-ae stood in front of the mirror, she began to brush her teeth with deliberate strokes, as if trying to scrub away the doubts that had been plaguing her. Her mind wandered to Ra-im Do, her stepsister, a woman so effortlessly lovely and kind that it was hard not to feel like a pale imitation by comparison. Su-ae's thoughts turned inward, as she wondered aloud whether she could ever truly fit the bill as the male lead's ex-girlfriend. A role typically reserved for someone more polished, more refined. But as her reflection stared back at her, she couldn't help but recall the painful truth of her own past. Her father's abandonment, her mother's untimely passing in an accident that had left Su-ae reeling. The memories came flooding back, like ripples on a stagnant pond, and Su-ae found herself lost in thought, reliving the struggles that had shaped her into the person she was today. As Su-ae Shim gazed into the depths of her own memories, the weight of her past struggles came flooding back, the recollections of a tumultuous time, marred by the actions of someone she had once held dear, perhaps Minu or Ra-im, still lingered, leaving scars that would never fully heal. Her thoughts drifted to Ra-im's tale, one that had been told without a tearshed, yet had triggered an avalanche of emotions within Su-ae herself. This poignant moment marked a turning point in the sisters' relationship, bridging the gap between them and fostering a newfound openness. As the veil of introspection lifted, Su-ae's mind turned to Minu, wondering if he had finally mustered the courage to confess his true feelings to Ra-im, a question that left her pondering the complexities of their entwined fates. As the memories of Su-ae Shim's childhood fluttered back to life, it was as if time itself had melted away, revealing the innocence and wide-eyed wonder that once defined her. But this nostalgic reverie was short-lived, for soon enough, the present reasserted its hold on reality. Ra-im, Su-ae's stepsister, and Eunhyeok, her boyfriend, stood before her, their teasing words slicing through the air like a scythe. The old-fashioned jelly pop phone, once a cherished possession, now became the focal point of their ridicule, as they poked fun at Su-ae for being stuck in elementary school. As the jabs continued to rain down upon her, Su-ae's annoyance and fluster grew, threatening to boil over into a storm of emotions. Yet, she tried to laugh it off, attempting to deflect the barbs with a humor that was both forced and futile. The teasing only intensified, with Ra-im asking Eunhyeok if he truly meant to be so young. As Su-ae's agitation reached a fever pitch, it was only when Su-ae apologized, citing the jelly pop phone as the distraction that had thrown her off balance, that the storm finally subsided, leaving behind a trail of hurt and vulnerability. This pivotal moment laid bare Su-ae's deep-seated insecurities, forged from years of feeling like an outsider among her peers. Despite her actual age, the dynamic between Ra-im and Eunhyeok, though playful on the surface, hinted at the potential for future conflicts or power struggles within their little circle. As Su-ae sat surrounded by papers and books, her frazzled expression mirrored the chaos that churned within. The looming deadline for their group project loomed large, casting a shadow over her usually calm demeanor. Her thoughts tumbled forth in a nervous stream of consciousness as she wondered who hadn't yet submitted their work, the uncertainty sparking a sense of frustration and anxiety. As she scrolled through her phone, Minu's and Eunhyeok's messages only added fuel to her growing stress levels. Their words no doubt meant as reassurances now felt like pinpricks in an already inflated emotional balloon. In this moment, Su-ae's insecurities and pressures as a student were laid bare, revealing the true toll that academic deadlines could take on one's mental state. As Su-ae Shim's thoughts churned with discontent, she turned her attention to Eunhyeok Go, determined to persuade him to take action. But Eunhyeok remained absorbed in his studies, oblivious to her attempts to get his attention. Frustration mounted as Su-ae persisted, lamenting the absurdity of Eunhyeok's indifference when Ra-im-do, their stepsister, was trying to make contact with their sibling. Minu Kang, Su-ae's boyfriend, intervened, asking what was amiss, and Su-ae elaborated on the predicament. As the conversation unfolded, the air seemed charged with a sense of urgency, as if the very fate of Ra-im's connection hung in the balance. And then, without fanfare, an unknown message arrived, its sender and contents shrouded in mystery, leaving Su-ae and the others wondering what lay ahead. As Su-ae Shim sat at home, her gaze was transfixed on the jellypop phone that seemed to hold a knowing glint in its digital eye. Her mind wandered back to her earlier conversation with Minu, one that had left her feeling guilty and uncertain about her actions. The thought of intentionally misplacing his notebook still lingered, like an open wound, as she replayed their interaction in her head. Suddenly, a flashback of her stepsister Ra-im's mocking words pierced the air, casting a shadow over Su-ae's thoughts. Why was Minu so kind and playful with everyone else, yet distant towards her? The question swirled in her mind like a whirlpool, drawing her deeper into a sea of self-doubt. As she pondered the mysteries of their relationship, Su-ae couldn't help but wonder if it was her own fault that things were the way they were between them, and if there was something fundamentally wrong with her for feeling this way. In this quiet moment of introspection, Su-ae's emotions unfolded like a tapestry, revealing the complex web of thoughts and feelings that bound her to Minu. As Su-ae Shim stood facing her stepsister Ra-im, a charged atmosphere crackled with tension. Ra-im's disapproving gaze settled on Su-ae's skirt, her criticism dripping with disdain. Su-ae's defenses sprang to life, her protests ringing out as she sought to justify her fashion choices. But Ra-im wouldn't let up, her barbs piercing deeper, implying that Su-ae was resorting to attention-seeking tactics. The air grew thick with discomfort as the sisters' words hung like a challenge, their body language speaking volumes of their complicated history. Flickers of memory flashed through Su-ae's mind, Ra-im's cruel teasing, her bullying jabs, and the weight of those past hurts settled upon her shoulders. As the argument reached its boiling point, Ra-im turned on her heel and departed, leaving Su-ae feeling deflated and introspective. The silence that followed was a palpable reminder of the unresolved emotions simmering between these two sisters. As the ominous warning from the jellypop phone hung in the air, Su-ae Shim's initial intimidation gave way to frustration. Her mind whirled with thoughts of her own plans for a pre-class run, and she began to see that the notion that someone would try to dictate her actions. The threat was met with defiance as Su-ae asserted herself, her voice firm in warning. "I'm warning you, I might not give this back." The air seemed to vibrate with tension as Su-ae stood tall, her resolve strengthened by a growing determination. In the end, it was clear that the jellypop phone's attempt to exert control had only served to galvanize Su-ae's inner strength, and she emerged from the confrontation a more confident, self-assured individual. As Su-ae Shim received guidance from the mystical jellypop phone, a sense of urgency settled over her like a shroud. The phone's insistent whispers goaded her to move forward. But just as she was about to take her first step, it interrupted again, its tone growing more pressing with each passing moment. A signboard looming in the distance, emblazoned with the ominous words, "Last 3 laps, served," as a harsh reminder of the ticking clock bearing down on Su-ae. As the weight of time constraints crushed her, anxiety and worry etched their way across her face, her brow furrowed in concern. Yet, even amidst this turmoil, Su-ae's thoughts turned inward, her mind racing with doubts about her future. Would it be one dy me? Would chasing her dreams truly be worth risking everything she had worked for? This pivotal moment marked a turning point in Su-ae's journey, as the jellypop phone's relentless prodding brought her inner conflict to a head. As the tears dried on her cheeks, Su-ae Shim sat alone in her room, lost in a sea of troubled thoughts. The silence was eventually broken by the ringtone of her phone, summoning her to a meeting with Eunhyeok. The sudden intrusion into her melancholy reverie only served to heighten her emotional distress. At the designated spot, Su-ae confronted Eunhyeok about his knowledge of Minu's checkered past and the secrets he kept from her. As the truth began to unravel, Like a thread pulled loose from a tapestry, Su-ae's world began to crumble. The revelation that Minwoo had once been entwined with Ra-im left her feeling betrayed, hurt, and uncertain about the very foundation of their relationship. Her thoughts became mired in doubt as she walked away from the meeting spot, the weight of her emotional turmoil threatening to consume her. As the truth began to unravel, Su-ae Shim's eyes narrowed with suspicion as she confronted her boyfriend Minwoo. Her stepdaughter Ra-im appeared beside him, a look of concern etched on her face. But it was too late. Su-ae had already sensed something amiss and demanded answers about their intentions with her. Photographs. The tension mounted as the trio gathered around the Jellypop phone, its screen revealing the shocking truth. Minwoo had been secretly collecting photos of Su-ae without her knowledge or consent. The air thickened with unspoken secrets as Su-ae's accusatory tone clashed with Minwoo's defensive excuses, their relationship hanging precariously in the balance. As the drama unfolded, Su-ae's inner turmoil poured out through a tapestry of turbulent thoughts and emotions. Her mind was a whirlwind of anxiety, frustration, and vulnerability, all swirling together in a maelstrom of self-doubt. It was as if her very soul was laid bare, exposing the deepest fears and insecurities that had been simmering just beneath the surface. Meanwhile, outside the confines of her own mental landscape, Su-ae found herself entangled in a heated confrontation with her stepsister Ra-im, who hurled biting barbs at her perceived meddling. Minwoo, ever the devoted suitor, rushed to Su-ae's defense, attempting to quell the growing tempest with his calming presence. As the trio clashed, the air was thick with tension, each word and gesture a deliberate strike in an ongoing battle for emotional dominance. And yet, amidst this maelstrom of emotions, Su-ae and Minwoo shared a fleeting moment of tenderness, a whispered promise that seemed to soothe her doubts and fears, leaving her feeling momentarily reassured and at peace. As the darkness was pierced by a sudden, inexplicable buzz, Su-ae Shim's life was about to take an unpredictable turn. She answered the phone, her curiosity piqued as she listened to the mysterious voice on the other end, claiming to be there to help her. The brief conversation set the stage for Su-ae's fateful encounter with the enigmatic Jellypop phone, a harbinger of supernatural events that would soon unfold and shake her very existence. As Su-ae Shim's locker swung open, a warm and inviting presence greeted her, the Jellypop phone, its friendly demeanor a stark contrast to the turmoil that lay ahead. The phone's gentle inquiry about whether she'd acquired a new device or something hinted at an intimate understanding of Su-ae's recent transformations. But as their conversation unfolded, the atmosphere shifted like the tide, the Jellypop phone's tone morphing into one of pressing urgency and subtle menace. Its probing questions pierced the air, implying that Su-ae had lost her footing, leaving her feeling disoriented and frustrated. As the scene drew to a close, the Jellypop phone's ominous warning lingered, casting a shadow over Su-ae's confused expression, a harbinger of the trials to come as she navigated the treacherous landscape of her own heart. As the misty veil of uncertainty lifted, Su-ae Shim's world was beset by a series of unsettling and enigmatic messages that seemed to materialize on her locker like specters. Flickering photographs vanished into thin air, leaving only haunting whispers of foreboding warnings. Love points running out. The cryptic notes hinted at a mysterious force exerting control over Su-ae's emotional well-being. Her anxiety grew as she struggled to decipher the ominous signs, her awareness of Minwoo's suffocating possessiveness and Ra-im's treachery slowly dawning on her like a creeping shadow. Meanwhile, the Jellypop phone, an enigmatic harbinger of love points' demands, loomed in the periphery, its presence a constant reminder of Su-ae's precarious emotional balance. As she teetered between self-preservation and the desperate need for human connection, Su-ae was compelled to confront the dark undercurrents of her relationships, grappling with the existential questions. What does she truly desire? What are her boundaries? And what must she do to reclaim control over her own emotional landscape? As Su-ae Shim delved into the mysteries of her locker, she stumbled upon an unexpected treasure, a peculiar pink flip phone that seemed to possess a life of its own. Initial excitement gave way to embarrassment as she realized the true nature of the gift. And with it, the phone's demands began to resound through the air. The device, seemingly sentient, issued threats, claiming that if Su-ae didn't comply with its whims, it would mete out a dreadful punishment. Feeling helpless and flustered, Su-ae sought refuge in Eunhyeok Go's presence. As he attempted to unravel the enigma of the phone's behavior, Su-ae's frustration boiled over, her emotions in turmoil as she struggled to make sense of the absurd situation unfolding before her. This pivotal moment marked the beginning of Su-ae's tumultuous journey with the Jellypop phone, as well as the seeds of a potential alliance or romantic connection with Eunhyeok Go. Set against the backdrop of the phone's relentless demands and manipulation, as Su-ae Shim's eyes scanned the mysterious message on her locker, her curiosity slowly gave way to concern. The words from the Jellypop phone seemed to whisper warnings about her love points, threatening to upend the delicate balance of her relationships. Memories of her past interactions with Minwoo flooded back, revealing a pattern of over-accommodation and unhappiness that had been simmering beneath the surface. But as Su-ae refocused on the present, her determination began to take shape. The scene then shifted to reveal Rarim's mocking gaze, a stark reminder of Su-ae's own insecurities. Yet, instead of letting her emotions get the better of her, Su-ae's resolve only strengthened. As she gazed directly at the camera, it was clear that this turning point marked the beginning of her journey towards self-discovery and empowerment, one where she would take control of her life and relationships with unwavering determination. As Su-ae Shim's mind wandered, a sense of trepidation crept over her. Was it possible that her boyfriend, Minwoo Kang, didn't truly care for her? The memories of their time together flooded her thoughts, like a gentle rain shower on a spring morning. Flashbacks of moments spent with Minwoo played out in her mind's eye, instances where he seemed distant, not really listening to or valuing her words. Her concerns intensified as she wondered if his behavior stemmed from a genuine lack of interest or was merely a byproduct of his busy schedule and extracurricular pursuits. As Su-ae's worries swirled like a whirlpool, the Jellypop phone in her locker suddenly came to life, its screen glowing with an eerie light. A warning message materialized, its cryptic words echoing through her mind. That should be the end of it. The ominous tone hung in the air like a dark cloud, casting a shadow over Su-ae's already fragile heart. In this pivotal moment, Su-ae's world was forever altered. The uncertainty surrounding her relationship with Minwoo had awakened a sense of foreboding, hinting at supernatural forces that would soon disrupt the harmony of her life. As she stood there, lost in thought, the Jellypop phone's warning seemed to reverberate through every fiber of her being, a harbinger of challenges yet to come. As the morning sun cast its warm glow on the bustling school corridors, Su-ae Shim's gaze fell upon her locker's mirror, where a series of enigmatic messages awaited her attention. The words, seemingly penned by an unknown author, later revealed to be the Jellypop phone, sent shivers down her spine as they threatened her very existence with ominous warnings of eradication. Initially, perplexed and perturbed, Su-ae's confusion gave way to determination as she grappled with the strange occurrences. As the scene unfolded, a quiet resolve took hold, transforming her from a hesitant individual who shied away from confrontation into someone more resolute and willing to take action. The Jellypop phone's menacing pronouncements infused an air of tension and urgency, foreshadowing a future replete with challenges that Su-ae would face head-on, marking a pivotal moment in her character development. As Su-ae Shim delved into her locker, she was met with an eerie discovery. A pink flip phone adorned with cryptic messages on its screen. The words, "Hats vid Evlons," danced before her eyes, as if taunting her with their meaninglessness. Her friend Minwoo's indifference only added to Su-ae's unease, and soon the mysterious device began to assert its presence, displaying provocative warnings like, "A stalker? A hacker?" and, "That Jellypop, it doesn't make any sense." The phone's enigmatic behavior had Su-ae questioning whether she was being stalked or hacked, her mind reeling with the possibilities. As the Jellypop phone continued to taunt her, Su-ae's frustration mounted, her confusion replaced by a growing sense of unease and trepidation. This pivotal moment marked a turning point for Su-ae, as she began to scrutinize her relationships and those around her, driven by a newfound determination to take control and uncover the truth behind the phone's mysterious machinations. As Su-ae Shim's mind whirred with uncertainty, she conjured a mental detective workroom, where suspects materialized like whispers in the darkness. A magnifying glass hovered, as if to scrutinize every thread of truth about her boyfriend Minu's behavior. The weight of her doubts grew too great, and Su-ae's thoughts spilled into words. Just so, the phrase faltered, unable to fully capture the turmoil brewing within. In a moment of vulnerability, she turned to the Jellypop phone, a confidant in anonymity, and poured out her insecurities. The digital silence listened attentively as Su-ae wrestled with her uncertainty, seeking guidance on how to navigate the uncertain terrain of their relationship. This pivotal moment marked a turning point in Su-ae's character, foreshadowing the conflicts that would soon beset her love life. As the narrative unfolded, Su-ae Shim found herself entwined in a tangled web of emotions. The cryptic messages on her phone, sent by an anonymous sender known only as the Jellypop phone, mercilessly highlighted the stark reality of her unrequited love for Minu. The texts dripped with a poignant sorrow, revealing to Su-ae that Minu's lack of interest in her was more than just a fleeting indifference. It was a profound disconnection. Her anguish was palpable as she struggled to reconcile the harsh truth with her own vulnerable hopes. Seeking solace and guidance, Su-ae confided in an unknown listener about Minu's latest cancellation, her voice heavy with despair. The Jellypop phone watched with calculating interest, its silent mouths whispering ominous warnings that another party was waiting in the wings. Someone who knew Minu better than he knew Su-ae. As if sensing the gravity of the situation, Su-ae's friend cautioned her to tread carefully, while the phone continued to taunt her with foreboding messages. In the end, Su-ae stood alone, her eyes dimmed by the weight of uncertainty and longing. The Jellypop phone lingered, its enigmatic presence foreshadowing the turbulent journey that lay ahead for Su-ae. As the narrative closed, it was clear that this moment marked a turning point in Su-ae's story. One where she would confront the darkness and uncertainty that had consumed her heart. As Su-ae Shim opened her locker, a sudden burst of pink caught her attention. A flip phone, its surface adorned with playful designs, materialized before her eyes. The device, imbued with a sentient spirit, began to converse with her in a tone that was equal parts mischievous and commanding. It introduced itself as the rare Jellypop phone, boasting about its uniqueness and rarity. With a hint of showmanship, it revealed a series of tantalizing visuals on its screen, as if teasing Su-ae with secrets yet to be uncovered. The phone's true intentions were quickly revealed, however, as it issued an ultimatum: increase her love points or face dire consequences. Su-ae's initial passivity was replaced by a sense of urgency, and she began to contemplate the gravity of the situation. As the Jellypop phone delivered its final enigmatic message, Su-ae's fate hung precariously in the balance, setting the stage for a transformative journey that would test her resolve, relationships, and ultimately, herself. As the locker door creaked shut behind her, Su-ae Shim slumped against the cold metal, her worried expression reflecting the turmoil brewing within. A crumpled note, its words a harsh reminder of her dwindling love life, fluttered in her hand like a wounded bird. The sudden criticism from the Jellypop phone had left her reeling, and its ominous warning, "You're not loved anymore," hung in the air like a palpable threat. As the silence stretched, Su-ae's anxiety grew, fueled by the relentless whispering of the phone, which seemed to revel in her distress. But as the minutes ticked by, something within Su-ae began to shift. The Jellypop phone's taunts goaded her into action, and with a newfound determination, she set out to reclaim control over her love life. As the dust settled, it was clear that this moment marked a turning point for Su-ae, a threshold beyond which lay a path of self-discovery, growth, and a deeper understanding of what truly mattered. The Jellypop phone's cruel promptings had triggered a transformation, propelling Su-ae forward with an unwavering resolve to forge her own destiny. As the school corridors emptied for the day, Su-ae Shim's eyes scanned the familiar landscape of her locker, her mind elsewhere. Suddenly, a glint of something unexpected caught her attention: Eunhyeok's phone, nestled among her own belongings as if by chance. Her curiosity piqued. Su-ae's gaze narrowed in on the device, her suspicions simmering just below the surface. With a deliberate slowness, she reached out and claimed it, her fingers closing around the phone like a vice. The air was heavy with tension as she turned to confront Eunhyeok, who stood frozen mere feet away. his eyes flashing with a mixture of defiance and calculation. The power dynamics between them shifted like tectonic plates, each seeking dominance in this fraught standoff. As the lesson progressed, Su-ae Shim struggled to stay engaged, her attention span dwindling as she clung to her devices. Her boyfriend Minwoo, attempting to intervene, strode into the classroom, his mission clear: to confiscate the phones that had taken hold of the students' attention. With calculated precision, he began collecting the devices, Su-ae's included, sparking a mixture of resistance and resignation from the students. Su-ae herself protested, feebly attempting to justify her phone-hoarding ways, only to be met with Minwoo's unwavering determination. Undeterred by Su-ae's frustration, he calmly explained his reasoning behind the experiment, a means to free the students' minds from the shackles of technology and focus on the lesson at hand. But Su-ae was having none of it, listing the perceived drawbacks of phone-free existence with increasing urgency, as if her very way of life hung in the balance. Minwoo, however, remained steadfast, ultimately ordering the students to leave the classroom, leaving Su-ae's phone addiction and its consequences lingering in the air like an unspoken challenge. As Su-ae Shim engaged in a casual conversation with her boyfriend Minwoo Kang through the digital realm, the suggestion was made to spend an evening at an internet cafe together. However, Su-ae's enthusiasm for this outing was short-lived, as she politely declined Minwoo's invitation due to a prior commitment, a tutor visit that required her attention. The simple and informal tone used in their exchange hinted at the familiar nature of their digital communication, as Su-ae prioritized her academic or personal obligations over a night out with Minwoo. This brief interaction offered a glimpse into her values and possibly her relationship dynamics with her partner, laying the groundwork for future interactions between them. As Su-ae Shim approached Minwoo in her serene surroundings, the air was thick with tension. The soft glow of candles and the sweet scent of flowers seemed to mock Su-ae's growing unease as she confronted Minwoo about her suspicions. Her words tumbled forth in a rush of accusation and distrust. But Minwoo remained imperturbable, her calm exterior only adding fuel to Su-ae's frustration. The cryptic message that slipped from Minwoo's lips like a whispered secret, "It's not about what you think it is," hung in the air like a challenge, leaving Su-ae feeling both perplexed and agitated. As she struggled to comprehend the enigmatic response, her emotions careened wildly out of control, setting the stage for a maelstrom of conflict and intrigue that would reverberate throughout the narrative. As Su-ae's mind wandered, she found herself lost in thoughts of Eunhyeok Go. Her thoughts a jumbled mix of likes and dislikes. The introspection was interrupted by the arrival of Minwoo Kang, who brought with him a gentle breeze that rustled the leaves of conversation. As they chatted, Su-ae attempted to steer the discussion away from personal topics, but her focus kept drifting back to the memories she shared with Eunhyeok Go. Though she tried to brush off her feelings, it was clear that their presence lingered in her mind like a gentle mist, refusing to dissipate as she struggled to concentrate on Minwoo's words. In this moment, Su-ae's inner turmoil came to the surface, revealing the depth of her emotions and the complexity of her thoughts about Eunhyeok Go. As Su-ae Shim packed her bags, a sense of trepidation hung in the air. She was poised to leave her boyfriend Minwoo, sensing the tension in their relationship and anticipating a confrontation that would soon unfold. The silence was broken only by the soft rustling of fabric as she folded her clothes, her mind preoccupied with the turmoil brewing beneath the surface. A text from Minwoo arrived, his query about her departure time a stark reminder that he was well aware of her plans to leave him behind. Su-ae's thoughts began to wander, drifting away from the present moment and towards Eunhyeok Go, an individual whose name had previously been linked in her mind to the mysterious events surrounding her stepsister Ra-im-do. As she stood at the door, a mix of emotions wrestled for dominance within her: uncertainty, doubt, and perhaps even a hint of fear. The decision to leave or stay hung precariously in the balance, as Su-ae's very existence seemed to hang by a thread, suspended between the past and the uncertain future. As Su-ae Shim's thoughts meandered through the labyrinth of her mind, a sense of unease settled in, like a wispy cloud drifting lazily across a summer sky. It was as if the very fabric of reality had been nudged askew, leaving her feeling off-kilter. The faint whisper of, "something strange happened today," hovered on the periphery of her consciousness, its cryptic message refusing to be ignored. Her mental gaze drifted to a jelly pop, its sugary sweetness momentarily hijacking her attention. Was it Eunhyeok Go's? She wondered. The question sent ripples through her thoughts as she mentally pored over their interactions, only to conclude that the sweet treat didn't belong to him after all. As her mind continued to churn with theories and what-ifs, Su-ae found herself ensnared in a web of uncertainty. The mysterious event that had transpired lingering like an unresolved riddle, its secrets refusing to be unearthed. As the physical education class unfolded, Su-ae Shim's mind was 1,000 miles away, still reeling from the shocking truth about her boyfriend Minu's infidelity. Her gaze drifted, as if she was staring into a distant haze, her thoughts consumed by the turmoil brewing within. The sounds of her classmates and the teacher's instructions blended together in a dull hum, lost on Su-ae as she struggled to process the revelation. The moment the instructor announced that participation was mandatory for a perfect gym grade, Su-ae's focus wavered once more, her thoughts careening back to the source of her distress. Minu and Eunhyeok Go, the two men whose actions had shattered her world. As frustration simmered just below the surface, Su-ae's emotions finally boiled over, unleashing a maelstrom of chaos in the midst of the class, a manifestation of the turmoil brewing within her very soul. As the announcement reverberated through the air, Su-ae Shim's eyes scanned the room with a mix of anxiety and uncertainty. She had no idea who she would be paired with for the partner dodgeball game, and her mind was racing with all the possibilities. A montage of potential pairings flashed before her eyes, each one conjuring up feelings of unease or discomfort. But just as Su-ae thought she couldn't take the suspense anymore, the moment of truth arrived. Her gaze locked onto Eunhyeok Go, a character who had initially piqued her curiosity, though his true intentions remained unclear. As their eyes met, Su-ae's expression betrayed a mix of surprise and unease, as if this pairing might not be exactly what she had hoped for. As Su-ae Shim engaged in a thoughtful conversation with Eunhyeok, the air was filled with the weight of uncertainty. The two friends exchanged candid remarks about the delicate balance between honesty and deception, their words tinged with a hint of self-doubt. Eunhyeok's casual admission that lying had become a normal part of his daily life raised questions about the fragility of trust, while Su-ae's cautious suggestion to play it normal revealed her own insecurities in navigating the complexities of relationships. Meanwhile, Minu's enigmatic presence loomed subtly in the background, a reminder of the power dynamics that would soon come into play. As the conversation unfolded, Su-ae found herself grappling with the intricacies of human connection, torn between the desire for authenticity and the need to navigate the treacherous waters of strategic manipulation. As Su-ae Shim's thoughts whirred with unease, a nagging sense of foreboding settled over her. Memories of Minu's questionable behavior began to resurface, threatening to undermine the fragile foundation of their relationship. Her mind replayed moments where Minu's words and actions seemed overly accommodating, bordering on insincerity. Su-ae's internal monologue grew more fervent, questioning Minu's true intentions behind his affable facade. The air was thick with tension as she carefully observed her boyfriend's every move, searching for clues that might expose the truth. And then, like a slow-burning fire, realization dawned on Su-ae. Her partnership with Minu might be built on shaky ground, constructed from half-truths and deceit. As the weight of her discovery settled upon her, Su-ae's world was forever altered, leaving her to confront the unsettling possibility that her love was founded on false pretenses. As Su-ae Shim wrestled with the turmoil brewing within her, a tangle of emotions unfolded like a stormy sea. Her thoughts churned with desperation, yearning to reclaim Minu's heart while grappling with the anguish of being second best. The air was thick with tension as she confided in her stepsister Ra-im, pouring out her feelings through snatches of conversation and body language that spoke volumes. But beneath the surface, a maelstrom of frustration built, threatening to burst forth at any moment. And then it did. Su-ae's pent-up emotions exploded in a torrent of humor and aggression, as she confronted Ra-im with a mix of cheeky wit. "Are you trying to rip my clothes off or something?" quote, and raw fury. "Just hit her super hard with the ball. Her legs. Go for her legs." Quote. The outcome was far from certain. But one thing was clear. Su-ae's inner turmoil had finally found a release. Even as the storm raged on. As Su-ae Shim's turbulent thoughts swirled within her mind, she found herself grappling with the intricacies of her own emotions. A poignant inner monologue unfolded. As she questioned the normalcy of feeling upset after a conversation with her boyfriend Minu. Her mental landscape was awash with doubts. Her thoughts meandering through the complexities of their relationship. She pondered how Minu's actions often left her feeling uncertain and pushed away, leaving her to wonder if this was indeed the natural ebb and flow of love. As she wrestled to make sense of her emotions, Su-ae's inner turmoil gave way to a moment of introspection. With an unspoken epiphany, she came to terms with the painful truth. Her feelings were raw and uncertain, fueled by the uncertainty that had begun to seep into her relationship with Minu. As Su-ae Shim's gaze drifted across the screen, her brow furrowed in concentration. She was determined to conquer this digital challenge. But her mind refused to cooperate. The sudden ping of a notification shattered the fragile calm. And Minu's snide words, "Quit being dramatic," pierced her like a sharp arrow. Su-ae's eyes darted to the screen, then back to her game, as she struggled to refocus. But Minu's taunts persisted, each new message a fresh distraction that left Su-ae's frustration simmering like a pot on the boil. Her thoughts began to stray to Eunhyeok, his enigmatic presence haunting her like a specter. Was he truly entwined in her troubles? Or just a figment of her own paranoid imagination? As the constant barrage of Minu's messages and Su-ae's racing thoughts reached a fever pitch, her patience finally snapped. With a decisive cry, she demanded that Minu finish whatever it was she wanted to say. As if the very words themselves were a physical presence that needed to be vanquished. In this moment, Su-ae's vulnerability and anxiety were laid bare, revealing a character torn asunder by her own doubts and uncertainties. As Su-ae Shim delved deep into her thoughts, Eunhyeok Go's enigmatic presence lingered in her mind, tangling with her growing unease about boyfriend Minu Kang. The tangled web of emotions within her was a jumble of affection and frustration. As she struggled to reconcile the tender moments with the hurtful behavior that had become all too familiar, her inner monologue revealed the truth. Minu was, in fact, such a jerk, his actions wearing down Su-ae's resilience like the relentless tides on the ocean. As she stood at the water's edge, her gaze drifting out to sea, Su-ae's turmoil reached its boiling point, the air thick with tension and uncertainty as the storm clouds of their toxic relationship gathered ominously on the horizon. As the threads of uncertainty entwined within Su-ae's mind, she found herself torn asunder by the conflicting tides of her emotions. Her thoughts swirled with the turmoil of self-doubt, questioning whether her connection to Minu was truly hers to claim. The whispers of Eunhyeok Go echoed softly in the recesses of her mind. A fleeting presence that momentarily usurped her attention before fading back into the shadows. And yet, amidst this maelstrom of introspection, Su-ae's gaze drifted inexorably towards Minu, his ambiguous emotions hovering like a veil, shrouding their relationship in mystery. As she wrestled with the demons of her own making, Su-ae's inner world became a kaleidoscope of conflicting desires and doubts, setting the stage for a journey of self-discovery that would forever reshape the contours of her heart. As Su-ae Shim gazed upon the photographs, her mind wrestled with the truth. She couldn't help but wonder what drove her to scrutinize images of Eunhyeok, a man whose presence in her life was as fleeting as a whispered secret. Memories of Minu and Ra-im, her complicated acquaintances, flooded her thoughts, their tense interactions a stark contrast to the serenity she sought. As she delved deeper into the mystery of Eunhyeok's involvement, Su-ae's thoughts became a maze of uncertainty, her sanity hanging precariously in the balance. Flashbacks of her encounters with Minu and Ra-im played out like a cautionary tale, warning her of the turmoil that lay ahead. And yet, she couldn't help but be drawn to the enigma that was Eunhyeok, his true nature shrouded in an air of secrecy. As Su-ae's inner monologue unfolded, it became clear that her emotional turmoil was only the beginning of a complex web of relationships and revelations that would soon unravel before her very eyes. As Su-ae Shim's emotions swirled in turmoil, the air was thick with tension. The aftermath of a minor incident hung heavy, like the faint scent of discord that had just been stirred. Her stepsister Ra-im approached her, trying to reason with the distraught young woman. But Su-ae's eyes were already flashing with defensiveness. Minwoo, Su-ae's boyfriend, intervened, asking what was wrong. And Su-ae's response was laced with indignation. She had done nothing wrong. After all, Ra-im tried to explain the situation. But Su-ae's excuses poured forth like a river in full flood, washing away any chance of understanding. Minwoo's words cut through the din, calling out Su-ae's behavior and urging her to apologize instead of trying to shift the blame. As the drama unfolded, Su-ae's personality traits were on full display, her defensiveness, her excuses making a glimpse into the complex workings of her heart. As Su-ae Shim reflected on her impulsive decision to strike Ra-im-do, she couldn't help but feel a deep regret for her actions. The weight of her mistake hung heavy in the air as Minwoo Kang approached her, his expression stern and unyielding. Su-ae's initial remorse gave way to defensiveness as Minwoo pressed her about the incident, his tone firm and unwavering. She grew increasingly flustered, her words tumbling out in a desperate attempt to justify her actions, downplaying the severity of the situation by pointing out Ra-im's status as just a classmate. But Minwoo remained steadfast, his seriousness only fueling Su-ae's emotional turmoil. As the tension mounted, Su-ae's tone began to soften, her apology laced with emojis. Smile, that seemed almost pleading in their attempt to defuse the situation. In this charged moment, the dynamics between Su-ae, Minwoo, and Ra-im came into sharp relief, revealing the complex web of emotions and relationships that bound them together. As the tension between Ra-im-do and Minwoo Kang simmered, Su-ae Shim found herself unwittingly caught in the midst of their heated discussion. The air was thick with unspoken emotions as Minwoo accused Ra-im of pressuring Su-ae to apologize for some perceived slight. Ra-im's fiery response sparked a debate about the rules of the ball game they had just played, with Minwoo insisting that certain things happened on the field and Su-ae shouldn't be expected to apologize for every infraction. As the disagreement escalated, Ra-im pointed out that they still emerged victorious and that Su-ae never complained about the rules beforehand. The debate reached a fever pitch when Minwoo cited a previous instance where hits to the face didn't count, effectively declaring their team the winner. Throughout the exchange, Su-ae's emotions remained enigmatic, leaving her true feelings ambiguous amidst the tumultuous argument between her boyfriend and stepsister. As Su-ae Shim turned to her friend Hannah, her concern etched across her face like a whispered secret. "Is your face okay?" she asked, the words barely above a whisper. Hannah's reassuring smile was a balm to Su-ae's troubled soul, but it couldn't wash away the lingering pain of her recent conflict with Minwoo. The sting of their argument still lingered, like an open wound that refused to heal. With a heavy sigh, Su-ae confided in Hannah about the harsh words and biting tone Minwoo had unleashed during their disagreement. The weight of their conversation hung in the air, a palpable reminder that some wounds would take time to mend. As Su-ae revealed the depth of her pain, her voice trembled with vulnerability, exposing the tender spots where her heart had been wounded by Minwoo's cruel words. This intimate moment between friends was a testament to the power of human connection and the strength it takes to confront the darkness within our relationships. As the quiet contemplation of her solitary room enveloped Su-ae Shim, a tangle of emotions swirled within her. The weight of responsibility towards her stepsister, Ra-im, who struggled to find employment, bore down upon her conscience. This internal turmoil was further complicated by her deep affection for Minwoo, her boyfriend. As she sat amidst the somber atmosphere of her own thoughts, Su-ae's emotional state hung precariously in balance. Her interactions with Minwoo only served to exacerbate this inner conflict, as she seemed detached and preoccupied in their conversations. A respite from these feelings came when Su-ae shared her burdens with Eunhyeok over a cup of coffee, finally unburdening herself of the guilt and frustration that had been building within her. As the moments passed, Su-ae's reflections turned inward once more, her emotional turmoil a testament to the complexities of her relationships and the struggles she faced. As Su-ae Shim's thoughts swirled like a tempestuous sea, she found herself lost in contemplation. The weight of her emotions threatened to consume her, as she wondered if the man she held dear, Minwoo, would still harbor affection for her should he behold her vulnerability. With trepidation, She questioned aloud whether this was the opportune moment to bare her soul and reveal the truth that had been hidden away like a precious jewel. And yet, even as she pondered the uncertainty of their relationship, her mind began to wander, conjuring up scenarios where Minu's words and actions might unfold should he discover her deepest secret. In this tumultuous inner world, Su-ae's doubts and fears wrestled with the fragile threads of hope, leaving her torn between the desire for honesty and the fear of rejection. As the evening wore on, Su-ae Shim endeavored to mend the rift that had developed between her and Minu Kang. Her boyfriend, clearly distressed by some misunderstanding that had occurred earlier, stood alone, his countenance a reflection of his turmoil. Su-ae approached him with a mix of regret and longing, her words pouring out like a gentle stream as she sought to soothe the hurt she had caused. The air was heavy with the weight of unspoken emotions. But just as it seemed that the two were on the cusp of finding common ground, Ra-im-do and Eunhyeok Go appeared, their timing eerily coinciding with Su-ae's attempts at reconciliation. With their arrival, the delicate dance between Su-ae and Minu was disrupted, leaving the outcome of their conversation shrouded in uncertainty. As Su-ae Shim gazed wistfully at cherished memories of her time with Minu, the warmth of their shared moments began to fade. Her thoughts turned to the present, where she felt suffocated by Minu's possessiveness and lack of communication. The air grew thick with tension as Su-ae confronted Minu about her feelings, pouring out her frustrations and disappointments in a heated exchange that left neither party unscathed. Minu's defensiveness only fueled the flames, until finally, Su-ae reached her breaking point and declared she needed space to re-evaluate their relationship. With that, she bid farewell to Minu, marking a turning point as she embarked on a journey of self-reflection and growth, her priorities shifting like the sands of time. As the sun began to set on another day in the lives of Minu and Su-ae, a subtle shift in tone became palpable. The air was thick with anticipation as Minu took the first step towards mending their fractured bond. A gentle tap on Su-ae's phone screen brought her attention to a text message from Minu, asking if she had cooled down enough to put aside their earlier differences. The clock struck 3:18 p.m. as Su-ae's response arrived, its contents a testament to the lingering embers of her anger. Undeterred by the fiery tone, Minu attempted to douse the flames with an apologetic emoji, and extended an olive branch in the form of a movie invitation. As the silence between them was punctuated only by the ticking of time, Su-ae's emotions and reactions remained shrouded in mystery, leaving Minu to await her response with bated breath. The fragile dance between them hinted at a possible reconciliation, as they navigated the delicate balance of their feelings amidst the backdrop of their tumultuous relationship. As Su-ae Shim stood lost in thought, her mind was a maelstrom of doubts and fears about her relationship with Minu. The memory of their conversation about marriage lingered, casting a shadow over her thoughts like a dark cloud on a stormy day. Her gaze drifted to a cherished photograph of the two of them together, a poignant reminder of the love they shared. But even that tender moment couldn't distract her from the turmoil brewing within. As she struggled to process her emotions, Su-ae's friends Ra-im and Eunhyeok arrived, attempting to lighten the mood with carefree chatter. Yet, despite their efforts, Su-ae's anxiety about Minu's true intentions only intensified, fixating on the possibility that he might be hiding ulterior motives behind his proposal. As the scene drew to a close, Su-ae's worried expression betrayed her uncertainty, her thoughts consumed by the uncertainty of her future and the fragility of her relationship with Minu. As the sun rises over the bustling streets, Su-ae Shim's day begins with a quiet determination. She wakes up to the gentle hum of morning routine, gradually getting dressed and fueling up for the day ahead. The bus ride becomes her personal sanctuary, where she loses herself in the pages of a book, testament to her love for intellectual pursuits. Her work environment is a hive of activity, yet Su-ae remains focused on her tasks, her dedication unwavering. In fleeting moments, we catch glimpses of her loving relationship with Minu Kang, their interactions radiating warmth and affection. As the day draws to a close, Su-ae's thoughts turn inward, reflecting on the significance of her daily routine and the realization that this novel's main character is, indeed, herself. This poignant introduction serves as a masterful tapestry, weaving together threads of personality, values, and relationships, setting the stage for a rich exploration of Su-ae's character throughout the narrative. As the sun set on another day, Su-ae Shim found herself caught in a tender moment with her boyfriend, Min Kang. Their conversation was laced with a mix of warmth and hesitation as Min issued instructions before departing for his cleaning duty. With a sense of trepidation, Su-ae asked him to hurry up, her voice tinged with a hint of longing as she looked forward to spending quality time with her stepsister, Ra-im-do. Later that day, Minu's reassuring words, promising not to take too long and leaving Su-ae behind if he tarried, served as a gentle reminder of the importance of their relationship in Su-ae's life. As the scene unfolded, it became clear that this was more than just a casual conversation, it was a testament to the deep emotional connection shared between these two characters. As Su-ae's thoughts drifted back to the last time she and her boyfriend Minu had shared a romantic evening together, a pang of uncertainty crept in. It had been far too long since they'd enjoyed quality time as a couple. She pondered aloud what could have driven them apart, her mind whirling with possibilities. Meanwhile, in the classroom where Minu now stood, an air of surprise hung thickly over his usually composed demeanor. Su-ae's curiosity piqued. She shifted her attention to the commotion unfolding before her eyes, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm orange glow over the bustling streets. Su-ae Shim's thoughts were consumed by the weight of her past. The sound of Eunhyeok's apologetic words hung in the air like the sweet scent of blooming flowers, regretful whispers that only served to stir the embers of longing within her. It was as if the universe had conspired against her, aligning the stars to bring Minu into her orbit once more. The memories came flooding back, a tidal wave of what-ifs and maybes crashing against the shores of her soul. Eunhyeok's words, laced with self-criticism, served as a catalyst for Su-ae's introspection, unlocking the floodgates of her emotions. As she stood there, lost in thought, the world around her melted away, leaving only the echoes of her inner turmoil and the unspoken desires that lingered unresolved. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm orange glow over the quiet atmosphere, Su-ae Shim found herself pouring her heart out to her stepsister Ra-im. The air was thick with emotional vulnerability as they sat together, their words hanging like delicate petals on the breeze. Su-ae's concerns about their mother and the strain it put on their relationship spilled forth like a long-held secret, and Ra-im listened intently, her gaze piercing with understanding. As the conversation unfolded, the sisters delved deeper into the complexities of their family dynamics, their candid exchange weaving a tapestry of love, frustration, and acceptance. In this intimate moment, Su-ae and Ra-im found solace in each other's words, their bond strengthened by the raw honesty that flowed between them like a gentle stream. As Su-ae Shim's life unfolded before her, a sense of desperation hung in the air. Her relationship with Min Kang was on shaky ground, with him showing little to no affection for his neglected girlfriend. The strain was palpable as she wrestled with the consequences of being overlooked, her unhappiness simmering just below the surface. The sudden arrival of an unknown caller on her Jellypop phone served as a wake-up call, threatening to expose her low love points to the world. With her emotions in turmoil, Su-ae became resolute about taking action, and fast determined to boost her love points. She set out to convince someone to be her partner in a desperate bid to salvage her social standing. Eunhyeok Go, her friend, proved initially hesitant but eventually agreed to help concoct a plan to manipulate Minu into being more affectionate. The two hatched a scheme, the seeds of which would likely sow discord and upheaval in their relationships moving forward. As Su-ae and Eunhyeok made their plans, the stage was set for a tangled web of emotions, alliances, and consequences that would play out in the days to come. As Su-ae Shim sat alone in her room, her worried expression hinted at a sense of unease that had been building within her. Suddenly, she was convinced that someone was whispering to her, their soft murmurs piercing the silence, though it proved to be just her imagination playing tricks on her. The fleeting fear lingered, kindling a spark of paranoia within her. As the moments ticked by, Su-ae's unease grew, fueled by an unsettling series of events that left her feeling increasingly spooked and disoriented. With each eerie whisper, her anxiety mounted, until she found herself consumed by the dark uncertainty that surrounded her. In the end, Su-ae emerged from this harrowing experience with a heightened sense of paranoia. Forever changed by the whispers in the darkness that had awakened a deep-seated fear within her. As the darkness deepened, the ominous tone of the Jellypop phone hung heavy in the air. Its menacing presence weighing heavily on Su-ae Shim's fragile psyche. Her once bright eyes now clouded with worry and frustration. She struggled to formulate a plan to salvage her love points and avoid catastrophe. The sting of Minu's neglect still fresh. Su-ae's desperation grew as she considered drastic measures, perhaps fabricating a romantic connection or resorting to other last-ditch efforts to turn the tide. Yet, despite her best efforts, her thoughts were repeatedly interrupted by the Jellypop phone's taunting jabs, its words dripping with malice as it emphasized the gravity of Su-ae's predicament. If she didn't comply, the consequences would be dire. As the tension mounted, Su-ae found herself trapped in a desperate bid to survive, her emotions on a razor's edge as she teetered precariously between hope and despair. As Su-ae Shim's eyes locked onto Minu, she poured out her heart, suggesting a night at the movies together that would surely bring them closer. The warmth of her words was met with an icy reception. However, as Minu's apathy and disinterest hung in the air like a challenge to be overcome, Su-ae's enthusiasm began to wane, replaced by disappointment and frustration as she struggled to grasp Minu's indifference. As the moment drew to a close, Su-ae's desperation grew, her emotions hanging precariously in the balance as Minu remained impervious to their relationship's precarious state. The air was heavy with unspoken tension, setting the stage for a tumultuous future as these two souls navigated the treacherous landscape of their bond. As the sun cast its gentle glow on the bustling streets, Su-ae Shim found herself at a crossroads, her mind a maelstrom of conflicting emotions. Standing outside, she was torn between the urge to confront the elephant in the room, or rather, the lingering unease in her relationship with Minu, and the temptation to avoid the situation. Altogether, her friend Eunhyeok, sensing Su-ae's turmoil, probed her about her intentions, urging her to take action. But Su-ae's resolve was wavering, her thoughts a jumble of doubts and fears. As the conversation unfolded, Su-ae's defensive instincts kicked in, and she skillfully deflected attention from her own emotional state by questioning Eunhyeok's curiosity about her feelings. In the end, Su-ae opted for a more escapist route, deciding to lose herself in a movie rather than confront the uncertain terrain of her relationship. As Su-ae Shim gazed into Minu Kang's eyes, she felt an unsettling sense of discomfort wash over her. It was as if he was staring at her with a mixture of pity and apathy, his very gaze suffocating her emotions. Her unease turned to indignation when she realized Minu wasn't even bothering to say what was on his mind, instead choosing to silently judge her. Su-ae's frustration boiled over, and she confronted him about his pathetic behavior, her words dripping with disdain. Minu's defensive response only fueled the fire, as he attempted to speak up but was promptly cut off by Su-ae's sharp tongue. The conversation quickly escalated into a heated argument, with Su-ae pressing Minu for honest answers about his feelings and intentions towards her. As the tension mounted, Su-ae reached a breaking point, realizing she'd had enough of Minu's poor treatment. With a resolute determination, she ended their relationship, marking a turning point in her character development. The confrontation had awakened a newfound sense of independence and self-awareness within her, setting the stage for future relationships that would be built on her own terms. As Su-ae Shim's thoughts meandered through her mind, she found herself pondering the presence of Eunhyeok in her life. The idea of a movie night with him flitted through her imagination, only to be swiftly dismissed as she acknowledged the impossibility of trying to create distance between Minu and Eunhyeok. With a mixture of resolve and resignation, Su-ae opted for a safer route, convincing herself that it was best to maintain the status quo by pretending nothing had transpired. The suggestion that Eunhyeok and her stepsister Ra-im venture out without her, citing a cram school session as an excuse, was a calculated move meant to avoid any potential conflicts or misunderstandings. As Su-ae's thoughts unfolded like a delicate dance, she ultimately chose to prioritize harmony over the uncertainty of exploring her feelings further. As Su-ae Shim's agitation grew, she found herself at the mercy of a demanding Jellypop phone. Its cold, digital tone piercing her ear. Her love points were woefully low, and the Jelly Pop's constant reminders only served to further deflate her spirits. In a desperate bid to boost her score, Su-ae turned to Eunhyeok, sharing her harebrained scheme to fabricate a cheating scandal involving Minwoo. Eunhyeok, seemingly enthralled by the prospect of mischief, agreed to play along, and together they hatched a plan to make it appear as though Minwoo was caught red-handed in an act of infidelity. As they put their ruse into action, however, the situation rapidly unraveled, with Ra-im intervening just in time to foil Su-ae's scheme. The normally stoic Minwoo was incensed by her perceived betrayal, and the once turbulent waters of Su-ae's love life became even more turbulent still, as the tangled web of relationships continued to ensnare all parties involved. As Su-ae Shim confronted her stepsister Ra-im about the suspicious kiss shared with Minwoo, the air was charged with tension. Initially perplexed by the sudden revelation, Su-ae's confusion gave way to indignation as she struggled to comprehend what could have possessed Ra-im to confide in another. However, Minwoo's evasive maneuvers and attempts to steer the conversation elsewhere only fueled Su-ae's growing frustration. Her patience finally exhausted, Su-ae took matters into her own hands by grasping Minwoo's face with a firm determination, demanding answers that had been elusively out of reach. Minwoo was taken aback by Su-ae's bold move, and the moment ended on a note of subtle admiration emanating from him. This pivotal scene laid bare the intricate dynamics at play within the narrative, showcasing Su-ae's unyielding drive for truth, Ra-im's conflicted behavior, and Minwoo's unwitting obliviousness to the unfolding drama. The sequence of events thus set the stage for further conflict and character development, propelling the story forward with an air of intensity and anticipation. As the winter-born Eunhyeok Go good-naturedly confessed his perpetual "git" status, Su-ae Shim couldn't resist playfully teasing him about needing a crash course in life. Their light-hearted banter evolved into a discussion on the mysteries of first kisses and practice runs, or so Eunhyeok thought. But when Su-ae casually revealed she'd already had her share of smooching experiences, the conversation took an unexpected turn, leaving Eunhyeok bewildered. As they delved into the nuances of French kissing versus mere pecks, their giggles and snickers filled the air. Yet, beneath the surface, Su-ae's frustration simmered as she struggled to come to terms with her growing embarrassment about sharing such personal details, with Eunhyeok still grappling with the complexities of romantic gestures. This endearing exchange served as a poignant reminder of their blossoming connection and the intricacies of young love. As the tender moments unfolded, Su-ae Shim found herself pouring out her heart to her stepsister Ra-im. The air was filled with the gentle hum of vulnerability as Su-ae confessed her burgeoning feelings for Minwoo Kang. Her words tangled in a delicate dance of self-doubt and uncertainty. Ra-im's playful jabs only served to further stir the emotional pot, as she goaded Su-ae about her lack of experience in the realm of romance, her teasing laced with a dash of sibling familiarity. With each passing moment, Su-ae's concerns crystallized. Was she truly ready for the intimate connection she craved with Minwoo? The weight of her perceived immaturity hung heavy on her shoulders, threatening to suffocate her emotional growth. Yet, in the midst of this introspective maelstrom, Ra-im's wise words cut through the noise, urging Su-ae to gaze inward and confront the very real challenges that lay ahead. As the conversation drew to a close, Su-ae's inner turmoil slowly began to settle, replaced by a quiet determination to navigate the uncharted territories of her own heart. As Su-ae Shim delved into the latest taunt from the Jellypop phone, a mix of emotions swirled within her. The mocking message, a constant reminder of her single status, had reached a fever pitch, threatening to expose her love life on social media if she didn't boost her love points within 3 days. Su-ae's initial reaction was one of distress and frustration, as the weight of the situation bore down upon her. In a moment of vulnerability, she sought out Eunhyeok Go, confiding in him about the tormenting message. With his guidance, they hatched a plan to elevate her love points by orchestrating a fake cheating scandal, aiming to make Su-ae appear more alluring to potential suitors. Though initially hesitant, Su-ae eventually agreed to go along with the scheme, marking a turning point in her journey as she began to take charge of her life and resist the Jellypop phone's relentless bullying. As the morning sunshine cast its gentle glow, Su-ae Shim found herself entangled in a delicate dance of deception. With an air of conviction, she professed her supposed romance with Eunhyeok to her unsuspecting friends, who responded with knowing grins and playful jabs. The usually reserved Eunhyeok, caught off guard by the sudden intimacy, sheepishly surrendered to Su-ae's whims, his words dripping with an undercurrent of flirtation that left her friends giggling and Su-ae's heart racing. Just as their laughter began to fade, a shrill, candy-coated warning pierced the air, the Jellypop phone's relentless reminder that Su-ae's love points hung precariously in the balance, threatening to unravel the very fabric of her existence. As if the weight of her worries wasn't already crushing her, Minu's carefree arrival only served to exacerbate Su-ae's emotional turmoil, his obliviousness a poignant contrast to the desperation brewing beneath her surface. In this precarious balance of truth and fabrication, Su-ae found herself trapped in a web of her own making, her desires and doubts swirling in a maddening dance that would forever shape the trajectory of her journey. As Su-ae Shim stormed into the midst of her turbulent relationship, a confrontation was brewing between her and her boyfriend Minu. The air was thick with tension as she confronted him about something fundamentally wrong, her eyes blazing with an intensity that hinted at the turmoil building within. Minu's defensive response only fueled the fire, as he insisted on nothing being amiss, his words dripping with a casual nonchalance that further enraged Su-ae. Her frustration and anger boiled over as she demanded to know if Minu found it amusing to make her appear foolish in front of others. The atmosphere grew more charged by the moment, like a powder keg waiting to be ignited. Then, the unthinkable truth was finally revealed. Minu's infidelity had been hiding in plain sight, his betrayal masked by a kiss shared with another. The gravity of this revelation sent Su-ae's world crashing down around her, marking a turning point in her relationship with Minu and foreshadowing the tumult that would soon ensue. As the weight of suspicion settled upon her like a shroud, Su-ae Shim's unease began to simmer just below the surface. It started with a jumble of fragmented thoughts, whispers of paranoia that crept into her mind like a thief in the night. The memories of Minu Kang and their unsettling encounter swirled together with the nagging feeling that someone was watching her every move. Ra-imdu's calculating gaze seemed to haunt her, fueling Su-ae's growing anxiety as she struggled to piece together the motivations behind her stepsister's cryptic smiles. And then, like a whispered secret in the darkness, came the sense of being watched, the feeling that someone knew her every step and move. The air grew thick with tension as Su-ae's mind raced with questions. Who was watching her? What did they want from her? And why did it feel like the very walls were closing in around her, suffocating her with an unshakable sense of dread? As Su-ae Shim stormed into Minu's apartment, the air was thick with tension. Her eyes blazed with a determined fire as she confronted the man she thought she knew. Minu, initially trying to deflect her concerns, soon found himself facing the unyielding gaze of his upset girlfriend. The atmosphere grew more charged as Su-ae pressed for truth, refusing to back down until Minu finally surrendered, confessing the unthinkable. He had been secretly entwined with Ra-im behind Su-ae's back. The revelation shattered the fragile trust between them, leaving Su-ae reeling from the betrayal. As she stormed out of the apartment, the weight of her heartache hung heavy in the air, a stark reminder that nothing would ever be the same again. As the morning sun struggled to penetrate the gloom, Su-ae Shim lay entwined in a tangled mess of sheets, her body seemingly rooted to the bed. Her stepsister Ra-im's firm grasp on her shoulders was all it took to rouse Su-ae from her slumber. And she emerged groggily, her eyes puffy and heavy-lidded from a sleepless night. Ra-im couldn't help but notice Su-ae's state, her voice laced with disapproval as she scolded her for being late once again. As Su-ae struggled to free herself from the clutches of sleep, her movements sluggish and labored, Ra-im's frustration mounted, her words dripping with annoyance as she chided Su-ae for her perpetual tardiness. The air was thick with tension as these two women, bound by ties of family and obligation, navigated their morning routine amidst a backdrop of conflict and discord. As Su-ae Shim's thoughts swirled with the weight of her discovery, she gazed upon the reality of Minu Kang's infidelity. It was as if the very fabric of their relationship had been rent asunder, revealing a web of deceit woven by his treachery. The news, courtesy of an unknown source, possibly the enigmatic Jellypop phone, had left her reeling, searching for a foothold in the turmoil that now beset her heart. And so, with a calculated deliberation, Su-ae decided to confront Minwoo, her hand rising to slap him sharply across the face, as if the act itself would somehow conjure a solution from the chaos. But it was not until she declared her intention to sever their ties, effectively ending their relationship, that Su-ae found the resolve to extricate herself from the wreckage of their love, paving the way for a new chapter in her life. As Su-ae Shim's thoughts swirled in turmoil, her face contorted in a mix of anguish and indecision. The weight of recent events had left an indelible mark on her psyche, making it difficult for her to confront the truth about her relationships. A deep-seated rift seemed to have formed between her and someone she once held dear, prompting her to consider a drastic change, severing all ties with this person forevermore. But as she grappled with the uncertainty of such a decision, Su-ae's mind began to wander back to Minwoo, her boyfriend, whose fate now hung precariously in the balance. The thought of breaking up with him sent ripples of anxiety coursing through her being. Yet she knew that staying together would only lead to further heartache and confusion. As the emotional stakes mounted, Su-ae's attention turned inevitably to Ra-im, her enigmatic stepsister, whose presence seemed to hold a mysterious allure that threatened to upend the carefully constructed boundaries of her relationships forever. The air was thick with tension as Su-ae stood at the crossroads, poised to make choices that would reshape the very fabric of her existence. As the dimly lit hallway seemed to reverberate with an unspoken warning, "Don't let just anyone into your home," Su-ae Shim's mind was flooded with the weight of her own tragic past memories of her father's sudden departure, leaving her mother to raise her alone, and the devastating accident that took her mother's life. All came rushing back. The emotional toll of being raised without a paternal figure had left an indelible mark on Su-ae, making her vulnerable to the uncertainties of the world around her. As she stood at the threshold of making a crucial decision, whether or not to evict Ra-im from their shared home, the ghosts of her past seemed to whisper cautionary tales in her ear, foreshadowing the tumultuous path that lay ahead. As the weight of her emotions crushed her, Su-ae Shim's eyes welled up with tears. The air was heavy with tension as she struggled to come to terms with the turmoil brewing within her. It seemed that a conversation or event earlier had left her reeling, her mind a jumble of uncertainty and doubt. Suddenly, Minwoo Kang appeared on the scene, his nonchalant demeanor only serving to deepen Su-ae's distress. His flippant remark about her swollen eyes was like salt poured into an open wound, leaving her feeling embarrassed and vulnerable. The dam finally broke, and Su-ae's frustrations spilled out in a torrent of words, revealing her deep-seated feelings of inadequacy and dullness that had been simmering beneath the surface. "My life has been uneventful and dull up to this point. Just as it seemed things couldn't get any more turbulent." Eunhyeok Go burst onto the scene, sensing Su-ae's emotional state and steering the conversation towards the upcoming English vocabulary quiz. Minwoo's offer to share test answers later only served to further highlight his lack of empathy or understanding towards Su-ae's feelings. But in this moment of crisis, Su-ae began to awaken to a newfound sense of determination and desire for change, marking a pivotal turning point in her journey towards self-discovery and transformation. As Su-ae Shim stood still, her gaze drifted to the loose shoelace on her foot, a symbol of the turmoil brewing within. Her mind was a jumble of emotions, torn between her loyalty to Minwoo and the growing attraction she felt towards Eunhyeok. The whispers of self-doubt and frustration swirled in her thoughts, a cacophony of conflicting desires. In this moment, Su-ae's introspection seemed to consume her, as if she was trapped in a maelstrom of uncertainty. Her mental turmoil continued to unfold, punctuated by the occasional thought bubble that floated through her mind like wisps of cloud on a windy day. Just as it seemed Su-ae would be forever lost in this internal struggle, Ra-im appeared, sensing the distress and probing for answers. The air was thick with anticipation, hinting at the drama that was to come. As the morning sun cast its gentle glow, Su-ae Shim found herself in a flurry of frustration. She had forgotten her school supplies at home, a minor mishap that would leave her scrambling to catch up with her friends. With a heavy sigh, She apologized and stayed behind, lamenting her current streak of bad luck. Little did she know, her misfortunes were only just beginning. Minu appeared on the scene, her sharp tongue lashing out as she chastised Su-ae for being late once again. The criticism stung, but Su-ae swallowed her pride and followed Minu's instructions to participate in a grueling group exercise routine. As she went through the motions, squatting alongside her friends, Su-ae's vulnerability was laid bare. Her struggles to get out of bed on time had become a metaphor for the broader challenges she faced in her relationships with Minu and Ra-im, a constant reminder that even the smallest setbacks can have far-reaching consequences. As Su-ae Shim arrived at the designated location, she was met with an unexpected situation. Something had come up, and her expression conveyed the turmoil brewing within. The clouds above seemed to mirror her confused state of mind, as if the very heavens were mirroring her inner turmoil. It wasn't long before Minu Kang appeared, his face a picture of discontent, his body language screaming frustration. The air was thick with tension as he scolded Su-ae for choosing the wrong day to be late, the weight of this particular moment hanging precariously in the balance. The significance of this day hung like a cloud over their relationship, its import not lost on either party. As the scene drew to a close, the atmosphere was heavy with conflict and tension, foreshadowing the tumult that would soon engulf Su-ae's world. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Su-ae Shim sat alone on the track, her thoughts consumed by the complexities of her relationships. Her hood up, she was lost in contemplation, her mind racing with emotions she struggled to comprehend. The silence was palpable as she grappled with the mysteries of her own heart. But it soon became clear that simply going through the motions, like her habitual squat laps, wouldn't provide the answers she so desperately sought. With a newfound resolve, Su-ae made a deliberate choice to venture beyond the superficial and instead embark on a journey of deeper self-discovery. As the darkness gathered around her, she steeled herself for the challenge ahead, ready to confront the intricacies of her own emotions and relationships head-on. As Su-ae Shim's emotions overflowed, she stormed into the room where her boyfriend, Minu, was waiting. The air was thick with tension as she confronted him about his behind-the-scenes barbs, her words laced with hurt and anger. Minu tried to downplay the situation, but Su-ae refused to back down, demanding that he communicate openly with her instead of hiding hurtful truths. As their conversation escalated, Su-ae's emotions reached a boiling point, her face flushing with frustration as she grew more upset by Minu's dismissive attitude. In a dramatic climax, Su-ae ordered Minu to stop gazing at her with pitying eyes, the power dynamic between them shifting like a stormy sea. This pivotal moment marked a turning point in their relationship, setting the stage for the tumultuous journey ahead as Su-ae navigated her feelings and boundaries. As the truth began to seep into the cracks of Su-ae's soul, she confronted Minu with a gaze that burned with a fierce intensity. The air was heavy with the weight of unspoken words and unhealed wounds as Su-ae accused Minu of manhandling those around him without their consent. But it was too late. The damage had already been done. Flashbacks of past traumas resurfaced, washing over Su-ae like a torrent of bitter memories. Her eyes, once bright with hope, now dimmed with the pain of realization. She had been silenced for far too long. The confrontation unfolded like a slow-burning fire, consuming everything in its path. In this moment, Su-ae's anger and hurt boiled over, a cathartic release that marked the beginning of her journey towards liberation from Minu's grasp. As the sun began to set, Su-ae Shim found herself in a precarious predicament, struggling to scale the worn fence that stood between her and freedom. Her determination to overcome this obstacle was palpable, but it seemed she needed a helping hand, or rather, two. With Ra-im by her side, Su-ae proposed they seek assistance together, their bond strengthened by their shared desire to avoid trouble. And so, they approached Minu, Su-ae's trusted ally, with a collaborative request to help them clear the fence's daunting height. As they framed their plea as a joint endeavor rather than a solitary ask, it became clear that these three individuals were about to embark on a journey of mutual support and potential conflict. Meanwhile, a subtle hint at Eunhyeok's presence whispered through the thoughts of Su-ae's mind, suggesting this enigmatic figure might play a pivotal role in the drama yet to unfold. As Su-ae Shim entered the classroom, her disheveled appearance drew the attention of her peers. The room fell silent as whispers and snickers spread like wildfire, their gazes lingering on her worn attire. Minu Kang, her boyfriend, couldn't resist the opportunity to mock her, his condescending tone dripping with sarcasm as he suggested she change before class ended. Su-ae's eyes welled up with tears of shame and embarrassment, her face burning with humiliation. The air was thick with tension as the classroom fell under the weight of her distress. In the end, Su-ae slunk away, defeated and dejected, while Minu Kang wore a smug expression, seemingly unrepentant for his cruel words. This pivotal moment marked a turning point in Su-ae's life, foreshadowing the conflicts that would soon arise within herself and with her loved ones, including Ra-im-do, her stepsister, whose involvement would undoubtedly shape the story's trajectory. As the uncertainty swirling within her began to dissipate, Su-ae Shim reached out to an enigmatic presence, seeking guidance on how to confront the daunting challenge ahead. The mysterious entity, seemingly emanating from the Jellypop phone, responded with a series of cryptic visual cues and emoticons, urging Su-ae to seize control and rise to the occasion with a single bold move. Though initially hesitant, Su-ae's resolve began to harden as she echoed phrases like, "ya is," and "ovesfoyw," trademark, her tone, growing more confident with each passing moment. And finally, with a resolute declaration of readiness, Su-ae announced her newfound determination, signaling the inception of a profound transformation, one that would soon propel her from a timid pushover to a more assertive individual, poised to tackle even the most formidable obstacles. As the troubled thoughts lingered on her face, Su-ae Shim stepped into the hallway, her mind still reeling from the conversation with Minu Kang that had left her feeling upset. The moment she approached him, standing alongside Ra-im-do, it was clear that something was amiss. Minu's evasive demeanor and dismissive tone only served to fan the flames of Su-ae's frustration, as she confronted him about his lack of understanding and emotional unavailability. Her words poured out like a torrent, expressing her deepest concerns. Never had she thought him an idiot, but now it seemed he didn't care about her feelings at all. The exchange rapidly escalated into a heated argument, with Ra-im-do watching on, seemingly unaffected by the turmoil unfolding before her. Su-ae's efforts to bridge the emotional chasm between them only proved futile, as Minu's continued lack of understanding and empathy only exacerbated the issue. As the dust settled, it was clear that this confrontation had marked a turning point in their relationship, one that would have far-reaching consequences for Su-ae and her desire for genuine connection with Minu. As Su-ae's eyes scanned the familiar digits on her phone, a storm brewed within her. Her expression twisted in a mix of confusion and concern as she confronted Minu about the suspicious texts that had been plaguing her mind. The questions poured out of her like a dam breaking, each one revealing her growing unease and emotional investment in their relationship. But beneath the surface tension, Su-ae's words betrayed a glimmer of insight, a suspicion that Minu might not be the paragon he seemed to be, but rather a wolf in sheep's clothing. As the conversation unfolded, Su-ae's frustration mounted, until finally, she drew a line in the sand and walked away from the toxic relationship. Her heart heavy with hurt feelings but her spirit buoyed by a newfound sense of self-respect. This pivotal moment marked a turning point in Su-ae's character arc, as she shed her passive skin like a worn cloak, revealing a stronger, more resilient individual beneath. As the echoes of desperation still lingered in the air, Su-ae Shim stood frozen in front of her locker, her gaze fixed on the jellyphone's glassy surface. Her frustration and helplessness had reached a boiling point, like a pot left unattended on the stove. Suddenly, her attention was piqued by Ra-im's frantic waving of a piece of paper. Su-ae's eyes narrowed as she approached her stepsister, her voice laced with hurt and resentment as she spoke. "You always ask me for help, but I'm tired of being taken advantage of," she said, her words dripping with emotion. Ra-im tried to placate Su-ae, attempting to guilt-trip her into compliance, but the younger girl refused to back down. "We promised each other equal support," Su-ae reminded her stepsister, her tone firm and resolute. As the conversation intensified, the air grew thick with tension, like a storm brewing on the horizon. Both women's emotions reached a fever pitch, their words hanging in the balance as they teetered on the edge of a precipice. This tumultuous exchange marked a turning point for Su-ae, showcasing her growing assertiveness and determination to stand up against Rahim's manipulative behavior, a dynamic that would undoubtedly continue to shape the narrative's trajectory. As the warm glow of understanding settled between them, Su-ae Shim and Eunhyeok shared a candid conversation that would forever alter the trajectory of their relationships. The air was heavy with the weight of truth as they delved into the nature of Minwoo, the source of Su-ae's growing discontent. With each passing moment, Su-ae's frustration and sadness began to seep out, like the gentle lapping of waves against a weary shore. Eunhyeok listened intently, his own insights on Minwoo's flaws and lack of empathy weaving a tapestry of understanding between them. The conversation took a poignant turn as Su-ae's emotions overflowed, her tears falling like autumn raindrops onto the parched earth of her soul. In that moment, Eunhyeok's words of comfort and support became a balm to her battered heart, offering solace and reassurance that she deserved better, a truth that would ultimately set her free from the toxic grasp of Minwoo. As Su-ae Shim sat in contemplation, the threads of doubt began to weave a tapestry of uncertainty. The memory of Minwoo Kang's thoughtful gesture, purchasing milk for her, was now tempered by the weight of his neglectful behavior. Her mind wandered back to their interactions, and she found herself questioning whether he still harbored feelings for her. This introspection was not without its cost. Su-ae's emotions had been drained by the constant flux in their relationship. Seeking solace in the digital realm, she ventured into an internet cafe and poured out her concerns to an anonymous confidant. The cyber ether held secrets, too. Online forums whispered truths about Minwoo's personality, his behaviors a reflection of mental health struggles or perhaps something more complex. As Su-ae delved deeper, her suspicions about his mental state grew, and the notion of an alter ego or multiple personalities began to take hold. This pivotal moment marked the start of Su-ae's self-reflection, a journey that would lead her toward growth and potentially out of the toxic grasp of her relationship with Minwoo. As Su-ae Shim walked into school, her mind seemed to wander off, lost in thought, but her reverie was suddenly disrupted by an unexpected discovery, a mysterious pink flip phone. Nestled within the confines of her locker, the device emitted a strange message that tantalized her curiosity. WW Yuli, Ler-ee-2h ha? It. NY. Su-ae's confusion turned to shock as she struggled to make sense of the cryptic communication. She frantically scanned her surroundings, wondering if anyone else had witnessed this bizarre occurrence. The eerie silence only added to the unease as she hesitated, phone in hand, unsure what to do next. The enigmatic device seemed to hold secrets and mysteries that Su-ae was eager to unravel, setting the stage for a thrilling adventure that would unfold with the jellyphone's guidance. As Su-ae Shim sat alone in her locker, her gaze drifted to the jellypop phone, a tangible manifestation of her tumultuous thoughts. Her mind was a maelstrom of emotions, as revealed by the fragmented narrative that unfolded before us. Words and phrases danced across the screen, a stream of consciousness meditation on Su-ae's conflicted feelings towards Minwoo Kang. I really don't want, and, Emery what, were whispers of uncertainty. Echoes of her turmoil as she struggled to make sense of her emotions. As her thoughts turned inward, Su-ae's introspection deepened, her focus shifting from the phone to Minwoo herself. Thinking about it, the weight of her contemplation was palpable, as if the very fate of her relationship hung in the balance. In the end, Su-ae emerged from this internal struggle looking thoughtful, her expression a testament to the power of introspection and self-discovery. As Su-ae Shim sat alone at home, her thoughts drifted to the palpable silence that had consumed her relationship with Minwoo Kang. Her heart heavy with longing, she knew it was time to take matters into her own hands. With a resolute determination, Su-ae reached for her phone and fired off a text to Minwoo. Her words laced with a mixture of desperation and urgency, but instead of the reassuring response she had hoped for, Minwoo's nonchalant reply only served to further fuel her frustration. Su-ae's emotions boiling over like a tempestuous sea, she let out a torrent of pent-up feelings, her voice echoing through the quiet of her home as she confronted Minwoo about his emotional absence. The sudden shift in her demeanor seemed to catch Minwoo off guard. leaving him looking taken aback by Su-ae's newfound assertiveness. As the scene came to a close, it was clear that their relationship had reached a critical juncture, one where Su-ae had finally found her voice and was refusing to be silenced. As the sun cast a warm glow on the quiet afternoon, Su-ae Shim's eyes narrowed as she approached Minwoo. Her gaze fell upon her bag, clutched tightly in his grasp, an unmistakable symbol of control and possessiveness. The tension was palpable as Su-ae inquired about the sudden interest in her personal belongings, her tone laced with a subtle hint at the imbalance that had been growing between them. Minwoo's response, dripping with jealousy, only served to fuel Su-ae's growing unease. Seizing the moment, she drew upon newfound confidence and assertiveness, voicing her desire for equal treatment in their relationship. The air was charged with an unspoken promise of change. As Su-ae stood tall, her resolve solidified like a foundation stone. As the hallway corridor reverberated with an air of tension, Su-ae Shim's eyes locked onto her stepsister Ra-im, her expression a mix of concern and curiosity. Ra-im's downcast gaze only fueled Su-ae's inquiry, which was met with a curt, "It's none of your business." Undeterred, Su-ae pressed on, seeking to understand the source of Ra-im's distress, asking if anyone else might be affected by this mysterious issue. As the conversation unfolded, Su-ae's frustration mounted, her words laced with a growing sense of urgency. Ra-im's evasive answers only seemed to fan the flames. Until finally, Su-ae demanded clarity on why Ra-im was being so secretive and seemingly troubled. The younger woman's denials of any wrongdoing did little to ease the palpable tension between them, as the air was thick with unspoken emotions and unresolved issues. As Su-ae Shim stood before her locker, her gaze fixated on a small, enigmatic jellyphone, the weight of her emotional turmoil became palpable. The air was heavy with the whispers of Minwoo Kang and Ra-im Do, their names echoing through her mind like a refrain. With a deep breath, Su-ae's eyes seemed to cloud over, as if she were lost in a sea of conflicting emotions. The tension within her was almost palpable, like a storm brewing on the horizon, threatening to unleash its fury at any moment. As the evening air was heavy with an unsettling quiet, Su-ae Shim's heart began to flutter with unease. Her boyfriend Minwoo stood before her, his expression a mask of indifference that only seemed to fuel her growing anxiety. Their conversation, once hushed and intimate, had devolved into a heated exchange, with Minwoo's dismissive tone scraping against Su-ae's desperation for understanding. The atmosphere crackled with tension as the couple's words clashed like stormy weather, each trying to outshout the other in a futile attempt to drown out the doubts that had been simmering beneath the surface of their relationship. And then, like a sudden storm warning, the truth burst forth. Minwoo's treacherous kiss to Su-ae's stepsister Ra-im. Su-ae's world shattered into a million pieces as she confronted Minwoo with a mix of anger and betrayal, demanding answers for his shameless actions. In that moment, the foundation of their relationship began to crumble, leaving only shards of trust and uncertainty in its wake. As the title, "Quit the ACT," blared like a warning siren, Su-ae Shim's world came crashing down around her. Her eyes widened in shock as she confronted the harsh reality. Minwoo, her supposedly loving boyfriend, had been hiding a secret life filled with deceit and betrayal. The revelation sent Su-ae's emotions reeling, like stormy waves crashing against the shores of her heart. She pored over Minwoo's phone conversations, her mind racing with questions and doubts as she struggled to come to terms with his infidelity. The once turbulent sea of her thoughts had become a maelstrom of turmoil, threatening to engulf her in its depths. And yet, despite the devastation, Su-ae seemed to find a glimmer of acceptance, a small step towards navigating the treacherous waters ahead. As the tension between them had been simmering for some time, Su-ae Shim suddenly posed an unexpected question to her boyfriend Minwoo. "What are you doing?" The inquiry caught him off guard, setting the tone for a candid conversation. Her next words, "Hey, we haven't really," betrayed her uncertainty and insecurity about their relationship, leaving Minwoo seemingly unaware of her concerns. He responded with a nonchalant query. "Why would you think we'd broken up?" Quote, suggesting he hadn't grasped Su-ae's worries. The misunderstanding hung in the air like an unspoken question mark. Su-ae then revealed her desire to clear up the confusion. "There must be some misunderstanding. This moment marked a turning point for Su-ae, as she took the initiative to confront issues head-on and foster a more open dialogue with Minwoo. As Su-ae Shim wrestled with the lingering unease from her explosive encounter with Minwoo, the weight of their tumultuous relationship bore down upon her. Memories of their heated exchange replayed like a haunting melody in her mind, each hurtful word and bitter tone still echoing through her thoughts. With a mix of regret and introspection, she questioned the wisdom of confronting him about his neglect, wondering if the brief respite from emotional turmoil had been worth the potential fallout. As she considered revealing their breakup to Ra-im, her vibrant and charismatic stepsister, Su-ae's resolve faltered, and she ultimately decided to keep the details of her relationship with Minwoo locked away, like a tender secret too precious to be shared. In this moment of quiet contemplation, Su-ae found a measure of peace, her emotions slowly simmering down as she chose to keep the fragility of her heart hidden from prying eyes. As the curtain lifted on Su-ae Shim's introspective moment, a playful title card, "Look Who's Talking," quote, set the tone for what was to come. The atmosphere around Su-ae and her stepsister Ra-im was nothing short of chaotic, with the duo engaging in a heated exchange that left no doubt about their tumultuous relationship. But as Su-ae's mind wandered back to the quarrel, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration with Minwoo's jealousy, which seemed to simmer just beneath the surface like a slow-boiling pot. Even those fleeting glances from Minwoo had the power to shake Su-ae's resolve and leave her questioning their relationship. Yet, despite all that had transpired, Su-ae found herself still holding on to hope. She still wanted to make things work with Minwoo, to bridge the gap between them and forge a deeper connection. As she delved into her own thoughts, it became clear that Su-ae was a woman torn between her desire for intimacy and her concerns about being in a relationship where trust was fragile at best. As the sun cast its gentle glow on the bustling streets, Su-ae Shim couldn't help but feel a sense of unease wash over her. Her eyes, once bright with excitement, now seemed dull and lifeless as she stared blankly at her phone. It was then that Eunhyeok appeared by her side, his cheerful tone piercing the air as he praised the good looks of someone, presumably Su-ae's boyfriend Minwoo. The conversation turned to Su-ae's concerns about Minwoo's lack of interest in her and her life, with Eunhyeok offering words of encouragement and wisdom. His voice was like a gentle breeze on a summer day, soothing Su-ae's troubled mind as he urged her to recognize that she deserved better. As the scene shifted to Su-ae and Minwoo together, it became clear that Minwoo's apathy had taken its toll, leaving Su-ae feeling unheard and unseen. Yet, in this moment of introspection, something within Su-ae began to stir. With Eunhyeok's words still echoing in her mind, she felt the weight of realization settle upon her, a dawning awareness that perhaps it was time to prioritize her own needs and desires, rather than settling for someone who didn't truly care. And so, with a thoughtful expression on her face, Su-ae began her journey towards self-discovery and empowerment, her heart beating with a newfound sense of purpose. As the nostalgic haze settled over her, Su-ae Shim's eyes sparkled with a warm, faraway light. Her thoughts drifted back to a bygone era, when Pain Many Remy was all the rage, its pages turning out a string of beloved chapters that captivated readers of all ages in 1979. Though the series was never completed, Su-ae's passion for it remained unwavering, and she often wondered what could have been if only the writer had lived to finish the tale. As a 10-year-old version of herself reappeared in her mind's eye, Su-ae's face lit up with excitement and admiration, her youthful self enthralled by the series' mystical world and its cast of characters. This poignant flashback served as a turning point in Su-ae's journey, revealing the deep-seated passion that drove her creative pursuits and hinting at the otherworldly forces that would soon take center stage, setting the tone for the narrative to come. As the lights dimmed, Su-ae Shim's eyes sparkled with unbridled enthusiasm as she gazed at the iconic cover art of Us Band, a manhwa series that had captured her heart. Her fascination with the tale was palpable, and her dedication knew no bounds. She devoured volume after volume, relishing every moment spent within its pages. With each reread, her passion only grew stronger, as if the world of Us Band had become an integral part of her own reality. And it wasn't just a solitary pursuit. Su-ae was eager to share her love with others. enthusiastically discussing her favorite aspects of the series with friends and classmates, forging bonds over their shared enthusiasm. As the memories swirled, she paused to record her deepest feelings in her journal. Obsessed was the perfect description for this enduring passion that still lingered within her. Even years later, this glimpse into Su-ae's past served as a poignant reminder of the power of nostalgia and the ways in which formative experiences shape our identities. As the curtains drew closed on a chapter in the storied history of Volume 16, whispers began to circulate about its fate. Despite being mere pages away from completion, production on this coveted volume was abruptly halted, leaving only a handful of survivors amidst the discarded masses. The once thriving first edition, now nothing more than a distant memory, had given way to a rare and precious few, smuggled out by factory workers with a keen eye for profit. And so, rumors spread like wildfire about these illicit copies surfacing on the black market, their prices skyrocketing to astronomical heights as collectors and enthusiasts scrambled to get their hands on this elusive gem. The value of Volume 16 had never been more evident, its rarity now a prized possession coveted by many, but attainable by few. As Su-ae Shim navigated her complicated web of relationships, she couldn't help but notice Minu's perturbed expression. Her empathetic nature instinctively drew her to his side, prompting her to wonder if he sought comfort or understanding from her. But before she could approach him, her attention was drawn to Ra-im, lurking in the background like a subtle undertone to their emotional symphony. The sudden appearance of Eunhyeok only added another layer of intrigue, as he seemingly ignored Minu and caught Su-ae off guard with his enigmatic presence. With an air of curiosity, Su-ae reached out to greet him, her interest piqued by the mysterious stranger's aura. As the scene unfolded, it became clear that Su-ae was acutely aware of the complex dynamics at play between Minu and Ra-im, while also sensing the possibility of a connection with Eunhyeok. With this multifaceted scenario unfolding before her, Su-ae stood poised on the threshold of personal growth and relationship exploration. As Su-ae's day unfolded, a careless moment left her phone shattered on the ground. Her frantic dash to retrieve it was met with Minu's concerned inquiry about the device's well-being. Su-ae's apology for the mishap flowed naturally into her worry about the damage. As she assessed the extent of the damage with trembling hands, Minu's offhand suggestion to simply replace the phone only seemed to exacerbate Su-ae's distress, possibly stemming from financial constraints or a deep emotional attachment to the device. In a bid to avoid further conflict or embarrassment, Su-ae made a subtle pivot, asking Minu to instead treat her to a snack at the school store. This brief interlude revealed Su-ae's vulnerability and phone dependence, as well as the underlying dynamics of their relationship with Minu, foreshadowing potential power struggles or unspoken tensions that may arise in the story. As Su-ae Shim gazed at the enigmatic Jellypop phone with an expression of deep concern, it was clear that she was on the cusp of a profound realization. The weight of uncertainty hung heavy in the air as she pondered aloud. What's this doing? A question that betrayed her growing awareness of the mysterious forces at play in her desire for answers. As she delved deeper into her thoughts, Su-ae's mind wandered back to her conversations with Minu and Ra-im, her friends who had unwittingly contributed to her struggles with self-worth. The memories flooded her mind like a tidal wave, rekindling the flames of insecurity that had long plagued her relationships. But amidst this introspection, the stark contrast between Su-ae's own insecurities and Ra-im's radiant confidence could not be ignored. Like a beacon in the darkness, Ra-im's charismatic presence only served to exacerbate Su-ae's feelings of inadequacy, casting a shadow over their connection. And then, like a switch flipping on, Su-ae's eyes snapped into focus as she began to question her relationship with Minu. The revelation dawned upon her. He didn't truly care for her. Their bond was merely physical, devoid of emotional depth. The implications were jarring, yet liberating, the Jellypop phone's ominous presence hovering in the background like a harbinger of change. As Su-ae grappled with this newfound understanding, the stage was set for a transformative turning point in her character arc. No longer would she be bound by the shackles of self-doubt. Instead, the Jellypop phone's influence would propel her towards a journey of self-discovery and empowerment. as she confronted her insecurities head-on and began to forge a path marked by greater confidence and self-worth. As Su-ae Shim endeavored to rekindle the spark with her boyfriend Minu, she was met with a resounding silence. His gaze remained fixed on his phone. His eyes glazed over as if mesmerized by the digital glow. Her attempts at conversation fell flat, punctuated only by his half-hearted shrugs and dismissive tone. Su-ae's frustration mounted, her emotions ebbing and flowing like the tides, as she tried to grasp Minu's attention once more. But it was as if he was a stone statue, impervious to her pleas. As she turned away, her eyes fell upon the Jellypop phone, its screen aglow with an otherworldly intensity. It seemed to regard her with a knowing glint, as if privy to secrets only it possessed. The silence that followed was oppressive, heavy with the weight of realization. Su-ae's contemplation was tinged with a newfound awareness. She deserved better than this neglect, this disconnection from the one who was supposed to be her partner in every sense. And so, as the scene came to a close, Su-ae stood alone, her resolve strengthened by the harsh light of truth. The Jellypop phone's malevolent presence lingered, a harbinger of the tumult that was to come. As the sun rose over her mundane world, Su-ae Shim trudged through her daily routine, each tedious step a reflection of her growing disillusionment. Her thoughts, once a jumble of monotony, gradually gave way to a torrent of shoe-themed discontent, as if her very feet were screaming for liberation from the drabness that surrounded her. The air was thick with her pent-up frustration, until finally, she let out a declaration of desperation. She needed new shoes, a symbol of the change she longed for in her stagnant life. As Su-ae Shim trudged down the school hallway, her gloomy demeanor mirrored the somber atmosphere that surrounded her. Her thoughts were elsewhere, lost in a sea of self-doubt and uncertainty. It wasn't long before she ran into Ra-im-do and Eunhyeok Go in the courtyard, their presence like a splash of cold water on an already soggy day. The teasing began, with whispers and snickers about her relationship with Minu Kang, and Su-ae's attempts to brush it off fell flat as Ra-im-do and Eunhyeok Go dug deeper, their words like daggers piercing the tender skin of Su-ae's insecurities. As the conversation escalated, Su-ae's defenses crumbled, her frustration and embarrassment boiling over into a mix of anger and despair. A snide comment about her appearance was the final straw, sending Su-ae's emotions spinning out of control. In the end, she stood up for herself, only to falter and apologize, revealing the deep-seated fears that had been gnawing at her from within. The air was thick with tension as Su-ae's vulnerability hung suspended, a beacon inviting the reader to step into the maelstrom of her emotions and witness the birth of a potentially explosive conflict. As the sticky jelly-like substance dripped onto her hands, Su-ae's frustration mounted, and she turned to Ra-im with a mix of vulnerability and determination. With an air of uncertainty, she probed Ra-im about her feelings towards Minu, revealing the turmoil brewing beneath her surface. Ra-im responded with her characteristic nonchalance, calmly acknowledging that Su-ae had put her in a difficult position by not sharing the truth about her broken-up status with Minu yet. As the quiet tension between Su-ae Shim and her stepsister Ra-im hung in the air, Su-ae's inquiry about whether that was all Ra-im had to say seemed to hold a subtle invitation for further conversation. Ra-im's curiosity piqued. She probed Su-ae about what else might be troubling her. With an enigmatic silence, Su-ae sidestepped directness, instead prompting Ra-im to wonder aloud at the mystery behind her troubled countenance. The unspoken question hung heavy. Why hadn't Su-ae yet severed ties with Minu, despite her growing awareness of his flaws? As Ra-im intuitively sensed Su-ae's inner turmoil, the two women found themselves embroiled in a poignant exploration of Su-ae's emotions and motivations. In this candid exchange, Su-ae's character began to reveal its complexities, as she tentatively stepped away from the status quo and contemplated a more assertive path forward. As the quiet solitude of a room enveloped Su-ae Shim, she was surrounded by the cacophony of others' expectations and opinions. The air seemed thick with the weight of conformity, leaving her feeling disconnected and lost in a sea of uncertainty. But then, like a gentle breeze on a summer's day, the whispers of Minu and Ra-im drifted in, their words weaving a tapestry of contrast, the former embracing societal norms, while the latter strove for individuality. Amidst this symphony of voices, Su-ae's thoughts were interrupted by the wispy tendrils of wisdom emanating from her trusty Jellypop phone. Quotations from philosophers echoed through her mind, urging her to scrutinize her actions and motivations with a critical eye. As Rarim's parting words, "People don't need a reason for acting the same as everyone else. When we do act differently, there's always a reason," resonated within her. Su-ae's gaze turned inward, casting a searching light upon her own values and behaviors. And in this moment of introspection, she came to realize that her attempts to conform had been driven by a lack of self-awareness, a realization that would set the stage for her journey towards embracing her true identity and individuality. As the story unfolds, we find Su-ae Shim perched on a couch, her gaze fixed on the glow of her phone as she ponders the threads of her relationship with Minwoo Kang. Her thoughts are a tapestry woven with doubts and frustrations, each strand representing a missed opportunity or unfulfilled expectation. It's here that Eunhyeok Go appears, his piercing stare piercing the air like an arrow shot straight at Su-ae's heart. The encounter sets off a chain reaction within her, as she begins to question the authenticity of her feelings and the value of her current situation with Minwoo. As the moments tick by, Su-ae's introspection deepens, her thoughts swirling with uncertainty like a maelstrom in a stormy sea. Is it time for a change? Only Su-ae can answer that question as she stands at the crossroads of her own emotions, poised to make a decision that will shape the trajectory of her life forevermore. As Su-ae Shim navigated the hallway, her eyes darted about with a mix of trepidation and anticipation. The air was thick with tension, her senses on high alert as she braced herself for potential confrontations. But just as she seemed to be steeling herself for the unknown, a stray ball came hurtling towards her, threatening to upend her carefully crafted calm. With lightning-quick reflexes, Su-ae dodged the projectile at the last possible moment, narrowly avoiding impact. The brief reprieve from chaos was enough to send a wave of relief washing over her, as she breathed a sigh of gratitude that the situation hadn't escalated further. In this fleeting instant, Su-ae's true nature shone through, a cautious and conflict-averse individual who craves peace above all else. As the melancholy mist dissipated from her gaze, Su-ae Shim's eyes seemed to hold 1,000 unspoken grievances. The weight of neglect hung heavy in the air, like the silence that had grown between her and Minwoo Kang. The once tender flame of their relationship had all but flickered out, leaving only ashes of indifference. And yet, on this fateful day, Su-ae's resolve began to kindle, fueled by a burning sense of injustice. Her thoughts whirled like autumn leaves in the wind, as she recalled every instance of Minwoo's disregard, the unkept promises, the ignored whispers, and the unspoken expectations. With a quiet determination, Su-ae rose from her solitary vigil on the floor, her heart beating with an unspoken declaration. She would no longer be ignored. The air was electric with tension as she confronted Minwoo, her words like a gentle rain shower, washing away the cobwebs of complacency. Though Minwoo initially sought to downplay the issue, Su-ae stood firm, her conviction as unyielding as the winter snows that had long since abandoned their love. In this moment of truth, Su-ae's eyes shone with a newfound clarity, illuminating the path forward, one where she would no longer be defined by the whims of another, but by her own self-worth. As Su-ae Shim's thoughts simmered with frustration, her words poured forth like a pent-up storm. She scoffed at the unwanted moisture dripping onto her skin, her ire palpable. Her gaze turned to the person responsible for this annoyance, and she lashed out with a tart remark, her tone implying that their negligence was the final straw in an already overwhelming situation. The air seemed to vibrate with her discontent as abstract visions began to materialize, like wisps of smoke carrying cryptic messages and symbols. "Who just tie your laces for you," being one such eerie whisper. As these ethereal manifestations faded, Su-ae's mind wandered back to the present, her thoughts consumed by the question that had been plaguing her. Is happening right now? Her expression grew distant, lost in thought as she struggled to make sense of it all, her emotions still simmering just beneath the surface. As Su-ae Shim wrestled with the weight of her troubled relationship, she couldn't help but replay the scathing words of Rarim in her mind. The whispers of discontent had left a festering wound, and it was time to confront the source. Minwoo, her neglectful boyfriend. Gathering her thoughts and courage, Su-ae set out to meet Minwoo at school, where their tense conversation would forever alter the trajectory of their relationship. With tears welling up in her eyes, she accused Minwoo of not caring about her or making an effort to improve things, only to be met with his helpless admission that he didn't know what to do. The emotional toll was palpable as Su-ae's sadness and anger towards Minwoo's lack of commitment reached a boiling point. In the end, it seemed she had finally grasped the harsh reality. Her relationship was a reflection of her own self-worth, and it was time for her to take control. This pivotal moment marked a turning point in Su-ae's character development, as she began to shed her passivity and assert her right to happiness. As Su-ae Shim gazed at her stepsister Ra-im with a searching expression, the very air seemed to vibrate with tension. The atmosphere was thick with unspoken questions, as if Su-ae's curiosity was trying to bridge the gap between them. It began with a gentle probing of Ra-im's aversion to getting anything on her hands, a quirk that may have roots in their complicated history or simply be a peculiarity that drove them apart. And yet, amidst this tension, the Jellypop phone seemed to exert some sort of influence over both women. Its presence an undercurrent that threatened to upend their dynamics. Su-ae's comparison of Ra-im to a cat, aloof and distant, yet alluring in her very reserve, hung in the air like a challenge. An invitation to connect on a deeper level. But it was Su-ae's next question that truly shook things up. How had Ra-im managed to achieve some mysterious feat with the phone? The inquiry seemed to crack open the door to a newfound understanding between the sisters. As if Su-ae was finally willing to confront the mysteries that had long divided them. And in the end, it was a shared snack that brought them together. A small but significant step towards closing the distance between them, a testament to Su-ae's determination to forge a bond with her enigmatic stepsister. As Su-ae Shim sat alone at home, a palpable sense of unease settled over her. Her mind was consumed by the painful reality that her boyfriend, Minwoo Kang, had chosen to take her stepsister, Ra-im Do, out on a date, further entwining their bond. The weight of this revelation hung heavy in the air as Su-ae's thoughts swirled with emotions, anger and frustration mingling with sadness. The sound of Minwoo Kang's phone ringing pierced the silence, a stark reminder of the truth Su-ae had been trying to ignore. With each passing moment, her discomfort grew, as if the very fabric of her relationship was unraveling before her eyes. As Su-ae Shim hesitated, a subtle sense of uncertainty hung in the air. She expressed no enthusiasm for joining her peers for lunch, her words carrying a hint of avoidance rather than simple disinterest with a casual tone. She professed to feel unappetized, an explanation that only added to the mystery surrounding her decision. Yet, as she revealed her true intentions, it became clear that Su-ae was driven by a desire for solitude with Minwoo, her boyfriend. To rationalize her absence from the lunch gathering, she brought a sandwich, a gesture that served as both excuse and justification for her actions. As the scene unfolded, Su-ae appeared to be mentally preparing herself for a solo outing with Minwoo, leaving the reader to ponder what she had planned and why she craved this private time with him. As the sun cast its gentle warmth over the bustling environment, Su-ae Shim found herself lost in thought, her mind whirling with doubts and uncertainties about confessing her long-held feelings for someone dear. Memories of past rejections lingered, like wisps of smoke carried on the breeze, leaving her hesitant to expose her heart once more. Yet, as she delved into the pages of her treasured journal, a quote caught her eye, its words a gentle nudge, urging her to take a chance on love and all its promise. The soft hum of conversation from friends in the distance served only to amplify her resolve. Until finally, Su-ae's pen began to dance across the page, pouring out her true emotions like a river finding its course. As she envisioned sharing those words with her crush, a thrill of excitement mingled with a dash of nervousness, leaving her poised at the threshold of a new chapter in her story. In this moment, Su-ae's growth was palpable, a willingness to be vulnerable, to take a chance on love once more, and to let her heart guide her through life's twists and turns. As the weight of nostalgia settles upon her, Su-ae Shim found herself transported back to a bygone era, her thoughts drifting to the tender moments she shared with Minwoo Kang. The air grew thick with the whispers of memories as Su-ae's gaze settled on the imposing castle, That had become a symbol of their love story. But where did this stronghold originate? A flashback unfolded, revealing the very moment when Su-ae and Minwoo first crossed paths, marking the beginning of their journey together. As the seconds ticked by, the castle's walls transformed into a living tapestry, woven from the threads of laughter, tears, and whispered promises. The growth of vines or roots, like tender shoots of hope, illustrated the steady progress of their bond. As Su-ae's heart swelled with emotion, in this poignant moment, it seemed as though the very fabric of time was bending to allow Su-ae a glimpse into the past. A reminder of the unbreakable ties that bound her and Minwoo together. As the moon cast its silvery glow over the landscape, Su-ae Shim's determination ignited like a beacon. She and her trusted ally, Eunhyeok, converged on a mysterious stronghold, their eyes fixed on a prize. Minwoo, imprisoned by the enigmatic Ra-im. The very walls of the castle seemed to loom taller, a testament to the formidable obstacles awaiting them. Su-ae's Operation True Love plan unfolded with military precision as she readied herself for the daring rescue. The air was charged with tension as Eunhyeok urged swift action, emphasizing the urgency of their mission. As the night wore on, an aura of anticipation and foreboding settled over the group, like the first whispers of a storm. With Su-ae's unyielding resolve driving them forward, they steeled themselves for the challenges ahead, poised to confront the unknown terrors within the castle's imposing walls. The fate of Minwoo hung in the balance, as Su-ae and her companions prepared to take their boldest step yet. As Su-ae Shim's gaze drifted toward an old photograph, the weight of her emotions came flooding back. The complexities of her past relationship with Minwoo Kang swirled in her mind like a turbulent sea, threatening to overwhelm her at any moment. She thought to herself that others couldn't pierce the armor she'd built around herself during those formative years, as if she'd constructed an impenetrable fortress to safeguard her true feelings. The fragmented thoughts and memories that followed were like shards of glass, piercing the veil of her introspection, revealing the hidden truths she'd kept concealed from Minwoo, Ra-im, and perhaps even herself. It was clear that the relationship had run so deep. It was as if the very fabric of Su-ae's being was still entwined with Minwoo's, making it almost impossible to sever those bonds. In this poignant moment, Su-ae was forced to confront the lingering echoes of their time together, acknowledging the depth and complexity of her feelings, which only served to underscore the arduous journey ahead as she sought to move forward from the past. As Su-ae Shim stood lost in thought, a nostalgic gaze settled upon an iconic representation of herself and Minwoo, their time together a bittersweet memory. Her mind wandered as she verbalized the harsh truth. Minwoo's infidelity had ultimately led to the demise of their relationship. Flashbacks of their conversations surfaced, revealing the cracks in his commitment and trustworthiness, as if trying to make sense of the inevitable conclusion. Amidst this introspection, Ra-im, her steadfast stepsister, became a beacon of comfort and support, offering solace during this tumultuous period. As Su-ae's thoughts swirled with anguish and uncertainty, she finally came to terms with the breakup, acknowledging that ending things was necessary for her own growth and well-being. Painful as it may be, with each passing moment, Su-ae slowly began to find closure, her resolve strengthening as she took control of her life once more. As Su-ae Shim hastened to respond to an unknown caller's summons, she was momentarily torn between attending to her pressing schedule and giving weight to the matters at hand. Her initial hesitation slowly gave way to a sense of responsibility, as she chose to prioritize the conversation over her impending departure for soccer. The unnamed individual's words tumbled forth in a torrent of emotion, speaking directly to Su-ae's heart and stirring within her a deep empathy. As the two commiserated, sharing the burdens of their own struggles and fears, the air was charged with an almost palpable intensity. In this poignant moment, Su-ae bared her soul, revealing the intricate workings of her own emotions and insecurities. And as the conversation reached its crescendo, it seemed that a pivotal shift was taking place, one that would have far-reaching repercussions for Su-ae's relationships and self-perception. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm orange glow over the quiet atmosphere, Su-ae Shim's concerns boiled over like a simmering pot. She cornered her boyfriend, Minwoo, demanding answers about a specific day that had left her with more questions than answers. But Minu proved as uncooperative as a cat chasing its tail. His nonchalant demeanor only fueling Su-ae's frustration. Her suspicions about his involvement with Ra-im, her stepsister, hung in the air like a whispered secret. And Su-ae's gaze bore into Minu's, searching for any sign of truth. As their conversation danced between frustration and levity, Su-ae's emotions remained raw. But the exchange left her tone slightly lightened, as if the weight of uncertainty had shifted ever so slightly. As the silence following her tumultuous interactions with Minu settled around her, Su-ae Shim's thoughts drifted back to the intricate tapestry of emotions that had once driven her. Initially, she had convinced herself that exacting revenge on him would bring a fleeting sense of satisfaction. But now, regret gnawed at her like an insidious moth, slowly unraveling the fabric of her defenses. Memories of their encounters began to resurface, a jumbled montage of hurt, anger, and sadness that had left its indelible mark upon her soul. Yet, as she relived those moments, Su-ae's resolve wavered, like the ebb and flow of a restless sea. And in this moment of introspection, the walls she had so meticulously constructed around herself began to crumble, revealing a vulnerability that threatened to engulf her, leaving her exposed and trembling on the precipice of a newfound awareness. As Su-ae Shim's words hung heavy in the air, a weighty silence settled over her like a shroud. The weight of her recent breakup from Minu still lingered, its stinging aftermath threatening to consume her very being. Her mind reeled with thoughts of their tumultuous relationship, and the painful memories that now lay in tatters. Meanwhile, Ra-im's outstretched hand seemed to taunt Su-ae, a constant reminder of their complicated history. The tension between them was palpable, a living, breathing entity that pulsed with an otherworldly energy. As they spoke, the shadows cast by their words grew darker, threatening to engulf Su-ae in a sea of uncertainty and heartache. And yet, despite the turmoil that swirled around her, Su-ae's gaze remained fixed on Ra-im, a silent plea for understanding and connection amidst the chaos that had been unleashed. As the truth dawned on her, Su-ae Shim's world was turned upside down. The sudden declaration that her boyfriend Minu and stepsister Ra-im had finally broken up sent shockwaves through her mind. Her initial reaction was one of confusion, followed by a burst of frustration as she realized she wasn't the first to know about this development. This revelation sparked a maelstrom of emotions within Su-ae. With her thoughts racing like a whirlwind, she couldn't help but express her annoyance at being left out of the loop, replaying conversations in her mind where she'd been waiting for this moment to arrive. As the scene unfolded, Su-ae's inner turmoil became palpable, as she struggled to reconcile the relief and vindication she felt with a hint of guilt or hesitation. The weight of her emotions hung precariously in the balance, as if poised on the edge of a precipice. In the end, Su-ae stood at the threshold, reflecting on how close she'd come to nudging Minu towards dumping Ra-im. The stakes of their complicated relationships laid bare for all to see. As the sun cast its warm glow on the bustling streets, Su-ae Shim found herself wrestling with an unfamiliar emotional turmoil. Her usually composed demeanor had given way to feelings of unease, leaving her struggling to make sense of the sudden turmoil within. Desperate for solace, she turned to Minu Kang, her boyfriend, hoping he would provide a listening ear. However, his preoccupation with his own troubles left Su-ae feeling unheard and misunderstood. Like a delicate melody lost in the cacophony of life. Undeterred, she sought out Eunhyeok Go, a trusted friend and confidant, who offered a sympathetic ear and words of comfort. As Su-ae poured out her heart to Eunhyeok, the complexity of her emotions began to unfold like a tapestry, revealing threads of relationship woes with Minu and concerns about being genuine in her feelings. Through this poignant moment, Su-ae's vulnerability, emotional depth, and desire for authentic connections were laid bare, paving the way for a deeper understanding of herself and her relationships. As Su-ae Shim wandered through her thoughts, a tangle of emotions began to unfurl. Her gaze fell upon Minu and Ra-im, their harmony as a couple a constant reminder of the elusiveness of perfect love in her own life. The sight of them together sparked a fire of frustration within her, as if the very notion of their unity was a direct affront to her own sense of belonging. Su-ae's annoyance simmered just below the surface, threatening to boil over at any moment. And then, the floodgates opened, Her internal monologue became a torrent of rhetorical questions, each one a piercing indictment of her own insecurities. It was as if she were waging war with herself, her doubts and fears serving as the enemy forces that threatened to consume her. In this fleeting moment, Su-ae's vulnerability shone like a beacon, illuminating the labyrinthine corridors of her own heart. As Su-ae Shim's introspective gaze drifted through the labyrinthine corridors of her mind, memories of past relationships began to resurface. The echoes of bygone moments flooded her thoughts, specifically those shared with Min Kang. Her mental journey then shifted gears, hurtling forward to the present as she dwelled on the complicated history with Ra-im-do. Amidst this emotional turmoil, Su-ae's thoughts turned to Eunhyeok Go, whose involvement in her Operation True Love plan had become increasingly entwined. As she reflected on the intricate web of relationships, a stark realization dawned on Su-ae. Perhaps her silence about her true feelings for Ra-im had inadvertently wounded Minu. The weight of this epiphany hung heavy as she pondered whether it was already too late to mend the frayed threads of their connection. As the morning bell tolled, a sense of disarray settled over the normally bustling school hallways. Students wandered aimlessly, their faces etched with confusion and annoyance, as the usual throng of chatter and laughter was replaced by an unsettling quiet. It soon became clear that something was amiss. Homeroom assignments were nowhere to be found, leaving students scrambling to find their respective classes. Su-ae Shim's sharp eyes took in the chaos, her mind racing with questions about who could be behind such a senseless prank. As she pondered the mystery, her attention was drawn to the defaced student photo Odoa, and she couldn't help but wonder how many times this kind of mischief had occurred before. As the drama unfolded at school, Su-ae Shim found herself struggling to make sense of the sudden changes swirling around her. The whispers of Ra-im and Eunhyeok's impending relationship had left her feeling confused and frustrated, like a puzzle with missing pieces. As she tried to wrap her head around the rumors, Su-ae couldn't help but wonder if there was a whole other world at school that she wasn't privy to, full of secrets and intrigue waiting to be uncovered. Meanwhile, her friend Rennie was equally perplexed, using phrases like, "I can't get my head too around," and "Za. I don't know," to express her own befuddlement with the adult drama unfolding before them. As Su-ae navigated this complex web of relationships and rumors, she couldn't help but feel like an outsider looking in, yearning for a clearer understanding of what was happening around her. As Su-ae Shim slipped into the karaoke bar, she blended seamlessly into the lively atmosphere, her eyes scanning the room with a practiced air of nonchalance. Little did anyone know, however, that Su-ae was actually on high alert, ever vigilant for any sign of suspicion from Eunhyeok Go, who seemed to be watching her every move with an unnerving intensity. Her attempts to appear carefree were hampered by the subtle tension simmering beneath the surface. As she sidled up to the bar and ordered a drink. Meanwhile, Eunhyeok played it cool, flashing a disarming smile that belied his piercing gaze, which seemed to bore into Su-ae's very soul. As they exchanged banter about their supposed lack of espionage skills, the atmosphere remained electrically charged, hinting at a deeper game of cat and mouse playing out beneath the surface. As Su-ae Shim's thoughts turned inward, she found herself lost in contemplation about the state of her relationships. Her mind wandered to Eunhyeok Go, whose mere presence had kindled a spark within her. The distraction was fleeting, however, as Min Kang arrived on the scene, prompting Su-ae to confront him about his suffocating possessiveness and lack of open communication. In their relationship, initially defensive, Minu's demeanor shifted as Su-ae stood firm, articulating her feelings and needs with unwavering conviction. The tense exchange eventually came to a close, leaving Su-ae empowered and enlightened to the realization that prioritizing her own happiness was essential for her well-being. As Su-ae Shim stepped into what she thought was an empty room, she quickly realized her mistake when confronted by a student from Taepyeong Girls' High School. The unexpected encounter unfolded as the student, dressed in the school's uniform, questioned Su-ae about her audacity in barging into their space. Su-ae's apology and hasty exit were met with growing frustration and embarrassment on the part of the other student, who was clearly taken aback by the sudden intrusion. As the situation unfolded, Su-ae's realization that she had mistakenly entered a room from another school only added to her Confusion. The brief moment of processing what had transpired was soon interrupted by memories of Jaewa's earlier altercation with someone from her homeroom class, prompting Su-ae to make a swift exit. As she rushed away, the implications of her mistake began to sink in, including the notorious reputation of Taepyeong Girls' High School as a haven for delinquents. As Su-ae Shim's world began to unravel, she was confronted with an unsettling truth. Someone had revealed to others that she attended Taepyeong Girls' High School, sparking a whirlwind of gossip that quickly spread throughout the school. Initially perplexed, Su-ae sought clarity from her friend, only to be met with denials and raised suspicions about who could have leaked this sensitive information. The more she tried to make sense of the situation, the more flustered and embarrassed she became as rumors began to swirl around her. As Su-ae Shim walked into the wrong room, she was suddenly thrust into an awkward encounter. She had mistaken it for the correct one for her meeting, but instead found herself amidst a private conversation between Eunhyeok Go and his friend. Apologizing profusely, Su-ae tried to make a hasty exit, only to be caught off guard by the friend's flustered reaction and her own sudden awareness of Eunhyeok's physical attractiveness. As she beat a retreat from the room, Su-ae couldn't help but think about Eunhyeok's hotness, wondering if he might be more than just a friend to his acquaintance. The encounter left her with lingering thoughts on Eunhyeok's appealing features, hinting at potential romantic feelings that would simmer beneath the surface for days to come. As Su-ae's thoughts swirled with doubts and concerns, she finally mustered the courage to confront Minwoo about his true intentions. Her inner turmoil had been building for what felt like an eternity, and she could no longer ignore the nagging feeling that he was hiding something from her. With a determined glint in her eye, Su-ae turned to Minwoo and asked point-blank if he was really just trying to avoid running into Ra-im, or if there was more to his actions than met the eye. Minwoo's defensiveness was palpable as he sidestepped the question, refusing to provide a straight answer. Su-ae, sensing his evasion, pressed on, calling him out on his inconsistencies and demanding to know the truth behind his motivations. But Minwoo remained stubbornly uncooperative, leaving Su-ae feeling frustrated and disillusioned. In the end, she had reached her limit and dismissed Minwoo's attempts at conversation, making it clear that she would no longer engage in discussions that felt pointless and unproductive. The tension between them hung heavy in the air, a stark reminder of the troubled waters that now lay between Su-ae and her once trusted boyfriend. As Su-ae Shim's thoughts swirled with frustration and confusion, she struggled to untangle the complicated web of emotions surrounding her relationships. Her mind dwelled on Eunhyeok Go, a presence that stirred both turmoil and curiosity within her. Meanwhile, the impending arrival of Minwoo Kang into her life only added fuel to the emotional fire. The drama unfolding around her made Su-ae's heart heavy with the prospect of her stepsister Ra-im potentially entering the dating scene, further complicating matters. But just as she was lost in thought, a celebrity sighting, none other than Do-hwa back, caught her attention, momentarily diverting her gaze from her own emotional turmoil. Yet, this fleeting distraction only served to highlight the superficiality of social media and the public's insatiable appetite for gossip. As the moment passed, Su-ae was left to grapple with the weight of her emotions, worrying about how to find sense in the midst of her chaotic life. As Su-ae Shim sat alone in her room, the weight of her emotions became almost palpable. Her thoughts poured out like a dam breaking, as she spoke aloud to an empty space about the absurdity of her situation. The frustrations and doubts swirling within her seemed to consume every waking moment, leaving her feeling isolated and unheard. Lost in thought, Su-ae's mind wandered, searching for answers to questions that had been plaguing her. Her contemplation was interrupted by the sudden ringing of her phone, displaying an unknown number as the caller ID. The unexpected disturbance shattered the stillness of the moment, and Su-ae's solitude was suddenly disrupted. As Su-ae Shim sat alone in her room, the echoes of her tumultuous argument with Minwoo still resonated within her. Her mind wandered back to their passionate exchange, and she found herself questioning the true nature of her feelings for him. Was it genuine affection or simply a product of his popularity? The uncertainty swirled within her like a maelstrom as Ra-im appeared at her door, intentionally stoking the flames of doubt by probing Su-ae's perceived happiness. Just as things seemed to be spiraling out of control, Eunhyeok Go burst into the room, sensing Su-ae's distress and offering words of solace and support. As the tension dissipated, Su-ae's resolve began to solidify. She would uncover the truth about her emotions and make a decision that honored her own heart, no matter the outcome. As the doors slipped shut behind them, Su-ae found herself encircled by 3 devoted admirers, Minwoo, Do-hwa, and Eunhyeok, each eager to claim her attention. The air was heavy with anticipation as they waited for her decision, their faces a testament to the intensity of their emotions. Meanwhile, outside, Eunhyeok had already demonstrated his fearlessness by stepping into the rain without hesitation, showcasing his unwavering confidence and willingness to take risks. As Su-ae stood at the center of this whirlwind of emotions, she faced a daunting choice. Which path would she choose amidst these competing romantic interests? The doors closing behind her seemed to underscore the limited options available to her, as if sealing off any possible retreats or escape routes. As Su-ae Shim's thoughts swirled with frustration, she decided to confront her boyfriend Minwoo and stepsister Ra-im about their constant meddling in her relationships. With a sense of determination, she approached the pair as they chatted at the school's common area. Minwoo, seemingly oblivious to Su-ae's unease, tried to brush off her concerns, claiming he only wanted what was best for her well-being. However, Su-ae wasn't convinced, and Ra-im's suggestion that she was overreacting only added fuel to the fire. As tensions mounted, Su-ae's frustration boiled over, and she demanded that they stop interfering in her life. The air was thick with unresolved emotions as Su-ae stood firm, refusing to back down from her assertion of independence. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Su-ae Shim found herself stuck in a cycle of despair. Her daily routine had become a jarring succession of disjointed moments, each one highlighting her emotional turmoil and feeling trapped in a relationship that suffocated her very soul. It was as if the world outside mirrored the chaos within her heart. One fateful day, she turned to a trusted friend for solace, only to be met with an unsettling lack of understanding. The sympathetic ear she craved remained elusive, leaving Su-ae feeling more isolated than ever. As the days blended together in a haze of desperation, her mind began to wander back to the cryptic advice she had received from a mysterious source. Words that seemed to hold within them a glimmer of hope and a whispered promise of change. And so, Su-ae's thoughts turned inward, as if searching for answers in the darkest recesses of her own troubled mind. It was here, amidst this swirl of emotions, that the faint outlines of a new path began to take shape, one that would lead her down a treacherous road of self-discovery and transformation. As Su-ae Shim's thoughts swirled with frustration and desperation, she finally reached her breaking point in her toxic relationship with Minwoo Kang. With a resolute determination, she drew a bold line on the ground, proclaiming, "I'm a person, not a stye," a declaration that would set the stage for her liberation. Her friends Eunhyeok Go and Bira soon arrived, and Su-ae poured out her concerns about Minwoo Kang's neglectful behavior. Seeking their support and validation, the trio engaged in a heartfelt conversation, with Su-ae voicing her deepest fears of being trapped in an unhappy relationship. As her friends offered words of encouragement, urging her to take action and be true to herself, Su-ae's resolve began to solidify. With a newfound courage, she declared, "I'm not going to take this anymore," a bold declaration that marked the beginning of her transformation from an avoidant and passive individual to a more assertive and proactive protagonist. As Eunhyeok Go's concerned inquiry about Su-ae Shim's unhappiness pierced the air, a fragile dam of emotions began to burst. Su-ae's initial attempts to downplay her feelings were met with Eunhyeok's unwavering persistence, and soon she found herself pouring out the pent-up frustrations of her toxic relationship with Minwoo Kang. The weight of Minwoo's neglect and lack of affection threatened to crush her, as memories of their hurtful interactions began to resurface like a relentless tide. Flashbacks of Minwoo's poor treatment of Su-ae flooded her mind, each painful recollection chipping away at the already fragile foundations of her self-esteem. As the truth spilled out, an awkward silence settled over the two friends, like the stillness that follows a storm. And then, Eunhyeok's innocent remark about Minwoo being "B-buddy" struck a nerve, shattering Su-ae's defenses and forcing her to confront the harsh reality. She was not loved or respected by her boyfriend. The scene concluded with Su-ae standing at a crossroads, forced to re-evaluate her priorities and consider taking action to reclaim her life from the toxic grasp of Min Woo-kang. As Su-ae Shim gazed down at her phone, a palpable sense of despair settled over her like a shroud. Her thoughts swirled with frustration, replaying every failed attempt to turn her love life around. Min Woo-kang, the object of her affections, had long since forgotten about their relationship, leaving Su-ae feeling defeated and helpless. Her mind wandered back to those early days when she'd wished she could have simply used her own clever tactics to win him over, now tinged with a desperation born of regret. The sounds of everyday life in the background seemed to mock her stagnant situation as she stared blankly at the newspaper article on her phone. A chance glance at the headlines about some unknown individual who'd apparently found success in love only served to further deflate Su-ae's already flagging spirits. As she read the caption, "What an asshole. Looks like the rumors were true." A scowl contorted her features. A grim acknowledgement that even those who'd seemingly achieved romantic bliss were not immune to their own problems, and so Su-ae remained lost in thought, her emotions stagnant and uninspired. A testament to the unyielding struggles she faced in Operation True Love. As the sun rose over the bustling streets, Su-ae Shim's star power shone bright. She was a celebrity in her own right, even among her peers outside of school walls. But little did anyone know, beneath the glamorous facade lay a high school student struggling to find her place. The pressures of fitting in and standing out at the same time took its toll on Su-ae as she navigated the halls of her new school. Meanwhile, the arrival of Min Woo-kang and Ra-im-do brought new dynamics into play. Min-woo, with his charming smile, emerged as a potential love interest for Su-ae, while Ra-im, her stepsister, seemed poised to stir up trouble in the near future. The scene shifted seamlessly from Su-ae's glamorous exterior to her relatable high school woes. Just when it seemed like things couldn't get any more ordinary, Do burst onto the scene with a surprise visit that had everyone in stitches. Her sudden appearance and the reactions that followed humanized the characters and added a much-needed touch of humor to the narrative. As the dust settled, Su-ae's story began to unfold, setting the tone for a drama-filled high school adventure filled with laughter and tears. As the moon cast its silvery glow over the tranquil night air, Su-ae Shim's frustration reached a boiling point. The incessant noise emanating from Min Woo-kang's antics had finally taken its toll on her exhausted mind and weary body. Desperate for a change of pace, Su-ae's thoughts turned to the intricacies of manipulating her love points, perhaps by winning over Eunhyeok Go, whose charming demeanor had long been the subject of her secret admiration. In a bold move, she proposed a prelude to their relationship, a series of laps around the tracks, designed to spark Eunhyeok's interest and set the stage for a new chapter in their intertwined lives. As they strolled together beneath the starry sky, Su-ae's determination shone brighter than any celestial body, illuminating her path towards freedom from her toxic relationship and a chance at love with the enigmatic Eunhyeok. As Eunhyeok Go strode down the bustling hallway, his cool bad boy aura effortlessly drew the attention of the surrounding girls. His chiseled features and charismatic smile only added to his allure, leaving a trail of swooning admirers in his wake. With a nonchalant flourish, he bestowed a radiant grin upon one particularly besotted fan, cementing his status as the most popular and confident individual at school. Back at his lavish apartment, Eunhyeok Go's opulent lifestyle unfolded like a tapestry of designer clothes, cutting-edge electronics, and refined tastes. And as he stood tall outside his high-rise building, gazing out upon the city's vibrant expanse, it was clear that this carefree existence was all his own. This introductory scene served as a masterful portrayal of Eunhyeok Go's charming personality, setting the stage for potential conflicts and interactions with other characters, particularly Su-ae Shim, whose path may soon cross with his in a swirl of drama and intrigue. As the tumultuous narrative unfolded, Su-ae Shim's inner turmoil was laid bare through a symphony of fragmented thoughts and emotions. The air was thick with tension as she confronted Ra-im about her true intentions. Her words laced with desperation and frustration. The atmosphere was electric, like a crackling storm on the horizon, as Su-ae accused Ra-im of using her for personal gain. her voice a mixture of anger and hurt. Ra-im's responses were a jumble of defensiveness and vulnerability, betraying her own emotional struggle to reconcile her actions with her feelings. The confrontation reached its crescendo as Su-ae called out Ra-im's manipulative behavior, leading to a stunning revelation about the nature of their complicated relationship. In this pivotal moment, Su-ae's passive acceptance gave way to newfound assertiveness and determination, setting the stage for further conflict and character development in the story. As the sun rose over the bustling streets, Su-ae Shim's countenance reflected the monotony of her daily routine, her heart heavy with discontent. She felt trapped in a loveless existence with Minwoo. Yet, a spark of determination ignited within her, and Su-ae vowed to take matters into her own hands. She concocted an Operation True Love plan, its blueprint unfolding like a masterful symphony in her mind. With a newfound sense of purpose, she set out to transform herself from the inside out. Makeup adorned her features, and her hair was styled with a flourish, as if the very fabric of reality was being rewoven to reveal a more captivating Su-ae. Her fingers danced across the guitar strings, coaxing forth melodies that would surely captivate Minwoo's attention. As the days passed, Su-ae's confidence grew, like a mighty oak taking root in fertile soil. With each passing moment, she felt herself blossoming into a radiant being, poised to capture the heart of her beloved Minwoo and reclaim the love that had once eluded her. As the curtains drew open, Su-ae Shim sat slumped at a table, her countenance a perfect reflection of her inner turmoil. The air was heavy with her discontent as she pondered the puzzle of how to boost those elusive love points and escape the toxic entanglement with Minwoo Kang. With a determined glint in her eye, Su-ae set out to implement Operation True Love, transforming her environment into a veritable playground of charm and allure. The once drab room was now awash in inspirational quotes and soft candlelight, its very atmosphere designed to woo the hearts of those around her. However, Minwoo Kang's arrival brought a swift and merciless end to Su-ae's grand design. His scathing disapproval left her reeling as she realized too late that her attempts to manipulate the world around her had achieved precisely nothing, save for a fleeting sense of futility. As Su-ae Shim sat alone at home, the weight of her toxic relationship with Minwoo Kang bore down on her like a suffocating shroud. The desperation in her eyes was palpable as she grasped for a solution to extricate herself from this soul-crushing situation. With a burst of determination, she seized a notebook and began brainstorming ways to increase those elusive love points and reclaim control over her life. As the ideas flowed onto the page, a plan took shape, one that would test Su-ae's mettle like never before. She envisioned herself swept off her feet by a handsome stranger, the very thought imbuing her with a surge of confidence as she set out to make Minwoo Kang green with envy. With a newfound sense of purpose, Su-ae gazed into the distance, her resolute expression a testament to the unyielding determination burning within her. She would take charge of her life and her destiny, no matter the cost. As the sun cast its warm glow upon the location, Ra-im-do arrived on the scene, her footsteps echoing through the air. Her eyes locked onto Eunhyeok Go's distant figure, a hint of impatience creeping into her voice as she inquired about his whereabouts. His reassuring response drifted back to her from outside the building, a gentle breeze carrying his words across the distance. Yet, Ra-im-do's expression remained unchanged, her annoyance or frustration simmering just beneath the surface like a pot left to boil. As the minutes ticked by, the atmosphere grew heavier, as if the very air was charged with anticipation of an impending confrontation between these two characters, one that would undoubtedly send ripples throughout Su-ae's world. As Su-ae Shim navigated the bustling school grounds, her desperation for attention and validation became palpable. In a bold move, she approached Eunhyeok, pleading with him to pretend to be her boyfriend for the sake of her love point count. Initially hesitant, Eunhyeok eventually agreed to help Su-ae, unaware that this impromptu performance would spark a chain reaction of chaos. Minwoo, Su-ae's current boyfriend, happened upon the unsuspecting pair, his eyes narrowing with jealousy as he watched them stroll together. As Ra-im, Su-ae's stepsister, caught wind of the situation, she began spreading malicious rumors about Su-ae's supposed availability once more. The air was thick with tension as these complex characters clashed. their true natures revealed in the heat of the moment. As the sun rose over Su-ae Shim's life, she stirred from slumber and reached for her trusty companion, the Jellypop phone. Its digital display revealed a disconcerting truth. Her love points had taken a precipitous drop overnight. Undeterred, Su-ae decided to take matters into her own hands. She embarked on a mission to boost those affection numbers by performing kind deeds. Starting with a small act of charity for an elderly woman struggling under the weight of groceries. The old woman's gratitude was palpable as she bestowed upon Su-ae a vibrant bouquet of flowers in appreciation of her help. As Su-ae walked away, she couldn't help but notice Eunhyeok Go watching her from afar, his eyes betraying a mix of admiration and curiosity. The encounter seemed to spark something within Su-ae, for when she returned home, she was lost in thought, pondering the value of kindness and love in her own life. This poignant moment marked the beginning of Su-ae's journey towards self-discovery and an exploration of what it means to truly connect with others. As the morning sun cast its warm glow over the bustling streets, Su-ae Shim gazed down at her phone with a mix of worry and frustration etched on her face. The numbers flashing before her eyes, a paltry 10 love points, seemed to mock her, reminding her of the countless failed relationships that had left her feeling empty and unfulfilled. Memories of past heartaches flooded her mind, as if the very fabric of reality was rewinding itself to reveal the painful truth. She yearned for genuine connections, not fleeting infatuations. And so, with a heavy heart, Su-ae confided in her trusted friend Eunhyeok Go about her struggles, allowing her vulnerability and desperation to shine through like a beacon in the darkness. Eunhyeok listened intently, his own experiences with romantic failures serving as a counterpoint to Su-ae's tale of woe. As they commiserated over their shared misfortunes, an unspoken understanding formed between them, one that would set in motion Operation True Love. A bold endeavor aimed at boosting Su-ae's confidence and potentially kindling a romance that would change the course of her life forever. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm orange glow over the bustling cityscape, Su-ae Shim's friend Eunhyeok Go appeared at her doorstep, his usually bright countenance now clouded with concern. His eyes scanned the area before fixing on hers, his voice laced with desperation as he asked if she was okay. The tension in his gaze only grew as he pulled out his phone, the screen illuminated by a faint glow that seemed to hold his attention captive. Eunhyeok's troubled thoughts poured out like a torrent, as he confided in Su-ae about Minu Kang's enigmatic behavior and the nagging doubts he harbored about Ra-imdu's true intentions. Su-ae listened intently, her own experiences with love and relationships serving as a beacon of understanding as she offered words of comfort and empathy. As their conversation flowed like a gentle stream, the Jellypop phone monitor in the background flickered to life, flashing a cryptic message that seemed to whisper secrets only the universe knew. In this moment, Su-ae's gentle nature shone bright, allowing her friend Eunhyeok to unburden himself and find solace in their friendship. As the threads of their relationships began to weave a tapestry of intrigue and romance. As Su-ae Shim navigated the turbulent waters of her love life, a sense of desperation settled over her like a shroud. The constant reminders of Minu Kang's neglect only served to intensify the hopelessness that had taken up residence in her heart. But just as all seemed lost, a beacon of guidance emerged in the form of the Jellypop phone. Its cryptic messages whispered sweet nothings in Su-ae's ear, offering a tantalizing promise. The key to unlocking a floodgate of love points lay within its mystical grasp. And so, with a newfound sense of determination, Su-ae set out on a journey of self-improvement, armed with little more than a towel and a willingness to bear her emotions for all to see. As she embarked on this transformative path, the very fabric of her existence began to shift, like the delicate petals of a flower unfolding in the warmth of the sun. As Su-ae Shim stood at the threshold of her daily routine, her mind was already elsewhere. The gentle hum of her surroundings, the soft rustle of fabric, the distant chatter of passers-by, was but a mere backdrop to the turmoil brewing within. Her thoughts were consumed by the weighty matters prompted by the Jellypop phone's stern warnings, the dire consequences of not increasing her love points, and the uncertainty that loomed like a dark cloud on the horizon. With anxious eyes fixed on the phone's display, she beheld her current standing, a meager total that seemed to mock her with its insignificance. The fleeting moments spent pondering her predicament were but a prelude to a more pronounced distraction. Eunhyeok, the object of her growing affections, began to occupy center stage in Su-ae's thoughts. As she attempted to tackle the mundane task of laundry, her mind wandered down paths both fantastical and wistful, conjuring scenarios where she and Eunhyeok shared tender moments. Alas, these flights of fancy only served to further derail her focus, leaving her with a mountain of unfinished laundry and an overwhelming sense of frustration. In this moment, Su-ae stood at the crossroads, torn between the realities of her situation and the siren song of her own desires. As Su-ae Shim struggled to process the aftermath of her breakup with Minwoo, she sought solace in a conversation with Eunhyeok. Apologizing for taking a moment, she revealed the depth of her heartache, confessing that breaking up had been a difficult ordeal. She shared a text message apology with Eunhyeok, its words a poignant expression of regret and humility. "I'm sorry, and this will only take a second." The weight of her emotions was palpable as she revealed the timing of the breakup. It had all unfolded just today. As the notification on her phone's screen made plain, amidst this vulnerability, Eunhyeok sought to offer comfort, inviting Su-ae to join him when she'd finished sorting through her feelings. But before they could fully explore this moment of connection, the air was suddenly charged with an otherworldly energy, as if the very fabric of reality had been disrupted by the sudden, inexplicable appearance of the Jellypop phone. The scene served as a poignant reminder that Su-ae's emotional turmoil was far from her only concern. The supernatural forces at play threatened to upend her world once more. As Su-ae Shim's room door swung open, her friends Eunhyeok and Ra-im burst in, their laughter and teasing filling the air. The atmosphere was carefree, with Su-ae seemingly oblivious to the impending revelation. But it wasn't long before the humor abruptly ceased, replaced by a more serious tone as they turned their attention to Su-ae's secret plan. Operation True Love, designed to boost her love points. Su-ae's attempts to shoo them away fell flat, and she was forced to share more of her scheme. Eunhyeok's suggestion that he had an idea to aid Su-ae sent her nerves on high alert. Just as the tension began to build, Ra-im intervened, diverting attention with a casual query about acquiring one of her dad's shirts. The sudden shift in focus only added to the intrigue, leaving Su-ae wondering what her friends truly had in store for her. As Eunhyeok paused, uttering a cryptic, "Wait a sec," the scene concluded with an air of anticipation, signaling that Su-ae's fate was about to take a dramatic turn. As the door burst open, Su-ae Shim stormed into Eunhyeok's room, her face a picture of turmoil. The air was electric with tension as she confronted him about his sudden decision to participate in an interview for a job without so much as a whisper to her. Her ire was palpable as she demanded to know what was behind this unexpected turn of events. Eunhyeok's expression remained calm, but the weight of Su-ae's displeasure hung heavy over him like a cloud. The atmosphere crackled with the intensity of their exchange as Su-ae's disappointment and frustration boiled over into a heated argument. Her accusations flew thick and fast, each one landing like a hammer blow on Eunhyeok's defenses. What was behind this sudden move? Would he reveal his true intentions to Su-ae? Or would she be left in the dark once more? The stakes were high as these two individuals struggled to find common ground amidst the turmoil of their own making. As Su-ae gazed down at her phone, a picture of befuddlement creased her face. The cryptic messages and symbols flashing on the screen had left her utterly perplexed. Her frustration growing with each passing moment, she turned to an unseen audience, her voice laced with exasperation as she questioned whether she was expected to decipher the instructions solo or if there was a way to clarify their meaning. As she delved deeper into the phone's enigmatic communications, Su-ae's misunderstandings snowballed into a series of hilarious mishaps. Her misinterpretations of words and symbols spawned a chain reaction of comedic misadventures, her emotions escalating from frustration to full-blown exasperation as the minutes ticked by. In the end, Su-ae stood defeated, her face a picture of exhaustion and confusion, still struggling to unlock the secrets of the confounding Jellypop phone. As the morning sun cast its warm glow, Su-ae's father strolled into the room, a mischievous glint in his eye. He nonchalantly brandished a shirt. its vibrant hues and unconventional design sparking a playful tease from Su-ae. Eccentric was her gentle jab at her father's fashion sense. But beneath her teasing tone, a hint of amusement danced across her features. The air was filled with the warmth of their familial bond as they exchanged good-natured banter. In the end, Su-ae agreed to return the shirt to her father on Monday, sealing the scene with a friendly and relaxed atmosphere that hinted at the strong foundation of their relationship. As the rain-soaked Su-ae Shim stumbled into school, her disheveled appearance drew attention from her peers. Her embarrassment was palpable as she tried to navigate the situation, her eyes darting about in search of a way to salvage what was left of her dignity. It was then that Eunhyeok Go appeared at her side, his initial aloofness giving way to concern and kindness. With gentle curiosity, he asked Su-ae what had happened, his tone softening her embarrassment and allowing her to explain her predicament. As she spoke, Su-ae's vulnerability shone through, but Eunhyeok Go responded with a generous offer. The clothes his sister had lent him, now being shared with the hapless Su-ae. This unexpected display of empathy hinted at a deeper understanding between them, foreshadowing a potential bond that would only grow stronger as their stories intertwined. As Su-ae Shim returned from school, her daily routine unfolded like a well-rehearsed dance. She went through the motions of washing her clothes, a mundane task that seemed to weigh heavily on her shoulders. The struggle to find something suitable to wear hinted at an underlying lack of confidence in her appearance, a subtle vulnerability that set the tone for the rest of the evening. But as she arrived at Ra-im's house, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Ra-im's warm invitation to stay for dinner marked a stark contrast between their personalities and lifestyles, while Su-ae's quiet nature seemed to retreat into the shadows. Ra-im's outgoing personality shone like a beacon, illuminating the space with her infectious energy. As they spent time together, it was clear that their friendship was built on a foundation of trust and understanding, a bond that would serve as a constant source of support for Su-ae in the days to come. As Su-ae Shim sat amidst her scattered school things, a palpable sense of unhappiness hung in the air. The weight of her emotions was almost tangible, like a physical manifestation of her turmoil. Her gaze drifted to her phone, where a text from Min Kang awaited, its arrival only serving to deepen the chasm between them. Su-ae's fingers flew across the screen as she responded, but before she could find solace in digital words, Ra-im appeared unexpectedly behind her, casting an unsettling shadow over her quiet moment. The tension was palpable as their conversation unfolded, revealing a complex web of sibling rivalry and jealousy that left Su-ae feeling vulnerable and insecure. As the scene drew to a close, Su-ae's emotional state reached a boiling point, hinting at a possible cathartic release or a shattering realization about her unhappy circumstances. As Su-ae Shim stood before her boyfriend Minu, she was taken aback by his sudden invitation to stay for dinner. The unexpected twist left her hesitant and uncertain, her mind racing with the implications of accepting or declining. She found herself questioning what she had expected to happen next, her thoughts muddled by a mix of obligation and unease. Minu's request that she taste something he'd prepared only added to Su-ae's discomfort, leaving her feeling vulnerable and unsure of herself amidst the tension between their relationship's dynamics. As the memories of her moments with Hoo-yeon flooded her mind, Su-ae Shim found herself lost in thought, her eyes drifting to the cherished photos that served as a tangible connection to their time together. Her heart heavy with emotion, she poured out her true feelings onto paper, crafting a heartfelt letter that spoke directly to the depths of her soul. And yet, it was not enough for Su-ae. She longed to convey her sincerity in person, her determination evident as she hesitated before finally deciding to take the leap and deliver her confession. With every beat of her heart, Su-ae steeled herself for the possibility of rejection, but it was a risk she was willing to take in order to bare her soul to Hoo-yeon. As Su-ae Shim scrolled through her online feed, she couldn't help but feel a pang of dismay as she read the comments flooding in from fans of Becoming the Black Rose Girl of Versailles. The news of the webtoon's hiatus had sent shockwaves throughout the community, with readers expressing their disappointment and confusion. Some wondered aloud about the reason behind the break, while others speculated that it was connected to the creator's personal life, specifically their boyfriend. Amidst the sea of comments, Su-ae felt a sense of solidarity as she saw fans from all walks of life sharing their thoughts and reactions, with many punctuating their remarks with emoticons to convey their emotions. As she delved deeper into the discussion, Su-ae realized that this moment was not just about the webtoon's hiatus, but also about the community it had spawned, a collective outpouring of passion, loyalty, and understanding that would continue to bind fans together long after the break. As Su-ae Shim gazed out at the bustling street, her thoughts drifted to the intriguing trio gathered at the bus stop. Ra Im-doo's friend, Eunhyeok Go, Min-woo Kang, and his beau. Her eyes narrowed as she pondered the peculiar sight of Eunhyeok lavishing praise on Min-woo's appearance, a phenomenon that left Su-ae wondering how these two could both be so captivatingly good-looking. The wheels turned in her mind as she began to ruminate over potential jealousy issues brewing. Beneath the surface, a fleeting sense of unease crept in, prompting her to question whether she had inadvertently done something amiss. Just then, Eunhyeok's request for directions and Su-ae's offer to give him a ride, bound for the bus stop, marked a shift in their conversation. With Eunhyeok on board, they agreed to travel together, foreshadowing the possibility of conflicts or misunderstandings simmering beneath the surface of Su-ae's relationships with Min-woo and Ra Im-doo. As Su-ae Shim gazed down at her phone, a mix of emotions swirled within her. The latest text from Min-woo Kang, her neglectful boyfriend, only served to emphasize his lack of interest in her, leaving her feeling unloved and unwanted. But it was the stream of images that followed that truly caught her attention. Eunhyeok Go, Ra Im's boyfriend, and their seemingly perfect relationship had Su-ae envying the way they effortlessly glowed with happiness together. Her gaze lingered on Eunhyeok, his chiseled features and impeccable style making even the most ordinary shirt look extraordinary. In her eyes, as she lost herself in these fleeting glimpses of a life she didn't have, Su-ae couldn't help but long for more, not just for a loving partner, but also for a family dynamic that mirrored Ra Im's own harmonious upbringing, with parents who loved and cherished each other as deeply as hers did. And so the scene faded to black, leaving Su-ae's deepest desires and insecurities exposed, setting the stage for her character's transformative journey ahead. As the memories of her past unfolded like wisps of smoke, Su-ae Shim gazed inward, lost in the labyrinth of her own thoughts. The tender vow she had made to herself as a child, to find someone as kind and genuine as her father, came flooding back, only to be tempered by the harsh realities of her relationships with Min-woo and Ra Im. The once bright hope began to wilt, like a flower left unwatered, as Su-ae confronted the disheartening truth that not all men were created equal. Yet, she refused to surrender, instead opting to channel her frustration into a determination to change herself, hoping against hope that Min-woo would follow suit and become a better partner. But alas, as the days turned into weeks, Su-ae's resolve slowly deflated, much like the fragile petals of her youthful dreams. Until finally, she came to terms with the crushing realization that Min-woo was no longer the romantic prospect she had once believed him to be. As the memories of a bygone era unfolded before her, Su-ae Shim's gaze drifted back to the pivotal moments that had transformed her relationships and personal growth. The echoes of her past reverberated through her mind, recalling the instant she found the courage to stand up against Min-woo Kang's mistreatment. The recollection brought forth a flood of emotions as she revisited the exact moment when Ra Im-doo, her charismatic stepsister, intervened with words of encouragement, shattering Su-ae's self-doubt and imbuing her with an unprecedented sense of confidence. As Su-ae Shim sat alone in the library, the weight of her troubles seemed to suffocate her. The pages of her book blurred together as she struggled to focus on anything but the ache in her heart. It was then that Eunhyeok Go appeared. Sensing the depth of her sorrow, Su-ae confided in her friend about Min-woo Kang, her neglected boyfriend, and the pain he'd been inflicting. Eunhyeok's words of wisdom echoed in her mind. Confront him. Open up about your feelings. But the fear of rejection or worse held her back. Finally, Su-ae steeled herself and set out to face Min-woo at his favorite hangout spot. What she found was a jarring reality: Min-woo engrossed in video games with friends, his attention a distant dream. As she approached him, her words fell flat against the armor of his indifference. The hurt and frustration mounted, until finally, Su-ae felt defeated, leaving behind the scene of shattered hopes and unrequited emotions. As Su-ae Shim's thoughts drifted through the turmoil within her mind, a kaleidoscope of emotions unfolded. Memories of taking care, possibly a metaphor for maintaining appearances in her relationship with Minwoo, whirled alongside fragmented recollections of forgetting something, a poignant reminder of her feelings of disconnection from herself. The atmosphere was charged with uncertainty as Su-ae's mental landscape shifted, like ripples on the surface of water, as she tried to recall her phone number. Amidst this emotional maelstrom, scribbled notes on her phone pad burst forth. Fragments of conversations with others, perhaps Eunhyeok or Ra-im, that only added to the disorientation. As Su-ae's mental struggles reached a fever pitch, the images around her grew increasingly distorted and chaotic, reflecting the turmoil brewing within. And yet, in this moment of greatest uncertainty, Su-ae found solace in recollection. Her phone number came flooding back, accompanied by an enigmatic message from an unknown sender, your number, a beacon of clarity that illuminated the path ahead, as if beckoning her towards a deeper understanding of herself and her place in the world. As the memories of her parents' once perfect relationship flooded her mind, Su-ae's thoughts were torn asunder by the harsh reality of their impending divorce. In a desperate bid to make sense of it all, she turned to Ra-im, her stepsister and confidant, seeking guidance on how to navigate this treacherous landscape. Ra-im, however, was struggling with her own romantic woes, offering words of caution that ultimately fell flat for Su-ae. As the truth began to sink in, Minwoo, the object of her affections, was not invested in their relationship. Su-ae's doubts about love and commitment began to swirl like a maelstrom, leaving her feeling adrift and uncertain about the future. The fragile threads that once bound her family together had snapped, and Su-ae was left grappling with the painful questions. What does it mean to truly love someone? And how can she find her own path forward when everything around her seemed to be falling apart? As the solitary sunbeam danced across her desolate expression, Su-ae Shim's thoughts were a jumble of melancholy and longing. Her usually radiant face now reflected the turmoil brewing within her. As she sat alone at lunchtime, the weight of her boyfriend Minwoo's neglect bore down upon her like a relentless tide, leaving her feeling unheard and unseen. The silence between them had grown so thick it seemed to have taken on a life of its own, suffocating any glimmer of intimacy that once existed. And yet, amidst this sea of uncertainty, Su-ae found herself grappling with the very essence of love itself. Was it a fleeting infatuation, or a steadfast commitment? The world around her melted away as she delved deeper into these existential queries, her eyes clouding over like a stormy sky on the verge of unleashing its full fury. As the whispers spread like wildfire through the hallowed halls, anticipation began to build among the student body. The rumor mill was churning out juicy gossip about a new boy group on the cusp of debut at Marang Entertainment, sending hearts racing and hopes soaring. Amidst the chatter, one curious soul stood out. An unnamed student known only as Slow. His eyes shone bright with excitement as he shared his thoughts on the impending musical revelation. But just as the buzz was reaching a fever pitch, another tantalizing tidbit emerged. Do Hwa back, once a familiar face in the halls of learning, had seemingly undergone a transformation, morphing into an idle trainee. The student body was abuzz with curiosity, wondering what could have driven this sudden change. As they gathered to dissect the evidence, Slow raised a skeptical eyebrow, demanding concrete proof before believing the whispers. And so, the scene drew to a close, leaving behind a tantalizing hint that the lives of these high school students would soon be forever intertwined with the pulse-pounding world of music and entertainment. The stage was set for a dramatic unfold, as the mysteries surrounding Duhwa's new status and the debut boy group began to take center stage. As the whispers of gossip swirled through the school's corridors, Su-ae Shim's thoughts turned inward, reflecting on the tumultuous past with Minwoo Kang. The oppressive nature of their relationship weighed heavily on her mind. But now, she reveled in the freedom that came with leaving him behind. With a newfound sense of independence, Su-ae gazed back upon the whirlwind of rumors that erupted after she ended things with Minwoo, the juicy tidbits that had everyone talking, and still had the power to fascinate. It was as if the very fabric of school life had been rewoven. with new threads and colors emerging from the chaos. As Su-ae's gaze lingered on the memories of her past, she sensed a fresh chapter unfolding before her, one marked by growth, self-discovery, and the thrill of the unknown. As Su-ae Shim navigated the complex emotions swirling within, a subtle shift occurred. Initially, she seemed perplexed by the dynamics between Eunhyeok and Minwoo, her gaze lingering on their interaction with an air of uncertainty. The weight of her thoughts became palpable as she drifted away from them. Lost in a sea of introspection, the tides of her emotions slowly receded, revealing a newfound perspective, one that distanced her emotionally from Minwoo. The conversation with Eunhyeok only reinforced this realization, as they dissected Minwoo's flaws, solidifying Su-ae's decision to reassess their relationship. Frustration boiled over into a torrent of truth. Minwoo may have been handsome, but his flaws far outweighed any physical appeal. This epiphany marked the beginning of a new chapter for Su-ae, as she prioritized her own emotional well-being, slowly extricating herself from the suffocating grip of her troubled relationship with Minwoo. As the whispers began to circulate around campus, a buzz of excitement enveloped the students. It was then that Su-ae Shim found herself suddenly surrounded by the very same crowd she had previously kept at arm's length. The murmurs grew louder, with one enthusiastic student proclaiming her hot, and another boasting about her starring role in the latest campus gossip. Ra-im-do appeared on the scene, seemingly drawn to the commotion surrounding Su-ae, and promptly began snapping selfies with her stepsister, further mortifying the hapless protagonist. Meanwhile, Minwoo Kang watched from the sidelines, her disapproving gaze only adding to Su-ae's growing discomfort. As the hubbub died down, it was clear that a turning point had been reached for Su-ae, one marked by an unexpected and unwelcome rise to fame. As the sun shone bright, Su-ae Shim's playful banter with Eunhyeok hinted at a budding connection between them. Their carefree exchange over strawberry milk was the perfect catalyst for a spark of romance to ignite. Su-ae's innocent and naive nature about relationships served as a refreshing contrast to Eunhyeok's subtle flirting, leaving the air thick with possibility. Ming's, or Minwoo's, discomfort at their interactions only added fuel to the fire, casting a shadow of tension over the scene. As the moment came full circle, Eunhyeok's curious gaze settled on Su-ae, his interest palpable as he took in her radiant presence. This subtle yet significant turning point marked the beginning of a new chapter in Su-ae's journey, one that would challenge her current relationship with Minwoo and leave readers eager to see where this tantalizing thread might lead. As the camera pans across a montage of tasks, we see Minwoo, Su-ae's boyfriend, busily juggling multiple responsibilities. But amidst this whirlwind of activity, something is amiss. A cryptic text message sends shockwaves through Su-ae's world. The words, glance, and %pina we, taunt her, refusing to yield their secrets. Frustration and confusion seep into her pores as she tries to unravel the mystery behind Minwoo's sudden change in behavior. Her concern is palpable as she seeks solace from her stepsister Ra-im. But even that attempt at connection falls flat. Meanwhile, Eunhyeok, a friend of Su-ae's, catches a glimpse of her distress but chooses not to intervene, leaving Su-ae feeling increasingly isolated and uncertain about the future of her relationship with Minwoo. As the classroom door swung open, Su-ae Shim's gaze drifted away from the lesson at hand. Lost in a reverie of romantic dinners past, her mind wandered back to her parents' tender moments, idealizing love as a deliberate choice, not just a feeling. The sudden appearance of Minwoo at the door jolted her back to reality, and Su-ae hastily concealed her emotions, trying to appear nonchalant. But the whispers that followed only heightened her anxiety. Rumors swirled around school, casting doubt on Minwoo's fidelity, leaving Su-ae wondering if there was truth to the gossip. The weight of uncertainty settled heavily upon her as she walked home with Ra-im, attempting to strike up a conversation, but finding herself met with Ra-im's distant and dismissive demeanor. As the silence between them grew thicker than the evening air, Su-ae's insecurities began to unravel like the threads of a worn tapestry, revealing the fragility of her own heart. As Su-ae Shim approached Eunhyeok, she asked him point-blank if he wanted to go see a movie with her. His reaction was telling. Taken aback by the sudden invitation, he responded hesitantly, leaving room for misinterpretation. Su-ae sensed potential misunderstanding and clarified her intentions, emphasizing the importance of context to avoid incorrect assumptions. The conversation took an unexpected turn as she alluded to Eunhyeok's reputation, implying that people might misconstrue her invitation if not handled correctly. Eunhyeok appeared nonplussed and slightly annoyed by Su-ae's words, with the scene ending on an ambiguous note. This awkward encounter showcased Su-ae as a proactive character trying to initiate social interaction with her crush, while also highlighting the challenges of miscommunication and romantic misunderstandings. As Su-ae Shim's gaze fell upon her Jellypop phone, she sensed a subtle unease emanating from its very presence. The device had begun to behave erratically, transmitting enigmatic messages and emitting peculiar sounds that seemed to pierce the air. Seeking guidance on this inexplicable phenomenon, Su-ae confided in Eunhyeok Go, whose astute insight only piqued her curiosity further. Minu Kang joined the conversation, sharing tales of similar occurrences plaguing the town's residents, each account weaving a tapestry of mystery that only grew more intricate with every passing moment. Then, Ra Im-do burst onto the scene, revealing her own struggles to comprehend the phone's capricious behavior. As the friends gathered around Su-ae's phone, its erratic nature became a palpable force, drawing them in with an otherworldly allure. As they collectively scrutinized the device, Su-ae's mind began to unravel threads of intrigue, hinting at a far greater enigma surrounding the Jellypop phone. As Su-ae Shim sat amidst the humdrum of math class, her mind was awhirl with the unexplained occurrences that had been plaguing her. The mysterious energy emanating from the enigmatic Jellypop phone still lingered, leaving her feeling restless and on edge. Her thoughts were a jumble of frustration and anxiety as she struggled to make sense of it all. The monotony of math class only served to amplify her agitation, as she couldn't help but think that even algebra was such a drag. As the minutes ticked by, Su-ae's countenance grew increasingly troubled, her introspection suggesting that this scene marked the beginning of her quest to unravel the secrets surrounding the Jellypop phone. As the drama unfolded, Su-ae Shim stood firm, her words laced with frustration as she confronted her friend Eunhyeok Go about his recent behavior. The air was thick with tension as she voiced her concerns, her voice a mixture of worry and demand for attention. It became clear that Su-ae had been troubled by Eunhyeok's actions, feeling like they were growing apart and wondering if he was no longer invested in their friendship. Eunhyeok's evasive nature only added to Su-ae's unease, leaving her questioning whether she was simply being overly self-conscious or if there was truth to her fears. As the scene shifted into a more introspective tone, Su-ae probed deeper, suggesting that they needed to confront their emotions head-on, implying that underlying issues required attention. With Eunhyeok as a quiet but palpable presence, Su-ae's emotional turmoil took center stage, laying bare her vulnerability and uncertainty in the face of potential change. As the clock struck 3, the atmosphere grew heavy with introspection. The air was thick with the weight of loneliness as Su-ae Shim and her friend Eunhyeok found solace in each other's company. The darkness that surrounded them seemed to swallow all sounds, leaving only the gentle hum of vulnerability. It was as if the world outside had melted away, leaving only these two souls, bound together by their shared experiences of isolation. Eunhyeok opened up about the crushing feeling of being alone when no one was around, his words hanging like a mist that clung to Su-ae's heart. And yet, she responded with empathy, her voice a beacon of comfort in the darkness. Together, they found a sense of belonging, their connection forged in the fires of shared emotions. As the moment reached its crescendo, Eunhyeok proposed a plan, to escape into a movie together, to find solace in each other's company and lose themselves in the magic of the screen. It was as if the very fabric of reality had been woven with threads of connection and understanding, binding these two souls together in a bond that would transcend the challenges they faced. In this intimate moment, Su-ae and Eunhyeok found a glimmer of hope, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there was always a way to find comfort in each other's company. As Su-ae Shim sat alone, her gaze fixed on her phone, a sudden urge seized her to collaborate with someone, anyone, on their class assignment. "I've always," she exclaimed, her words trailing off in a tantalizing mystery that left the outcome unclear. With newfound determination, She approached Eunhyeok and asked if he'd be willing to partner up, only to be met with a series of enigmatic responses that seemed to defy interpretation. Despite the awkwardness, Su-ae persisted, rephrasing her query in a more straightforward manner, leaving Eunhyeok's reaction uncertain, a tantalizing prospect that would leave readers eager for more. As Su-ae Shim wandered the streets of Seoul, her mind preoccupied with the tribulations of her phone troubles, she failed to notice the world around her. It was only when a sudden, unexpected presence materialized before her that she was jolted back into reality. The mysterious individual's swift appearance sent Su-ae stumbling, their paths nearly colliding in a chaotic dance. The stranger's urgent words cut through the air, a stern rebuke for her distracted ways. With a deep breath, Su-ae regained her composure, responding calmly to the stranger's ire. Though her thoughts still lingered on the woes of her phone, she pressed onward, lost in contemplation as the city's rhythms continued to ebb and flow around her. As the story unfolded, Su-ae Shim found herself in a precarious predicament, her very existence seemingly tied to the jellypop phone that lay just out of her grasp. The air was thick with tension as she demanded its return from an unwilling stranger, her words laced with desperation and a hint of panic. But the stranger refused to budge, their firm stance highlighting the power imbalance between them. As the standoff continued, the tone shifted, like the whispers of a mysterious wind, carrying cryptic messages that danced across the screen, adding an air of enigma to the proceedings. And yet, despite the chaos that surrounded her, Su-ae remained fixed on reclaiming her phone, her actions driven by a deep-seated reliance on this tiny, glowing rectangle that had become an integral part of her being. As Su-ae Shim's gaze lingered on the enigmatic message, he wouldn't consider taking that, would he? Quote, a subtle challenge to her decision-making prowess hung in the air. Her thoughts turned inward as she pondered the prospect of assuming the role of liaison for the mystifying jellypop phone. Doubts crept in, born from concerns that taking on this new responsibility would entangle her too deeply. Yet, Su-ae's inner monologue shifted gears as she began to rationalize her thoughts. She questioned whether she would indeed take the leap and if it was truly right for her. As her self-doubt slowly dissipated, a sense of conviction grew within her, culminating in an unequivocal declaration. I need to take it. The scene concluded with Su-ae's countenance transformed, now bearing the determined air of one ready to embark on this new chapter, fueled by a growing sense of confidence and purpose. As Su-ae Shim's voice echoed through the air, she desperately sought attention from someone. Anyone. Her shouts of, "Are you out of your mind?" and, "Hello? Can't hear you," were met with an unsettling silence. The frustration mounted as she attempted to reconnect, only to be met with an abrupt hang-up. It was as if the world had conspired against her, leaving her feeling isolated and ignored. But then, something unexpected happened. Su-ae Shim's laughter pierced the air, accompanied by her friend Eunhyeok Go, who playfully poked fun at the absurdity of it all. However, this levity was short-lived, as Su-ae Shim's tone shifted, revealing a vulnerability and embarrassment that had been simmering beneath the surface. The momentary veil of humor lifted, exposing the raw emotions she'd been trying to conceal, leaving Eunhyeok Go by her side to offer support and solace in this moment of shared human frailty. As Su-ae Shim strode down the gritty street with unwavering determination, the air was charged with an unspoken sense of tension. Her very presence seemed to command attention, as if the universe itself was aligning to bear witness to her bold move. The unsuspecting Ra Im-do, likely the perpetrator of Minu's distress, continued to harass Su-ae's younger sister, leaving her vulnerable and intimidated. But just as all hope seemed lost, Su-ae burst onto the scene, her face a picture of fierce resolve and her words laced with a steely conviction. With each passing moment, it became clear that she would stop at nothing to defend the one she loved, her courage and loyalty shining like beacons in the midst of chaos. As the drama unfolded, Su-ae's character was forever transformed, her mettle tested and found wanting. Yet still she stood tall, a testament to the unyielding power of family bonds and unwavering conviction. As the sun began to set on another bustling day, Su-ae Shim found herself caught in a whirlwind of emotions. Her friend Eunhyeok Go had proposed a carefree outing for TTEOKBOKKI after school. But Minu Kang's sudden cancellation at the last minute left her feeling neglected and frustrated. The weight of their relationship hung heavy on her shoulders as she expressed her disappointment to Minu, who promised to wake her up next time, yet again leaving Su-ae skeptical about his follow-through. As Eunhyeok inquired about her plans, Su-ae revealed her intention to head home, only for Minu to attempt to win her back with a takeout invitation, further fueling her avoidance. The silence that followed was deafening, as Su-ae's growing frustration with Minu's behavior simmered just beneath the surface, represented by the telltale thought bubble of her avoiding him altogether. As the morning sun crept into her room, Su-ae Shim slowly stirred from slumber, her mind already grappling with the weight of her emotions. A subtle veil of uncertainty clung to her thoughts, as if she was still waking up to the reality of her situation. As she prepared to face another day, a fleeting doubt arose. Had she indeed forgotten to put in her earphones? The uncertainty seemed to mirror her disconnection from the world around her. Minu, her boyfriend, appeared by her side, his innocent inquiry about her sleep. "Are you sleeping?" Quote, belied by a deeper concern that hinted at his awareness of her emotional turmoil. As they spoke, Su-ae's inner struggle was laid bare, a tangle of frowning faces and fragmented words. "Are you sleeping?" Quote, each one a testament to the turmoil brewing beneath the surface. This poignant moment seemed to set the stage for an exploration of Su-ae's emotional trials within her relationship with Minu, hinting at the conflicts or introspections that lay ahead. As Su-ae entered the room, she was met with a stark contrast to the warmth and connection they once shared. Instead, Minu's gaze remained fixed on his video game screen, oblivious to Su-ae's attempts to reach out to him through phone calls and texts. The air was thick with tension as Su-ae confronted Minu about the depth of his neglect, her words laced with a mix of hurt and frustration. Minu's response was dismissive at best, downplaying his lack of attention as mere busyness. Su-ae would have none of it, calling out Minu's lack of effort in their relationship, highlighting how he only paid attention to her when he wanted something from her. The confrontation escalated as Minu became defensive and accusatory, leading to a shouting match between the two. Amidst the chaos, Su-ae's emotions remained raw and exposed, a testament to her emotional intelligence and willingness to confront difficult issues in their relationship. As the focal character, she drove the scene forward, demonstrating her growth and agency as she navigated the challenges of her relationship with Minu. As Su-ae Shim's thoughts raged like a tempest, she seethed with anger and hurt after witnessing the tender moment between Minu and Ra-im. Memories of their tumultuous past flooded her mind, reminding her that Ra-im had always been an adversary. The sting of betrayal lingered, fueling Su-ae's inner fire. She confessed to having secretly prepared for a confrontation, likening it to stockpiling arrows, hinting at the pent-up aggression brewing within. As her emotions reached a boiling point, her internal world transformed into a scorching desert of rage, symbolizing her all-consuming fury. With tensions escalating, Su-ae's growing frustration and anger foreshadowed an impending storm that would soon crash down upon Ra-im. As the truth hung in the air like a heavy fog, Su-ae Shim's eyes blazed with indignation as she confronted her stepsister Ra-im Do. The weight of their fractured friendship and shattered trust bore down upon them like a tempest. Ra-im, sensing the intensity of the moment, began to express regret for her treachery. But Su-ae's anger was already boiling over, fueled by hurt and betrayal. As Ra-im's words poured out like venom, she portrayed themselves as an enemy, worthy of counterattack, revealing a toxic mindset that had long poisoned their relationship. The air grew thick with tension as Ra-im readied for a confrontation, the threat of violence simmering just beneath the surface. Shot an arrow. Su-ae stood firm, her voice low and deadly serious, warning Ra-im that this would be her last merciful act before she finally broke free from their toxic cycle. As the drama unfolded, Su-ae Shim stood firm, her voice laced with a mix of warning and menace. With an air of foreboding, she cautioned Ra-im Do to cease her manipulative ways, threatening to take decisive action if the latter continued to wreak havoc on those around her. The tension was palpable as Su-ae's frustration and anger simmered just below the surface, fueled by Ra-im's latest manipulation of Minu or Eunhyeok, a move that only served to further enraged the increasingly exasperated Su-ae. As the stakes rose, Su-ae's resolve hardened, her determination palpable as she vowed to no longer tolerate Ra-im's hurtful behavior. And with that, the scene came full circle, leaving the impression of a pivotal moment in the story. One where Su-ae's growing awareness of Ra-im's true nature would spark a turning point in their tumultuous relationship. As the candles flickered dimly around her, Su-ae Shim sat enveloped in a shroud of despair, her thoughts consumed by the unhappy reality of her relationship with Minwoo. The weight of his emotional neglect hung heavy on her like a dark cloud, casting a shadow over every moment they spent together. Memories of their interactions flooded her mind, each one a painful reminder of the chasm that had grown between them. The echoes of their conversations lingering in the air. Just as Su-ae was grappling with these painful truths, Ra-im's manipulative schemes began to unfold, exploiting Su-ae's vulnerabilities for her own gain. As the full extent of Ra-im's intentions became clear, Su-ae felt the sting of isolation, left alone to navigate the turmoil that raged within her, her thoughts and emotions the only solace she could find. And yet, even in the depths of this darkness, a spark of determination ignited within her, a resolve to take control of her life and relationships, rather than being controlled by others. As the candles continued to burn, Su-ae sat alone once more, but now with a newfound sense of purpose driving her forward. As the drama unfolded, Su-ae Shim's eyes locked onto her stepsister Ra-im, whose charisma was slowly being drained away by the manipulative tactics of Minwoo Kang. The air was thick with tension as Minwoo emotionally exhausted Ra-im, his words like a slow-moving poison seeping into her vulnerable soul. But just as all hope seemed lost, Su-ae sprang into action, her voice firm and unwavering as she condemned Minwoo's behavior and refused to let him bully Ra-im any further. The atmosphere shifted palpably as Minwoo grew defensive, his empty threats only serving to enrage Su-ae further. Yet she stood her ground, her tone bold and confident as she defended her sister with a ferocity that left no doubt about her unwavering commitment to protecting the woman who was once just a stranger, but had become so much more. In this pivotal moment, Su-ae's growth into a more assertive and protective individual became undeniable. Her newfound self-confidence and empathetic nature shining like a beacon, illuminating the path ahead as she forged a deeper bond with Ra-im and cemented her own emotional boundaries. As Su-ae Shim went about her daily routine, everything seemed perfectly ordinary. She moved with a quiet confidence, unaware that a subtle shift was brewing on the horizon. Then, without warning, an unsettling presence burst onto the scene, like a whispered secret shattering the calm. The air grew thick with confusion as Su-ae's emotions began to fray. The unknown entity took on a life of its own, personifying the turmoil it sowed in her mind. Like a puzzle piece clicking into place, the mystery deepened, with cryptic fragments of text and code swirling around the periphery. As the evening unfolded, Su-ae Shim revealed her true sentiments about attending the movies with her boyfriend Minwoo and stepsister Ra-im. Her reluctance to participate in the outing was palpable, a sentiment she openly shared by confessing, "I don't really feel like seeing a movie anymore." The weight of her emotional exhaustion hung heavy in the air, as if suffocating any remaining enthusiasm for the evening's activities. Ra-im attempted to lighten the mood with a playful jab about being fashionably late. But Su-ae remained unimpressed, her dejection and disconnection from those around her radiating like a beacon. As the scene drew to a close, it was clear that Su-ae had reached a turning point in her relationships with Minwoo and Ra-im, her emotional landscape shifting in ways that would have far-reaching consequences for all involved. As the memory of their earlier conversation lingered, Su-ae Shim's countenance reflected the turmoil brewing within. Her mind replayed the moments that had left her feeling unheard and unseen, Minwoo's consistent prioritization of his friends and interests over their relationship. The weight of her emotions finally became too much to bear, and she steeled herself for a confrontation with her boyfriend. Their meeting at the coffee shop was a tense affair, as Su-ae poured out her feelings of sadness, anger, and hurt in a bid to get Minwoo to understand the depths of her pain. Initially, he downplayed their issues, but Su-ae's determination only grew stronger. As the discussion reached its boiling point, Su-ae's emotions overflowed, and she was left reeling from Minu's lack of empathy and understanding. In that moment, she came to a profound realization. She couldn't continue in a relationship where her feelings were so consistently dismissed. The scene marked a turning point in Su-ae's character development, as she began to recognize the importance of prioritizing her own emotional needs and setting boundaries in her relationships. As Su-ae Shim stood before Minu, her countenance a picture of unhappiness and frustration. The weight of their tumultuous relationship hung heavy in the air. The turmoil brewing within her was palpable, as if the very thoughts racing through her mind were manifesting themselves into a visual representation of her emotions, a swirling vortex of uncertainty, sadness, and distress. With a deep breath, Su-ae confronted Minu directly, her words laced with a sense of desperation and hurt. She accused him of draining the emotional energy from their relationship, leaving her feeling drained and unfulfilled. But instead of a genuine apology or attempt at understanding, Minu's cruel remark about Su-ae's height cut deep, revealing the vulnerability and insecurities she had long kept hidden. As the scene drew to a close, Su-ae's once bright spirit was reduced to a mere flicker, while Minu remained oblivious to the harm he had caused, setting the stage for a relationship on the brink of collapse. As the whispers of gossip still lingered in the air, Su-ae's friend Eunhyeok found himself entangled in a tense standoff with Minu, her neglectful boyfriend. The palpable air of unease hung heavy as Minu's accusatory tone pierced the silence, accusing Eunhyeok of being troubled by rumors surrounding his relationship with Su-ae. Eunhyeok's piercing gaze shot back at Minu, demanding to know what exactly he was supposed to be upset about. The weight of unspoken words hung precariously as Eunhyeok alluded to the whispers that had been circulating, his frustration simmering just below the surface. "What are you mad at me for?" he probed, his voice laced with a mixture of incredulity and exasperation. As the truth slowly began to unravel, the fragile bonds between these three individuals were stretched to the breaking point, revealing the deep-seated insecurities and jealousies that had been simmering beneath the surface. All along, as Su-ae Shim's turbulent emotions spilled out, a tempestuous atmosphere enveloped the space around her. Her words, laced with frustration and anger, hung in the air like a challenge, daring Minu to respond. And respond he did, his venomous declaration that he hated Su-ae's guts leaving an unsettling aftertaste. The storm of emotions continued to rage as Su-ae revealed the seeming inconsistency between Minu's earlier words and his current demeanor, her confusion and uncertainty simmering just below the surface. As she struggled to make sense of it all, a creeping doubt crept in. Was there something between them that Minu wasn't willing to acknowledge? The scene ended with Su-ae left suspended in a sea of uncertainty, her questions lingering like ripples on the surface of a troubled mind, leaving the reader wondering what secrets lay hidden beneath the turbulent waters of their relationship. As Su-ae Shim's eyes scanned the text message on her screen, a wave of distress washed over her. The words from Minu, her neglectful boyfriend, only served to further entrench her frustration and helplessness. Her thoughts whirled with the weight of their troubled relationship, a knot that seemed impossible to untangle. Suddenly, her fingers flew across the keyboard as she began typing out a message to Minu. But her train of thought was interrupted by another user's comment about bullying. The digital conversation between unknown users unfolded before her, with one user jokingly asking if the other was still going around bullying people. Su-ae's mind wandered back to her own predicament, and she felt her anxiety escalate. Then, without warning, Minu appeared online, sending a flippant message that left her reeling. The reality hit her like a punch to the gut. He wasn't taking their problems seriously, leaving her feeling lost and uncertain about how to proceed in the relationship. As the weight of Minu's neglect settled upon her like a shroud, Su-ae Shim's eyes seemed to cloud over, her gaze drifting away from the phone call that had once been a source of connection. The distant tone in her voice was all too familiar now, a reflection of the growing chasm between them. But just as she began to wallow in the desolate landscape of her thoughts, Ra-im's boisterous arrival injected a jarring note of contrast. The younger woman's effervescent energy and garrulous nature were a stark reminder that Su-ae was not alone. And yet, it only seemed to highlight the vast expanse between their emotional worlds. As Su-ae tried to engage her stepsister in conversation, Ra-im's self-absorption and lack of empathy left her feeling more isolated than ever. It was then that Eunhyeok, observer extraordinaire, seized the moment to offer a gentle nudge, his words of encouragement whispering hope into the void. And as Su-ae's gaze slowly refocused, a glimmer of introspection flickered to life within her, a spark that might just ignite a chain reaction in the tangled web of her relationships. As the sun set behind the cityscape, Su-ae Shim sat on the floor, her face a reflection of the turmoil brewing within. Her thoughts swirled like a maelstrom, a torrent of emotions threatening to consume her. Memories of Minu's neglect and emotional unavailability flooded her mind, a stark reminder of their relationship's troubled waters. The weight of their issues hung heavy in the air as she struggled to find solace in the silence. In the midst of her inner turmoil, Su-ae's thoughts were interrupted by a flashback of Minu's past transgressions. A painful reminder of his neglect. The echoes of those memories still lingered, leaving an indelible mark on her heart. As she sat there, tears streaming down her face, she couldn't help but wonder if things would ever change between them. Seeking solace in conversation with Eunhyeok, Su-ae poured out her emotions, sharing the weight of her frustration with Minu. It was then that she made a decision, one that would mark a turning point in their relationship. The caption, "Wanna just keep gaming?" seemed to echo through the space as she contemplated taking control of her emotions and charting a new course. As the dust settled on this pivotal moment, Su-ae stood tall, her determination palpable, with a bold font declaring, "Just keep gaming?" Quote. She steeled herself for the challenges ahead. The air was electric with anticipation as this crucial juncture in Su-ae's life came to a head, signaling a new chapter in her relationship with Minu. As Su-ae Shim stepped into the midst of bustling activity, Eunhyeok burst forth with a witty remark about being Ra-im's younger sister. The clever quip instantly won over Eunhyeok's heart, who couldn't help but chuckle at the playful jab. This light-hearted exchange set the tone for what was to come, a series of humorous interactions that showcased Eunhyeok's effervescent personality in all its glory. With an air of apology, Eunhyeok brushed aside any misunderstandings that may have arisen earlier, hinting at a previous encounter between Su-ae and Eunhyeok that had taken place off-screen. Yet, it was clear that the bond between these two individuals was already taking shape, forged in the fire of playful banter and warm camaraderie. As Su-ae Shim poured out her heartache, Eunhyeok listened with compassion as she recounted the crushing blow of discovering Minu's secret kiss with Ra-im. Her frustration and disappointment hung in the air like a heavy mist, shrouding her vulnerability and desperation for a loving relationship. With Eunhyeok's empathetic ear, Su-ae found solace in sharing her failed attempt to win Minu back, revealing the tender cracks in her armor. As she spoke, the gentle rain of tears fell, washing away some of the pain. Eunhyeok's reassuring words and nods offered a lifeline, allowing Su-ae to open up further about her motivations and feelings. The conversation then shifted gears as Su-ae confided in Eunhyeok about her plan to make Minu jealous by pretending to date another guy, seeking his opinion on the matter. As they delved deeper into the complexities of relationships, their discussion blossomed like a blooming flower, with Eunhyeok sharing his own experiences and insights. In this intimate moment, Su-ae found the courage to be herself, and her bond with Eunhyeok strengthened, setting the stage for her Operation True Love plan to unfold and take control of her love life on her own terms. As Su-ae Shim followed the directions of her teachers or staff, she found herself lost in a labyrinthine school corridor. Her confusion was palpable as she scanned the surroundings, taking in the unfamiliar faces and second-year students milling about. The air was thick with curiosity as she ventured closer to the restrooms, only to be confronted by an unexpected trio. Ra-im Do, her stepsister, and Minu Kang, her boyfriend. The three stood together, their conversation laced with an unmistakable intimacy that left Su-ae feeling uneasy and suspicious. As the scene unfolded, Su-ae's uncertainty grew, her mind reeling with questions about what was transpiring between the two people she cared about. Most this chance encounter would ultimately set in motion a chain of events that would test the very fabric of their relationships, paving the way for conflicts and plot twists to come. As the weight of her thoughts settled upon her, Su-ae Shim's mind wandered back to the first-year student who had once captured Minu's attention. The ache of longing still lingered within her, a poignant reminder of her own unrequited feelings for the boy she loved. But as memories of her parents' tender love life flashed before her eyes, the stark contrast between their harmonious relationship and her own struggling romance couldn't help but leave her feeling inadequate and uncertain. Just then, Eunhyeok appeared at her side, his teasing remarks hinting at Su-ae's secret crush on Minu. As she drifted away into a daydream, Su-ae found herself transported to a fantastical realm where she was the object of Minu's affections, her heart swelling with hope and possibility. Yet, when reality snapped back into focus, Su-ae remained blissfully unaware of Eunhyeok's playful jabs and the depth of her own unrequited love for Minu. This poignant moment served as a character-driven turning point, illuminating Su-ae's vulnerabilities and insecurities, while foreshadowing her Operation True Love plan, a desperate attempt to win Minu's heart and validate their tumultuous relationship. Eunhyeok, ever the loyal friend, stood poised to play a pivotal role in Su-ae's journey, offering a listening ear and unwavering support as she navigated the treacherous landscape of her own heart. As Su-ae Shim stepped into the quiet sanctuary of the girls' bathroom, she was met with a sympathetic ear from her trusted friend Eunhyeok Go. The air was thick with the scent of soap and shampoo as Su-ae poured out her troubles to Eunhyeok, sharing the weighty burden of her strained relationship with Minu Kang. Her frustration and disappointment hung heavy in the air, like the wisps of steam rising from the sink basin. Eunhyeok listened attentively, her expression a testament to her understanding of Su-ae's pain, which was no doubt exacerbated by the manipulative nature of Ra-im-do. As the conversation drew to a close, Su-ae's determination to take control of her life and relationships shone like a beacon, illuminating the path ahead. In this intimate setting, surrounded by the comforting familiarity of girlhood, Su-ae found solace in the unshakable bond she shared with Eunhyeok Go, a connection that would undoubtedly play a pivotal role in her journey to come. As the sun began to set over the tranquil park, Su-ae Shim stumbled upon a shocking truth that would shatter her world. Her unsuspecting eyes locked onto a familiar figure, Minu Kang, standing hand in hand with none other than Ra-im-do, his supposed secret partner. The air was heavy with tension as Su-ae's mind reeled from the betrayal. With each passing moment, her anger and hurt intensified, fueling a confrontation that would lead to a devastating revelation, upending the very foundations of her relationships. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Eunhyeok Go's stern expression turned resolute, his voice firm with conviction as he vowed to shield Su-ae from harm. The weight of his words hung in the air like a challenge issued to anyone who dared threaten her well-being. His concern for Su-ae was palpable, a sentiment he shared with her as they commiserated over their difficult circumstances. With a gentle yet resolute tone, Eunhyeok urged Su-ae on, buoying her spirits and offering words of encouragement that only served to strengthen his own resolve. As the trio prepared to part ways, Ha-hara's sudden appearance interrupted their momentary reprieve, urging them to hasten their departure with an air of urgency. And so, Eunhyeok's transformation from a seemingly aloof figure to a steadfast ally was set in motion, paving the way for a narrative filled with tension and drama. As Su-ae Shim's gaze fell upon the incriminating text message on her screen, a torrent of emotions coursed through her veins. The hurt and betrayal she felt at discovering Ra-im's secret affair with Minu were palpable. Yet instead of lashing out in the heat of the moment, Su-ae took a deep breath and allowed herself the space to process her feelings. In this quiet introspection, she began to realize that she had been stuck in a rut, allowing others to dictate the terms of her love life. With a newfound sense of determination, Su-ae seized control by birthing an alter ego, Eunhyeok, a confident, charismatic persona that would empower her to navigate the complexities of relationships with confidence and poise. As this transformation took hold, Su-ae's very essence seemed to shift, as if she was shedding the shackles of her former self and embracing a bold new chapter in her life. As the truth finally unfolded before her, Su-ae Shim's world began to crumble. The realization that her boyfriend, Minu, had been betraying their relationship with Ra-im-do still lingered in her mind like an open wound. With a mix of anger and hurt, she confronted Minu, hoping to find some semblance of remorse or accountability. However, his nonchalant attitude only fueled her frustration, as he seemed more concerned with justifying his actions than genuinely acknowledging the harm caused. The conversation escalated into a heated exchange, with Su-ae accusing Minwoo of being selfish and only caring about himself, despite his feeble attempts to defend himself, claiming it was just a mistake and that he still loved her. Su-ae's resolve remained unwavering. With a firm determination, she declared her decision to end the relationship, leaving Minwoo reeling in anger and disappointment. This pivotal moment marked a turning point for Su-ae, as she began to prioritize her own well-being and stand up for herself, setting the stage for future conflicts with Ra-im-do, now at the center of Minwoo's infidelity. As the memories of their once thriving romance flickered back to life, Su-ae Shim's thoughts drifted to the bygone era when Minwoo Kang was hers. The weight of time and changing circumstances bore down upon her, however, as she reflected on the subtle yet palpable shift in their relationship. With a sense of longing, Su-ae initiated a conversation with Minwoo, weaving a tapestry of recollections from their past together. As they reminisced, a glimmer of hope sparked within her, a desire to rekindle the flame that once burned so brightly. Between them, Minwoo's initial hesitation gave way to a tentative agreement, and soon the air was alive with the promise of a second chance. The scene drew to a close with a playful repartee between the two, Su-ae's teasing tone a testament to her determination to revive their connection, no matter the uncertainty that lay ahead. As the weight of uncertainty lifted from her shoulders, Su-ae Shim's resolve solidified into a resolute determination. The whispers of Eunhyeok's wise counsel lingered in her mind, kindling a fire of conviction that fueled her desire to win back her parents' approval. With a deep longing, she reminisced about the loving bond between her parents, yearning to replicate that same harmony in her own life. As the specter of potential consequences danced at the periphery of her thoughts, Su-ae's trepidation gave way to an unwavering resolve. With a steadfast heart, she chose to seize control and embark on Operation True Love, her eyes burning with a fierce determination as she prepared to face whatever challenges lay ahead. As the sun-kissed cafe hummed with gentle chatter, Su-ae Shim's troubled eyes scanned the room before settling on Minwoo. Her footsteps faltered only momentarily as she approached him, Ra-im's presence a stark reminder of the betrayal that had left her reeling. With a mix of anguish and resolve etched across her face, Su-ae confronted Minwoo about his infidelity, refusing to let him spin half-truths or downplay the gravity of his actions. As their conversation unfolded, Eunhyeok's arrival at the cafe was a welcome reprieve from the emotional turmoil, offering Su-ae a listening ear and words of wisdom as she struggled to make sense of her newfound vulnerability. With each passing moment, Su-ae's determination grew, her heart beating with an unspoken resolve as she began to plot her next move, one that would mark a decisive turning point in her journey towards self-discovery and empowerment. As Su-ae Shim sat pensively, a mix of emotions swirled within her. The weight of her decision hung heavy in the balance, as she contemplated whether to extend a helping hand to Ra-im-do and Minwoo Kang, two individuals who had previously wronged her. Her thoughts drifted back to a pivotal moment when her parents revealed their unwavering devotion to each other, even at the cost of Su-ae's own well-being. This flashback served as a poignant reminder of the kind of relationships she held dear. And it was precisely this sense of empathy that drove her to ultimately decide in favor of assisting Ra-im and Minwoo. With her compassionate nature prevailing, Su-ae chose to put aside her personal grievances and take action, exemplifying her capacity for kindness and forgiveness in the face of adversity. As the morning sunlight crept into Su-ae Shim's cozy abode, she sprang to life with an infectious enthusiasm, her eyes sparkling like diamonds. She set about meticulously setting the table and arranging a vibrant bouquet of flowers, showcasing her attention to detail and eagerness to make this anniversary celebration one to remember. However, as her thoughts turned inward, Su-ae's mind wandered to the loving relationship between her parents, her heart swelling with admiration for their enduring bond. Her thoughts were soon hijacked by concerns about her own romantic life. Minwoo, whose shortcomings left her feeling disappointed and frustrated. Just as she was lost in these introspective musings, the sound of Eunhyeok's cheerful greeting cut through the air. accompanied by a request for help with his own gift-giving endeavors for their parents. As Su-ae's thoughts were momentarily interrupted, this tender moment offered a glimpse into her inner world, revealing a deep longing to replicate the love and warmth she'd grown up witnessing in her family. As the truth began to unravel, Su-ae Shim's world was shattered by the discovery of her boyfriend Minu's infidelity. The sight of him locked in a passionate kiss with Ra-im-do left her reeling from the betrayal. Her heart heavy with hurt and confusion. Seeking solace in trusted friend Eunhyeok Go, she poured out her emotions and woes, searching for guidance on how to repair the shattered remnants of their relationship. And it was Eunhyeok who proposed a bold plan. Feign a breakup, then use the subsequent distance to rebrand herself as an irresistible force. Drawing Minu back in with an allure he couldn't resist. The very thought of such strategic manipulation sent Su-ae's determination into overdrive, signaling a watershed moment in her narrative, one where she transitioned from a passive and accepting partner to a proactive, boundary-setting individual, refusing to be defined by the whims of others. As the curtains drew open, Operation True Love boomed in bold letters, setting the stage for a whimsical romp through the realm of romance. Su-ae Shim, perplexed and flustered, struggled to grasp the elusive concept of true love, her confusion palpable as she navigated the absurdities of romantic relationships. The drama unfolded with a series of side-splitting scenarios, where loved ones went to outrageous lengths to win each other's hearts. Ra-im-do, for instance, carrying an enormous bouquet of flowers in a show of devotion. As the farce reached its climax, a tongue-in-cheek commentary emerged, poking fun at the all-consuming nature of romantic obsession and leaving readers giggling at the sheer ridiculousness of it all. As Su-ae Shim's emotional turmoil reached a boiling point, her helplessness in the face of constant harassment from her stepsister Ra-im-do and boyfriend Minu Kang finally gave way to frustration. In her mind's eye, she envisioned the need for justice and vindication, her determination growing with each passing moment. The accumulation of evidence against him only fueled her resolve, as she came to realize that their transgressions had reached a disturbing new level, even showing up at her doorstep uninvited. With a newfound sense of purpose, Su-ae Shim's desperation gave way to decisive action, and she finally decided to report the offending duo to the authorities, seizing control of a situation that had long been spiraling out of control. As Su-ae Shim gazed upon the enigmatic photograph, a shiver ran down her spine. The eerie image, seemingly tied to her troubled past, had awakened a whirlwind of emotions within her. Her mind reeled as fragments of memories and thoughts swirled around her, manifesting as cryptic symbols and words that danced across her mental canvas. The turmoil was palpable, as if the very fabric of her psyche was being rent apart by the secrets the photograph held. Just as she struggled to make sense of it all, her friend appeared, their usual bright attire replaced with an air of somberness, as if they too had been drawn into Su-ae's emotional maelstrom. The atmosphere was heavy with the weight of unspoken truths, leaving Su-ae to grapple with the mystery and its profound implications for her own story. As the morning sun cast its gentle glow over the quiet household, Su-ae Shim's curiosity was piqued by her boyfriend Minu's sudden silence. His phone, once a constant companion, now lay still and dark, as if holding secrets it was unwilling to share. Su-ae's inquiry into the reason behind this peculiar behavior elicited a nonchalant response from Minu, leaving her wondering what he might be hiding. The atmosphere grew more tense when Su-ae asked about their plans with her mum, only for Minu to offer vague promises of a movie night and a satisfying meal. Her mum's subtle hint that they would likely run late in returning home only added to the sense of unease, leaving Su-ae to ponder the mysteries surrounding Minu's behavior and its potential impact on their relationship with her family. As the night wore on, Ra-im-do's playful demeanor shone through as she convinced her stepsister Su-ae to share a slumber party, with a tone that was equal parts flirtatious and inviting. Ra-im asked Su-ae if they could wait up together, the air thick with a sense of intimacy and shared secrets. But beneath this veneer of playfulness, a deeper issue simmered, as evidenced by the whirlwind of scribbles and doodles that danced across her mind like fireflies. On a summer night, as she poured her emotions onto the page, the drawings grew increasingly abstract and cryptic, hinting at the weighty secrets Ra-im was desperate to keep hidden. And then, just as Su-ae stumbled upon this inner sanctum, Ra-im's eyes widened in alarm. Her thoughts frozen in terror as she realized someone had discovered her most deeply buried fears. Whoever this is, they've got serious issues, the words seemed to scream, echoing through the darkness like a warning bell that something was very, very wrong. As the scene faded to black, Ra-im's true nature remained shrouded in mystery, leaving only one burning question. What secrets lay hidden behind those enigmatic eyes? As the sun dipped below the horizon, Su-ae Shim sat alone with her thoughts, the soft glow of the evening lighting up the contours of her troubled face. Her eyes were fixed on a piece of paper, a crayon-scrawled declaration of love that seemed to mock her very existence. A low growl of frustration escaped her lips as she muttered under her breath about the notes. Cringeworthy sentimentality, wondering aloud why someone would bother writing such sentimental nonsense. But her annoyance was short-lived. As her mind began to wander to the familiar rhythms of her family life, the way her parents lingered over dinner, the silence that had grown between them like a chasm, and the absence of Ra-im, her stepsister, from the family table. The note's bright colors seemed to fade into the background as Su-ae's thoughts turned inward, her brow furrowing in concern. And then, as if drawn back by an unseen force, her gaze returned to the paper, her fingers trembling with a mix of trepidation and curiosity as she contemplated opening it up, revealing its secrets, and perhaps, just perhaps, confronting the demons that had been plaguing her for so long. As the story unfolded, Su-ae Shim's inner turmoil was palpable. Her curiosity about an enigmatic box had reached a fever pitch, and she couldn't help but share her growing unease with those around her. First, she turned to Ra-im, her stepsister, with a persuasive tone, hinting that the box might hold secrets or surprises that would leave them breathless. But Ra-im was not swayed, suggesting they simply leave it outside for now and open it when their parents returned home. Undeterred, Su-ae then shifted her attention to Minu, her boyfriend, whose reluctance only added fuel to her growing obsession. She broached the subject with him, hinting that he should take matters into his own hands and open the box. But even he was not convinced, echoing Ra-im's concerns about waiting until their parents were present. As the scene drew to a close, it became clear that Su-ae's character would be shaped by her relentless curiosity and impulsive nature, while her relationships with those around her would be influenced by her growing fixation on the mysterious box. As Su-ae Shim poured out her heart to her boyfriend, Minu Kang, a poignant conversation unfolded. The air was thick with vulnerability as Su-ae expressed her suffocating sense of feeling trapped in their relationship. Her words flowed like a gentle stream, carrying the weight of her insecurities and fears that she was slowly losing herself amidst the demands and expectations from those around her. Minu listened intently, his eyes drinking in every syllable, as he validated Su-ae's emotions with gentle nods and soothing words. The conversation deepened, like the tides of an ocean, as Su-ae revealed her trepidation about their relationship's future, her uncertainty hanging precariously in the balance. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Su-ae Shim arrived at Minu's humble abode, her expression a mix of surprise and annoyance. What she found was her stepsister Ra-im, seemingly out of place among the familiar surroundings. The air was thick with tension as Su-ae voiced her displeasure, prompting Ra-im to offer a half-hearted apology. But Su-ae wasn't having it, demanding to know what possessed Ra-im to show up uninvited. And so, Ra-im revealed her struggles, her words tumbling out like a confession of vulnerability. As the truth unfolded, Su-ae's ire gave way to understanding, her expression softening as she grasped the weight of Ra-im's emotions. Yet, despite this newfound empathy, Su-ae's own concerns about the disruption to her life remained, a reminder that even in moments of compassion, personal boundaries are not so easily breached. As the sun cast its warm glow over the quiet room, Su-ae Shim's troubled expression mirrored the turmoil brewing within. Her eyes, once bright with excitement, now seemed dull and heavy, weighed down by the burdens of her own making. The surrounding trinkets and treasures, once a source of joy, now served as poignant reminders of her current emotional state. Minu Kang's gentle attempts to comfort her were rebuffed, a testament to Su-ae's inability to confront the demons that plagued her. As she retreated into her thoughts, memories of her conversation with Ra-im-do began to replay in her mind, Ra-im's jealous outbursts and insecurities now taunting her like a nagging doubt. The tension between them had been building for far too long, and it was only a matter of time before the dam broke. And so, Su-ae stormed into the kitchen. Determination etched on her face as she confronted Ra-im about their complicated family dynamics. The air was thick with emotion as they exchanged heated words, each trying to outmaneuver the other in a battle of wits and hurtful jabs. In the end, it was Su-ae who emerged victorious, her fist slamming against the counter as a declaration of her frustration and upset. Though the argument had left its mark, Su-ae's newfound awareness of her own emotions and relationships was a small yet crucial step towards healing and growth. As Su-ae Shim navigated the ancient computer program with growing frustration, her irritation at its outdated design and sluggish pace only intensified. The primitive interface seemed to mock her every attempt to streamline its cumbersome processes. But then, a glimmer of curiosity piqued her interest in an obscure section of the program, beckoning her to investigate further. Clicking through menus and buttons, she unraveled the mystery surrounding this enigmatic interface. Her journey led her down a rabbit hole of cryptic mythologies, their undated origins shrouding them in mystery. As Su-ae delved deeper, her annoyance transformed into amazement as she stumbled upon an astonishing revelation. The old computer program was, in fact, a portal to an alternate timeline, one that transported her to the distant past of 1930. With her mind reeling from this incredible discovery, Su-ae stood poised on the threshold of a new adventure, her imagination fired by the limitless possibilities that lay ahead. As the camera whisked through a kaleidoscope of iconic figures from bygone eras, Su-ae Shim found herself mesmerized by the shared legacy of these luminaries. The legendary actress of the 1960s, Seong Shin, set the tone for what was to come, a parade of celebrities who had left an indelible mark on their respective fields. Sub-In-hyo, the pop idol of the 1970s, was just the beginning, as Tae Kim, Dong-won Kang, Soo-hyuk Kim, and Ji Yeon-jun joined the ranks of those who had achieved unparalleled success. But it wasn't until the top idol groups like TVXP, Blackpink, and Cool Water Boys took center stage that Su-ae began to sense a thread connecting these individuals from different eras and fields. As the montage reached its climax, the mystery deepened. What was this enigmatic trait that linked all these stars across time and space? As Su-ae Shim reflected on her connection to Marang Entertainment, the past unfolded like a rich tapestry. The year was 1919, and Marang Agency took its first steps, laying the foundation for what would become a global powerhouse. As the years flew by, the company's reach expanded exponentially, diversifying into media, fashion, cosmetics, and other fields. This evolution ultimately gave rise to the Marang Group, a behemoth of industry and commerce. The question on everyone's mind was why Marang stars never failed to captivate audiences, why their films and shows consistently achieved success, and why every business venture undertaken by the group seemed to flourish. As Su-ae Shim's thoughts unfolded like a tapestry of emotions, the grandiose presence of Marang loomed large, its importance emphasized by vibrant hues and bold typography. Initially, her inner turmoil was marked by an aura of optimism, as she extolled the virtues of Marang, praising its ability to bring success and recognition to those who worked with it. However, like a storm cloud gathering on the horizon, Su-ae's thoughts began to shift, revealing the less-than-divine machinations behind Marang's rise to prominence. Phrases like prompted and people to herald them hinted at the human factor in Marang's success. As Su-ae slowly peeled back the layers of truth, ultimately, her introspection culminated in a nuanced understanding of Marang, a complex entity with both laudable and questionable aspects. As Petitity delved into the mysterious text, a mix of surprise and intrigue washed over them like a sudden storm on a summer day. Their mind reeled with questions. Could it truly be that someone worshipped Asio? The notion seemed absurd, yet their curiosity drove them to read on, fueled by a burning need to understand this enigmatic faith. But as they turned the page, Petitite's skepticism gave way to self-doubt. Why had they invested so much time and energy into this strange topic? What did they hope to find or prove? The uncertainty swirled within them like a whirlpool, threatening to consume their thoughts. Amidst the turmoil, a fleeting expression of carefreeness flickered across their face. Was it genuine? Or merely a mask for their inner turmoil? As Petitity pondered aloud whether Asio could be considered God, the air seemed heavy with anticipation. As if the very fabric of reality hung in the balance. The scene faded to black, leaving behind only the echoes of Petitite's confusion and the promise of further exploration yet to come. As the mystery unfolded, Su-ae Shim found herself entangled in a web of enigmatic codes and cryptic messages. The air was thick with anticipation as the first whispers of truth began to emerge. A unique number, forever tied to every human at birth, seemed to hold the key to unlocking the secrets of the universe. This celestial blueprint, known as emotional capacity, remained fixed and unalterable, a constant that governed the tides of human emotion. And so, Su-ae's world was turned upside down as she stumbled upon the revelation. This very same number was the source of Marang's unparalleled success in the entertainment industry. The implications were staggering. With this knowledge, the art of entertaining would be reduced to a mere science. As the final curtain drew to a close, the question hung in the air like a tantalizing promise. How could one possibly measure the love received in a lifetime? As Su-ae gazed upon the faded photographs of herself and Ra-im, memories long buried began to resurface. The echoes of a bygone era whispered tales of a complicated past. One where she felt inferior to her stepsister's radiant confidence. Her mind wandered back to those days when she futilely attempted to outdo Ra-im for Minu's attention. As if the validation of others could ever truly satisfy her own sense of self-worth. But now, as Su-ae's thoughts drifted through the veil of time, she began to grasp a profound truth. Her efforts to prove herself had been a misguided quest like a slowly unfolding lotus flower. Su-ae's understanding blossomed. She was meant to flourish on her own terms, not chase fleeting approval from others. With this epiphany, boundaries began to take shape in her mind, forming a bulwark against the emotional turbulence that had long plagued her relationships, particularly with Ra-im. As the sun shone brightly on this ordinary day, Su-ae Shim found herself pondering the mysteries of love and relationships. With a playful glint in her eye, she began to contemplate the notion that one's heart skips a beat when they develop feelings for someone. The visual representation on the left is how much love has been received so far, and, on the right is the total amount of love that will be received in one's lifetime. Set the tone for a light-hearted exploration of love, leaving no doubt that this was going to be an amusing and carefree journey. Su-ae's eyes sparkled as she gazed at her phone, where an arrow pointed to a current count of 4 love points, accompanied by the text, information's total. She couldn't help but smile as she thought about how these little arrows could add up to something more substantial. After all, your love points go up every time someone likes you. The possibility of accumulating an endless supply of love points was almost too exciting to bear. As Su-ae's heart skipped a beat once again, this time accompanied by the text, and your heart skips a beat, it became clear that having feelings for someone could be a thrilling and exhilarating experience. As Su-ae Shim's introspective nature took center stage, a kaleidoscope of thoughts swirled within her mind. The complexity of love, relationships, and emotions became the focal point of her internal monologue. As she grappled with the intricacies of possessiveness, jealousy, and the boundaries of affection, her mental musings unfolded like a labyrinth, guiding us through the twists and turns of her inner world. With each step, Su-ae's understanding of herself evolved, as she began to acknowledge the presence of these emotions yet recognized the importance of self-reflection and personal growth. In this intimate moment, we were granted a privileged glimpse into Su-ae's psyche, setting the stage for her character development throughout the narrative. As the world whirled around her, Su-ae Shim's quiet existence went largely unnoticed, much like the mysterious anomaly lurking in the depths of the love points system. For 18 long years, a glitch had concealed the stark reality that someone, somewhere, possessed an astonishingly low score of 0, a feat that had gone unbroken since the dawn of digital romance. The statistics flashed by. A dizzying dance of ones and zeros chronicling the rise of relationships and love received in this era of technological wonder. But amidst this whirlwind of data, a subtle hint of neglect hung in the air, like the whispered secrets of an untold story. And so, with this enigmatic score as its anchor, Su-ae's narrative began to unfurl, a poignant exploration of human connection and the quiet struggles that often go unseen. As Su-ae Shim's gaze pierced through the veil of uncertainty, she finally confronted the harsh reality of her 18-year relationship with Minwoo. The weight of neglect and uncaring behavior hung heavy in the air, like a storm cloud on the horizon. With a resolute determination, Su-ae resolved to tackle the issue head-on, acknowledging that it might prove an insurmountable task. Yet, she steeled herself for the challenge ahead, willing to sever ties if necessary. But her words, laced with conviction, were misunderstood by Minwoo, who recoiled in shock and defensiveness at the perceived threat. "Get rid of me?" he exclaimed, his tone a stark contrast to Su-ae's measured calm. And as the scene ended on a cliffhanger, Su-ae's intentions remained shrouded in mystery, leaving the reader wondering what lay ahead for this troubled couple. As Su-ae Shim stood at a crossroads, she was presented with a rare opportunity to reinvigorate her love life in the virtual reality dating system, with one last chance to boost her love points and prove her worth. Su-ae's fate hung precariously in the balance. The system, sensing her desperation, issued an ultimatum: increase her love points by even a single point, and it would reconsider its plans, a veiled reference to Minwoo Kang's uncertain intentions. As Su-ae reflected on her past interactions within the system, she was treated to a montage of moments that showcased her vulnerability and uncertainty, leaving little doubt about the weight of this decision. As Su-ae Shim delved into the intricacies of relationships and love, she found herself grappling with the enigma that was her boyfriend Minwoo. With a determined glint in her eye, she embarked on a quest to debunk a notion she had stumbled upon online. As she pored over graphs and statistics on her phone, Su-ae's enthusiasm was palpable as she attempted to illustrate the supposedly direct correlation between one's popularity level and their love points. But as she shared her own experiences, including the 3 confessions of love she received this month, which she was quick to dismiss as mere attempts from over-eager middle schoolers, a growing sense of unease crept over her. And yet, despite her popularity and the numerous admirers that seemed to flock to her, Su-ae couldn't help but wonder why Minwoo remained so aloof, seemingly uninterested in her despite his own charismatic nature. As she gazed out at the uncertainty before her, Su-ae's puzzled expression betrayed a deep-seated longing for understanding, and perhaps, just perhaps, a more meaningful connection with the one person who had captured her heart. As Su-ae Shim stood in the dark room, uncertainty and self-doubt swirled around her like a vortex. The air was heavy with indecision, as if the very fabric of her thoughts was unraveling before her eyes. Her mind was a jumble of emotions, a maelstrom of fragmented feelings and half-formed ideas. The weight of Minwoo's neglect and Ra-im's presence lingered, refusing to be dismissed. Frustration and anger simmered just beneath the surface, threatening to boil over at any moment. As Su-ae struggled to make sense of her tumultuous emotions, the darkness around her seemed to grow, a palpable manifestation of her inner turmoil. As Su-ae Shim stood before her boyfriend Minwoo Kang, her emotions had reached a boiling point. The latest argument had left her feeling hurt and upset, and she knew she couldn't just let it go without saying something. With tears welling up in her eyes, Su-ae confronted Minwoo about his neglect and uncaring behavior, demanding to know why he always prioritized his phone over her. But Minwoo was unfazed, dismissing her concerns as paranoia. Su-ae's frustration grew, and she poured out her feelings about their relationship, feeling like she was just a distraction from the real problems in Minwoo's life. And then, the bombshell dropped. Minwoo revealed that he'd been struggling with his own issues and had been using Su-ae as a way to cope. The revelation left Su-ae reeling, her heart heavy with the realization that she'd been nothing more than a temporary escape for Minwoo. As Su-ae Shim stormed into the house, her pent-up frustration and emotions boiled over like a tempestuous sea. Her boyfriend Minwoo, lost in the virtual realm of his video games, was caught off guard by the sudden intensity radiating from her very presence. Without hesitation, Su-ae charged forward, confronting Minwoo about the long list of emotional neglect and indifference she'd endured at his hands. His dismissive responses only served to fuel her ire, as she recounted a litany of instances where she felt like an afterthought in their relationship. The air was electric with tension as the argument escalated, each partner's words laced with hurt and anger. Minwoo's careless words, flung like daggers at Su-ae's vulnerable soul, sparked a fire within her, a flame that would ignite a newfound sense of self-worth and determination. As the storm raged on, Su-ae's resolve solidified. She would no longer tolerate being ignored or belittled. It was time to stand up for herself and forge a path away from the emotional quicksand that had been their relationship. The confrontation marked a turning point in her journey, one that would lead her toward growth, self-discovery, and potentially, a new chapter in her life. As the realization dawned on Su-ae Shim, she was struck by the harsh truth. She was not a high scorer in love. The weight of this epiphany bore down upon her, and with it, the understanding that her boyfriend Minwoo Kang's lack of affection and care towards her was not just a minor aberration, but rather a defining characteristic of their relationship. Her thoughts swirled with a mix of emotions as she confronted the reality of her situation, her mind racing with the consequences of being so thoroughly disregarded. Meanwhile, her friends Eunhyeok Go and Ra-im-do, oblivious to Su-ae's inner turmoil, responded with shock and concern to her revelation, their words of comfort and reassurance serving only to highlight the stark contrast between Su-ae's romantic experience and that of others. As the moment drew to a close, the opulent surroundings of Do-hwa's seat seemed almost incongruous with the emotional turmoil brewing within Su-ae, a potent reminder that even in the most seemingly luxurious of settings, one's heart can remain heavy with sorrow. As Su-ae Shim stood amidst the chaos caused by the fallen object, she struggled to make sense of the unexpected turn of events. The mess was just one symptom of the deeper issues plaguing her life, her boyfriend's neglect and her stepsister's secrets, with Eunhyeok's initial misperception that she was a pushover still fresh in her mind. Su-ae felt compelled to defend herself against his criticism, explaining that the accident wasn't her fault and that she had been trying to prevent it from happening in the first place. As she spoke, her attention turned to Su-ji, the owner of the blanket that lay damaged on the ground. But instead of showing concern for the torn fabric, Su-ji seemed utterly indifferent, revealing a stark contrast to Su-ae's emotional investment. This disparity only added fuel to Su-ae's growing frustration and disappointment with Minwoo's thoughtless behavior and Ra-im's hidden affair. As she questioned whether others wanted to use the blanket as well, her emotions boiled over, reflecting her deep-seated feelings of abandonment and disillusionment. As Su-ae Shim anticipated, her boyfriend Do-hwa was expected to try and wriggle out of their group's punishment. But, in a surprising turn of events, he arrived right on time, leaving Su-ae feeling not only disappointed but also frustrated. Her thoughts were consumed by annoyance at Do-hwa's sudden appearance. Having just finished mopping the floor, the weight of her emotions was palpable, as if she had been holding her breath for a moment that would never come. As Su-ae Shim prepared herself for another day of uncertainty, a mix of emotions swirled within her. Her struggles to comprehend her stepsister Ra-im's enigmatic behavior and Minwoo's uncaring nature only added fuel to the fire of frustration and confusion burning inside her. The more she observed Minwoo going about his daily routine with ease, effortlessly cleaning up without a care in the world, the more Su-ae felt like she was stuck in quicksand, unable to move forward or make sense of the chaos that surrounded her. She couldn't help but wonder if this lack of effort was an inherent trait within Minwoo or something he had learned over time, which only served to deepen her concern and disappointment. As she grappled with these emotions, Su-ae's thoughts became a jumbled mess of confusion and despair, leaving her feeling lost and uncertain about the future that lay ahead. As Su-ae Shim's thoughts raced through her mind like a runaway train, she was consumed by the weighty importance of boosting her love points. It wasn't just about feeling good. It was a matter of survival. After all, her enormous lifespan was at stake. Seeking guidance and reassurance from trusted friend Tris, Su-ae's inner turmoil was momentarily stilled, but only until the stark reality of her precarious situation sank in, prompting an urgent sense of desperation to take action. With her life hanging precariously in the balance, Su-ae rationalized that even a small improvement was better than nothing and decided to take a calculated risk, making a bold move on Minu Kang, her neglectful boyfriend, hoping against hope that it would be enough to turn things around for her. As Su-ae Shim's frustration became palpable, a subtle unease settled over her, unbeknownst to those around her. This tension was the culmination of a deeper emotional turmoil. Eunhyeok Go's first impression of Su-ae was that she was a mere nuisance. A thought that seemed to stem from a lack of understanding or empathy towards her plight. But little did he know, Su-ae had been struggling in silence, trying to make sense of the relationship issues with Minu Kang. A flashback revealed the truth. Su-ae's attempts at conversation were met with dismissal and indifference, leaving her feeling unheard and unseen. And yet, despite this heartache, Eunhyeok Go continued to view Su-ae as a mere annoyance, oblivious to the depth of pain she was enduring. This poignant moment not only set the stage for Eunhyeok's character growth but also shed light on his initial biases towards Su-ae, laying the groundwork for their complex and multifaceted relationship to unfold. As Su-ae Shim stood amidst the tumultuous emotions of her inner world, she was met with a harsh reality check by Eunhyeok Go. His words, laced with frustration and concern, pierced her like a sharp arrow, highlighting the crippling lack of self-respect that had become an unwelcome companion on her journey. The echoes of Minu's neglect and Rarim's secrets lingered, leaving Su-ae feeling like a fragile leaf caught in the midst of a stormy tempest as she struggled to find solace. Memories of past sacrifices flooded her mind, the countless times she had put others' feelings above her own happiness, silently suffering the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. With Eunhyeok's encouragement ringing in her ears, Su-ae was forced to confront the uncomfortable truth that standing up for herself and setting boundaries were necessary steps towards reclaiming her lost sense of self. Yet, as she wavered on the precipice of change, a lingering hesitance threatened to undermine her resolve, leaving her teetering precariously between conformity and the uncertain promise of self-discovery. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Su-ae Shim found herself lost in thought, her mind wandering to the prospect of a night out at the movies. It was a craving she couldn't quite shake, the desire for companionship. For someone to share in her joys and sorrows. But as her gaze drifted inward, her thoughts turned to Rarim, her stepsister, whose struggles had long been a thorn in Su-ae's side. The weight of Rarim's frustrations began to sink in, and Su-ae felt the first stirrings of empathy. She didn't know how to ease Rarim's pain, but she sensed that simply standing by wouldn't be enough. A quiet determination took hold. Su-ae would let Rarim find her own way, even if it meant enduring a little more injustice along the way. As the moments ticked by, Su-ae's resolve solidified, and in a surprising turn of events, she asked Rarim to join her for a night at the movies. It was a small, hesitant overture, but one that hinted at a subtle shift in their complex relationship. As if the very fabric of their dynamic was beginning to unravel, revealing new possibilities and deeper connections. As Su-ae Shim sat lost in thought, she had momentarily convinced herself that she finally grasped the intricacies of her relationships with Minu and Rarim. The brief respite from self-doubt was short-lived. However, as a cascade of flashbacks flooded her mind, threatening to shatter her newfound understanding, memories of her interactions with the pair replayed in her thoughts like a disquieting refrain, prompting Su-ae to question whether she had been mistaken about their true intentions all along. The doubts that had once plagued her now returned with renewed ferocity, leaving her feeling uncertain and adrift in a sea of uncertainty. As the warmth of the afternoon sun faded, Su-ae Shim settled into her usual routine, lost in the words of a book as tears pricked at the corners of her eyes. The text from Minu Kang, her boyfriend, pierced the quiet like a sharp needle, injecting a dose of anguish and frustration into her day. Her thoughts now consumed by the sting of his neglect, Su-ae's decision was made. It was time to confront the emotional void that had been growing between them. With a deep breath, she approached Minu, only to discover that his lack of investment in their relationship ran far deeper than she had ever imagined. The weight of this realization crushed her, and as the truth hit home, Su-ae's eyes slowly adjusted to a new reality. She deserved so much more than the shallow affection he was willing to offer. As the scene unfolded, Su-ae's emotional landscape transformed, marking the beginning of a journey towards self-discovery and empowerment. As Su-ae Shim sat alone on the park bench, her mind was consumed by the turmoil brewing within. Her gaze drifted down, her fingers clenched tightly around the sleek, modern phone that had become a constant companion in her turbulent times. The call from Minwoo broke the spell, and as their brief conversation unfolded, it became clear that his apathy towards mending their fractured relationship would not be easily swayed. With each passing moment, Su-ae's disappointment and frustration mounted, until the call abruptly ended, leaving her feeling defeated and disillusioned with the state of their toxic bond. As she sat there, lost in thought, the reality of her situation began to sink in, a harsh reminder that she deserved so much better than the constant stress and heartache inflicted by her errant lover. This pivotal moment marked a turning point for Su-ae, as she started to realize that it was time to take control of her life and set boundaries to protect herself from the emotional turmoil that had become all too familiar. As Su-ae Shim's heart still reeled from her recent breakup with Minwoo Kang, she found herself at the mercy of an ominous threat. The Jellypop phone warned that if she didn't find love within 30 days, a dreaded curse would befall her. With desperation and determination coursing through her veins, Su-ae hatched a plan to defy fate. Operation True Love was born. She enlisted the help of her friend Eunhyeok Go, convincing him to play the role of her fake cheating partner in an effort to stir Minwoo's jealousy and win back his attention. Initially hesitant, Eunhyeok eventually agreed to join forces with Su-ae, driven by a desire to aid his friend while also hoping to gain some recognition for himself. As Su-ae Shim's thoughts began to swirl with anxiety, her mind conjured a jumbled tapestry of distorted emotions. The air thickened with an unsettling intensity as she became increasingly consumed by the fear of losing Eunhyeok Go's attention. Her gaze drifted to where Eunhyeok was interacting with another girl, his eyes sparkling with warmth and connection. Su-ae's jealousy simmered, like a pot left unattended on the stove, as she struggled to reconcile her own feelings with the reality that lay before her. As Su-ae's footsteps echoed down the hallway, a sense of turmoil seemed to swirl around her like a tempest. The weight of her recent confrontation with Minwoo, her neglectful boyfriend, hung heavy in the air, prompting her to re-examine their tumultuous relationship. Her troubled expression only intensified as she chanced upon Ra-im, her confident and charismatic stepsister, whose very presence served to further underscore Su-ae's feelings of inadequacy. Yet, even as this encounter left her feeling uncertain, a chance meeting with Eunhyeok offered a glimmer of hope. As they commiserated over their shared struggles, a sense of solidarity sprang to life between them. But it was the flashbacks that truly drove home the gravity of Su-ae's situation, memories of Minwoo's neglect and emotional unavailability flooding her mind like a tidal wave. And so, as the scene drew to a close, Su-ae found herself at a crossroads, poised to break free from the shackles of self-doubt and forge a new path. One that would lead her toward a brighter, more fulfilling future. As Su-ae Shim struggled to come to terms with the suffocating neglect of her boyfriend Minwoo Kang, a sense of desperation began to simmer beneath her surface. The weight of their strained relationship bore down upon her, leaving her feeling helpless and at a loss for how to break free from the cycle of indifference. It was in this moment of vulnerability that Su-ae found herself turning to her cunning and manipulative stepsister Ra-im for guidance, only to be met with a mixture of condescension and thinly veiled insecurities. The sting of disappointment and the crushing realization that she would never truly be heard or understood by Minwoo or Ra-im sent Su-ae reeling, prompting her to seek solace in the enigmatic Jellypop phone. As its mystical energy coursed through her veins, Su-ae's very essence began to shift, her once timid nature giving way to a newfound determination and assertiveness that would soon propel her down a path of change and transformation. As Su-ae Shim navigated the complexities of her love life, she found herself desperately seeking attention from Minwoo. In a poignant display of vulnerability, Su-ae donned a new look and applied makeup, hoping to capture his eye. Yet, despite her best efforts, Minwoo remained unmoved, leaving Su-ae feeling frustrated and unfulfilled. Just as the tension seemed palpable, a mysterious pink phone materialized, its screen flashing a cryptic message. Su-ae's love points had reached 0, and she was warned of impending eradication. The stakes were raised, foreshadowing a dramatic shift in Su-ae's story. Meanwhile, the camera's gaze shifted to Minwoo, who was seen conversing with Ra-im on his phone, their clandestine affair exposed for all to see. This pivotal moment set the stage for Su-ae's journey, as she grappled with her own struggles and the enigmatic Jellypop, whose influence would soon reshape the course of her life. As the sun cast its warm glow over the bustling school grounds, Su-ae Shim sat alone on a bench, her thoughts consumed by the turmoil brewing within. The memory of her conversation with dear friend Eunhyeok Go lingered, her frustration with boyfriend Minwoo Kang's distant demeanor still fresh in her mind. In that moment, a flashback transported her back to their heart-to-heart chat, where she had poured out her feelings about Minwoo's lack of interest, but the present was just as poignant. As Su-ae's gaze drifted off into the distance, her expression a map of uncertainty and unhappiness, Eunhyeok, ever the concerned friend, approached her with open arms, only to be rebuffed by Su-ae's dismissive demeanor. Her reluctance to discuss her troubles left him wondering what was amiss. But Su-ae remained tight-lipped, lost in her own thoughts as the world around her continued to spin. As the lesson unfolded, Su-ae Shim sat quietly, her eyes clouded by an air of discontent. The teacher's query hung in the air like a challenge, but Minwoo Kang responded with a careless shrug, leaving Su-ae feeling disregarded and devalued. The weight of her uncertainty settled heavy on her shoulders. Meanwhile, Ra-im Do, Su-ae's sibling, sauntered by, her words dripping with malice as she needled Su-ae about the state of her relationship with Minwoo Kang. The cumulative effect was a tidal wave of frustration and self-doubt that crashed over Su-ae, leaving her feeling adrift and in desperate need of change. As the sun rises over the bustling high school hallways, Su-ae Shim's daily routine begins to unfold. At first glance, her life appears to be a harmonious blend of laughter and camaraderie with her friend Minwoo. However, beneath the surface, a toxic relationship brews, marked by Minwoo's subtle yet calculating emotional abuse and neglect towards Su-ae. The facade of normalcy is gradually peeled back, revealing the cracks in their once strong bond. Meanwhile, amidst this tumultuous backdrop, Eunhyeok stands out as a beacon of kindness and compassion. His empathetic ear proves a safe haven for Su-ae to confide in, pouring out her heartache and struggles to him. Through these tender moments, it becomes clear that Eunhyeok has become a trusted friend and confidant, offering solace and support amidst the turmoil that surrounds Su-ae. As their conversation comes to a close, the scene fades into the shadows, setting the tone for the story to come, one that will explore the treacherous waters of toxic relationships and the transformative power of true friendship.